generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every yeah. Alienated, paranoia, enemy-less, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Mid-City, Los Angeles. They're covered sitting right on the keyboard. Working away. Focus, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my girl, a good scientist, and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you, and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids, and I've got to go to work so I can work it for me. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, jiggler.
It's not yours to take or give. The new day begins tonight. Enter the next phase. Enter the program. Technify your mind. We are just dreams in space. Stranded in this funky place. No transport out of here. I guess we'll have to put away our fear. Enter. Why don't you? Why don't you?
Yeah, check this out, guys. This is Underground Resistance, a song called Unabomber. I play this for my intro. My cousin Naheed, she's married to one of the members of this group. We're married into the Underground Resistance. That's what it is. You know what I mean? It's a legendary group from Detroit. Check this out. Check this out, guys. Yo, Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I'm excited to be joined here with you guys and some commentary on Alvin Plantinga, the great monolith of modern philosophy. You know, this is going to be kind of a tribute to Alvin Plantinga. I was going to name the episode a tribute to Alvin Plantinga, but that's a really lame title. You know, I thought the title that I had for my last episode was much more appropriate. So I just decided to just rename the title what we've been naming our titles, which is much doper than the tribute to Alvin Plantinga, right? But I seen my friend Pill Eater pop in here earlier, but I was playing music, the introduction music. Hopefully he'll pop back in here and we'll get a little discussion started on Alvin Plantinga. Now I do have some preliminary quotes and structuring of the subject material, if you will. So we'll begin by opening up a few quotes. Now, first, I'm going to show you guys this from a paper entitled Nietzsche's Aesthetic Critique of Darwinism. Okay. Jesus. Lord Almighty. All right. Well, let me begin by explaining some preliminary themes, and I'll go rather slowly. Okay, now I talked about two principles in regards to evolution. Now, since we're talking about Plantinga, this entire what we have on deck is going to be a attack on the theory of evolution in its sense today. So we looked at the theory of evolution earlier. Okay, I briefly brought up how the theory of evolution has rendered a type of psychology in human beings, and that psychology is one of an equality driven ethos. Now, everyone from Plato to Alexis de Tocqueville have critiqued the equality driven ethos. Okay, basically an ethics that's formulated by making sure that we put everybody on an equal playing field, right? Well, this equal level playing field has to do with a critical notion that emerges, right? And this is the notion of an archetypal man, right? And we put both men and women into that pile, right? Okay, basically this equality driven ethos comes from the hermaphroditic cult, right? This understanding that man is a universal being, right? And it's really platonic in a way, okay? That man is the ideal, right? Man is his own root, right? Some of this is taken, okay, as an attack against the sophists, right? But they said man is the measure of all things, right? Plato looked for transcendental notions that basically gave rise to humans. Now we are talking about, okay, equality. Now the equality of the sexes there in the Republic, we talked about that. So briefly we touched on feminism and all of those ideas reconstructed through this idea of evolution and the equality driven ethos. Now, another notion in regards to the archetypal man, right, is a entirely different notion, and that is one of the hierarchy of being, right? The hierarchy of being. right? And we see that in the De Animis of Aristotle, right? So these are two ideas we're taking a closer look at, right? Now we're talking about this two-headed snake, okay? Basically branch, right? One basically representing the left side, the left-hand path of mysticism, and then the right-hand path, okay, of science, right? And nature, right, on the other end. Okay, so we have this two-headed snake, okay, represented by Plato and Aristotle, represented by math and science, right? Coiling around the staff of Western civilization, right? And that's basically this entire project, right? Now we go to the hierarchy of being. That has to do with time as much as the archetypal man has to do with the transcendental notions of space and time, right? The idea of the hierarchy of being, of the ascending ladder, right, of consciousness, right, or spirit as it was called, right? Okay, has to do with the unfolding of time, right, or the telos, right? Right. So there's one called ontology, right? Ontology is the study of being. Teleology is the study of communicative properties and the study of time, right? The way things evolve over time. Now, when they first invented evolution, right, they were dealing with the passage of time, right? Okay, this passage of time is talking about um how there's a telos in nature, right? Nature was driven towards its own perfection, right? Now, this perfection coming from within, that is called, right, the temperance or the highest virtue for Aristotle, right? Because it's how you learn to drive yourself to your innermost nature of perfection, right? You become a perfected being through your inner nature, driven towards your purpose or final cause, right? Which is your telos, right? And so each thing has this, right? Now, plants have a sort of vegetative desire, right? A vegetative growth, right? So they draw in elements. So Aristotle describes a plant's consciousness, how it might function, right? How a plant tends towards growth and stillness and growth from within, right? By drawing in elements, right, from the external world, right? What it needs, right? And now an animal has an appetitive mind or way of going about it, right? He will look outside for things that he desires, right? And this is based on its own appetite, right? So it doesn't have this vegetative quality, right? So higher than this is the rational mind, right? Now, when you get to the medieval times, right, people like Aquinas, they put many levels above these, right? They put like angels on top of the rational, and they put God on top of that, right? They put devils on the bottom, right? Under the animals, right? So in this ascended ladder of hierarchy of being that things become, molded through this hierarchy of being, right? Let me try to find some of these books that I have, and I'll try to read to you guys some things that I have. I'm trying to find a specific book that I have. And give me a second, guys. I'll be right back in a second. Let me try to find this passage so I could tell you where evolution was invented, right? Because it was actually invented by a pre-Socratic philosopher, right? So let me go to his writing real quick, right? Okay. Anaximander, right? That's his name. Anaximander was said to have been a student of Thales. Okay, Thales. Okay. Like him, he reduced the complexity of the cosmos to one thing, which he called the indefinite. This abstraction introduced the Greek philosophy to the notion of supersensible reality, treating the reality as divine. Anaximander characterized it as steering all things in a law-like way, as exacting retribution from their injustice to one another. Okay, that's kind of like very, very similar to the notions of Heraclitus. Okay. Now I'm going to read some of what he coins in terms of evolution. All right. Now he thought this was an ontological state of, beingness in a way, right? Right. Or the order of all things, right? Now let's go to here. Of those declared that the principle is one moving and indefinite, Anaximander said the indefinite was the first principle, an element of things that are. He was the first to introduce this name to the first principle. He was the first to call the first principle indefinite. He says the first principle is neither water nor any other thing or any other things called elements, but something other, some other nature which is indefinite, out of which come to be all the heavens and the worlds in them. The things that are perish into things out of which they come to be. Okay, let me read that again. The things that are perish into the things out of which they come to be. Okay. Okay, the things that are perish into things of which they come to be, according to necessity. Okay. Okay, so these two ideas, necessity and change, right, are kind of like these other two ideas, right, which are basically magical concepts, right? Okay, that have put in the mind, okay, of evolutionary ideals, right? These are magical concepts that they came up with, right? What are the concepts, right? Chaos and emergence, right? Emergence is like brute necessity, right? Which causes things to emerge for no particular reason. You just have to presuppose or whatever. There's just brute emergence out of nothing, right? Okay. That is necessity on the one end, right? Then there's change or complexity or randomness or chaos on the other end, right? Which again cannot be qualified, cannot be quantified, right? It's total magical property, right? So chaos and emergence, right? These are the two poles, right, of the indefinite, right? Okay. The things, okay, and this is pure becoming. There's no actual ontological status here at all. Okay, there is nothing is. Okay, it's like saying nothing really is anything, right? saying that the indefinite is a ruler of all things. It steers all things, right? Okay. What comes to be out of what perishes, right? Anyways, according to necessity, for they pay the penalty of retribution each for each other for their injustice in accordance with the ordering of time, he says in rather poetic language. Okay. Okay. This does not have a first principle, but this seems to be the first principle of the rest, to contain all things, steer all things, as they declare, who do not fashion other causes aside from the infinite, and this is divine, for it is deathless, indestructible. Okay. So this is Anaximander. Okay, he is the one who invented the idea of evolution. Okay. Okay. Now let's go to this. Some, like Anaximander, declare that the earth is on the account of its similarity, for it is no more fitting for what is established at the center and equally related to the extremes move up rather than down or sideways. It is impossible to make a move simultaneously in opposite directions. Okay, so he declared the earth to be at rest. Okay, contrary to what they believe today, right? Okay, here we got our friend too, and I think he'll find some of this to be interesting as well. You know what I mean? What's going on, dude?
Good evening, machine. How are you?
Yo, I'm reading some things from Anaximander, and basically the guy who came up with the idea of evolution. He says he also declares that in the beginning humans were born from other kind of animals, since other kind of animals quickly manage on their own and humans alone require lengthy nursing. For this reason, in the beginning they would not have been preserved if they had been like this. So it's interesting. He's talking about this, principle of evolution and the underlying ontological principle, which he says is the indefinite. So it goes along with a lot of what Plantinga is saying, that if you believe in evolution, it's like pulling the ontological rug from under your feet. You know what I mean, right?
In other words, you're involved to think that you can't have the possibility to think as evolving as survival. And it just, if you're an atheist, you can't have that function to be against that because all your thoughts are just to survive. So it'd be a contradiction between naturalism and evolution. Yeah, that's like a point, because it's just like, do you believe in genetics or you don't? If you believe in genetics, then your thought of thinking about evolution is just for survival. You're stuck in this infinite prison.
Yeah, and then in this other little manual I have, this is an interesting quote in this one too. Let me open this up real quick. It's interesting. He quotes Heraclitus and also talks about Hegel. And this is, I think, from 1920s. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, here it is. The first attempt to constitute the actual science of social phenomenon, that namely of the economists, has resulted in laws which were called natural, and which are believed to be eternal and universal, valid for all times and all places. But this permutability of the old zoology did not long hold out against ever swelling tide of historical movement, knowledge of transformations that had taken place in language of the early phases of the family of religion of property had all favored the revival of the Heraclitean view. The Heraclitean view as the categories of political economy, it was soon to be recognized as by Lassalle that they too are only historical. The philosophy of history, moreover, gave expression under the various forms to the same tendency. Hegel declares that all that is real is rational. All that is real is rational. But at the same time, he shows that all that is real is ephemeral. That for history there is nothing fixed beneath the sun. Interesting. So there's another ode to Heraclitus and the indefinite and the sort of rug being pulled out from under the ontological by the ephemeral, the philosophy of history. Coming to attack this transcendental notions.
Yes,
You know,
I have a copy of God and Other Minds, a study of the rational justification of belief in God by Alvin Plantinga. It's his first work where he talks about God is justified, so as long as there's other people who believe in it. But he kind of sums down Anselm's argument about the ontological interest of God. That was Saint Anselm of Canterbury. His years was
yeah, I
1033.
love I love Anselm's argument way more than the ontological arguments.
Yeah, but
I
in
mean,
this chapter,
his ontological argument is way better than the cosmological argument. I meant to say. Where
Plantinga's depending on it, and he puts it in his own words. I'll just read it from here. It's on page 28 to 29, but Plantinga says, this argument, it seems to me, is best constructed as a reductionist ad absurdum argument. Let us use the term God as an abbreviation for the being than which nothing greater can be conceived.
yes, GCB, the greatest conceivable being.
That's
GCB
really great.
argument. It was
That's
dope.
really good. So look in Anselm's own terms as follows. Here's classical, this is like what Plantinga bases the ontological argument. So axiom 1.1, God exists in the understanding, but not in reality. Assumption for reduction. 2, existence in reality is greater than existence in the understanding alone, as a premise. 3, a being having all of God's properties plus existence in reality can be conceived. That's also a premise. 4, a being having all of God's properties plus existence in reality is greater than God from the points mentioned in 1 and 2. That's an understanding and existence reality. 5, a being greater than God can be conceived from points 3 and 4. 6, it is false that a being greater than God can be conceived by definition of God. There could be 1. And 7, hence it is false that God exists in the understanding, but not in the reality. Hence the reduction. And so Plantinga writes, and so if God exists in the understanding, he also exists in reality. But clearly enough, he does not exist in the understanding, as even the fool will testify. Accordingly, he exists in reality as well. So I just wanted to unquote that and just reiterate there on your point about existence, that God exists in reality. It's not just something of, in your own mind, what you conceive. It's not just a subjective thing. It's an external reality. And I have it in my notes here that is the understanding, existence, reality. It can be conceived. It's greater than, and a being greater than God can be received so as long as its existence in reality. And it's false that God exists in the understanding, but not in the So yeah, it's reality centric. Conceivable, the possibility.
Yeah, and that breaks through the ephemeral, because he's trying to get to something that, you know, exists throughout time and also exists as a answer, basically to this transcendental notion that where something is, better if it's based on, the rational. Like the rational is a real, and then the rational, you know, is basically subsumed through the ephemeral. Like reality has to become more rational through time. Which is basically what Hegel is saying. And
I wrote
yeah, that goes to the notion of the cosmic evolution, which is the very,
also
but
here
yeah, go
on
ahead.
page. I just wanted to write on page 65. Plantinga then talks about how this logic can also make you believe in a god, like I wrote in my notes, like a Skynet AI or some robot. Because he then writes as, well, here's the thing, and this is what the ontological argument part 2 talks about. Like, okay, then if that logic can conceive of a god that isn't supernatural, that's in physical, what are we then to do about it? And he begins by saying, he reiterates and says, let God, quote unquote, be an abbreviation for the being that than which none greater can be seen than 1, suppose God exists in the understanding but not in reality. 2, existence in reality is greater than existence in the understanding alone. 3, a being having all of God's properties plus existence in reality can be conceived of, the possibility. Therefore, 4, a being having all of God's properties plus existence in reality is greater than God. So I wrote Skynet AI next to it. So 5, a being greater than God can be conceived. And then he's going to talk about this could be self-contradictory, since it was deduced by 1 and 2 and 3 and the definition of God. And he writes, but God does exist in the understanding, hence he exists in reality as well, existence to reality. And he's just going to go over that, but he begins the part 2 argument on that. But, let's say that isolated logic alone, I just reiterated, that's where I think these tradcaf types and kind of liberal Nietzschean Christians are today. They think that, okay, well, if God's not real, God is dead. We can conceive of like this Prometheanism that God is this Skynet AI, that he can have the properties of God. And following this Plantinga logic, as long as it's in existence, it is God. And so Plantinga, he's going to make this in the following chapter about why that might even be beyond our comprehension. And what it really means is that we have to think of something more, not just in existence, but in our own far-fetched reality, and hence God in other minds. And I believe the conclusion Plantinga says is not that it's supernatural, not that it's magic, but it's against solipsism, solipsism, if you want to say, because other people can have the power to imagine this God, and therefore the practical evidence isn't a belief that God is there, but other people have the same experience as you do, hence God in other minds. So he's like right in the middle of that argument as I bring up. And I just spoiled the conclusion for you.
Yeah, that's dope. I gotta get my hands on this book for
Yeah, it's
sure.
from the 65. Yeah, this is the Cornell paperback edition. And this is originally came out in 65, but this is what edition is this? This is the 1990 edition. And I have a bunch of notes in it, but this is the middle part, the ontological argument part 2, where he's talking about what does it mean then if God can only exist in reality? Same points you're going on. It just makes me think that you can use Plantinga's theories to justify, like I said, a Nietzschean Christianity, where it's like, okay, if supernatural and external does not exist, then I'll just build it. I'll just construct a transhumanist God. That's what I find interesting reading Plantinga, is that what if people believe that? And what Plantinga is saying was like, well, it turns out it's the liberalism that is creating all this that justifies God. Because if you tell your liberal friend, liberals are telling you there's no such thing as God, then liberals would have to concede to the notion that there are other free agents that want to believe in God. And that's already enough evidence to believe that there is a God, because it would, just like reiterating the evolutionary naturalist argument, you can't believe in evolution theory if you're a naturalist, because all your thoughts are just for survival, hence you self-destruct. Same could be said about liberalism and God, and that liberalism must consent to those who believe in God, hence God exists in other minds. Kind of like an intellectual jujitsu there.
Yeah, it's one that really stumps these guys though. The naturalists, you know, and it's funny to watch some of their reactions when he goes around the campuses and presents this theory, and the people have their little lame responses to it. It's very, very funny. And Nietzsche, yep, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I would say Alvin Plantinga is the analytical part and Rene Girard is the continental part. Both have sophisticated arguments that use an intellectual jujitsu for people to think about things. But when you sit down and talk about these things with average people, even normal Christian tends to think this is atheist jabberwocky, but it's more than that. It's like giving them better weapons, but at the same time, it's like Plantinga is talking about God is more than just some perennialism or traditionalism or supernatural belief. It's something else about the human psyche. It's more of an attack on liberalism than anything, especially when you use analytical logic.
Yeah, it's interesting. The use of analytical logic in order to collapse the you know, naturalist position, which is funny because it's kind of like the use of Aristotelian logic in order to collapse its own paradigm in the 11th you know, century. That happened in the religious mold, and then you had all sorts of these ideas blossoming out, like you know, you have what do you call that, nominalism for one, you know, and then you have antinomianism. That's another one that talks about this notion of law and sort of implodes it on itself. And Nietzsche sort of did the same thing with Darwinian evolution. You know, this is a
Yeah, I
really
think
good paper on it. Yeah.
I definitely think Plantinga believes in abstract objects and tends to think in the nominal ideal that you can conceive of abstract objects so as long as it follows its own logic. Because some people are like, no, that's just, it can't be conceived unless it can be proven. I'm just looking over the book right now for other points I wanted to. Some of his there's an interesting digression. He talks about the Taj Mahal and God. You know, Taj Mahal being a beautiful monument that, you know, humans have made and we all kind of worship its symmetrical ideal. And yet at the same time, the Taj Mahal is so beautiful that it has a power that is likeness to God. And some people Hindus would even say that is God, the Taj Mahal. And you know, I'm reading this one line. No, I'll just read it to you right now because, you know, it's on page 72. And how can I put the code real fast and paraphrase? Okay, so 1, God does not exist in reality. Okay. 2, if A exists and B does not, I think this is from another thing we talked about, then A is greater than B. If A exists and B does not, then A is greater than B. Think like God and Taj Mahal. 3, the Taj Mahal exists. 4, the Taj Mahal exists and God does not. 5, if the Taj Mahal exists and God does not, then the Taj Mahal is greater than God. 6, the Taj Mahal is greater than God. according to 4 and 5. And 7, it is false that the Taj Mahal is greater than God because of God's, he has the properties. So this is more like a property argument between reality and non-existence, or reality and what can be the possibility of existence. The Taj Mahal exists, it's in front of us, it is greater than God, but it's false that can't be if God did exist, because if God exists in reality, it would be considered more powerful. But for now, Taj Mahal exists in as likeness to God because it has the properties of God. But again, if God exists in reality, it would trump the Taj Mahal. And so again, the same rhetoric and the same line of logic makes you think about what we can conceive of God in that Nietzschean terms, that if God is dead, what Promethean transhumanism can you develop? And he says, it reiterates here, I found the point. Number 7, it is false that the Taj Mahal is greater than the being than which it is not possible that there can be greater, that there be a greater one. So it's like I just reiterated that. So it's really an argument about properties, and can these two properties that are the same existence. Again, it sounds very analytical and math logic, because that's what it is. You have to enjoy logic and math for this, but once you understand it, it's like actually quite exciting to think in these terms, because then you realize that what we're talking about, it's not just numbers and shapes and boxes. It's more than that.
Yeah, and I took some symbolic logic courses, and at Wayne State University, that is really the expertise there. It's right here in Detroit, and some of my friends went on to go and do master's degrees, programs over there at the Wayne State University, and it was all analytic philosophy and logic and all that type of stuff that we were really studying. I think I took 1 or 2 classes on it, and yeah, it's a lot like math. And like once you figure out the reasoning of it, it actually is quite elegant and beautiful. But without that, yeah, it just looks like a monstrosity. And then
Yeah, a
you
lot of
also wonder why it should work.
yeah, a lot of continentals get upset because they think if they can't solve the riddle and can't do the math, then they can't understand it. That's bullshit. Because again, if a computer can work, if science works, if the smartphone I'm talking to works, it required engineering and program it in a logical sense to work. And all of our arguments and the way we speak works basically the same way. It's just the clarity of the argument, what thoughts are being conceived, and how you can tell other people about it so they can think a different way about it. It isn't just subjective, Richard Rorty, I'm using analytics to prove there is no truth. It's more akin to the clarity of the argument and how you can think of these things, which then makes it possible of why this is this and that is that. And I do think that's highly missing right now in a lot of new philosophy, because a lot of new philosophy is just improving upon liberalism, not upsetting the brown people's feelings.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, this passage here is interesting. Among a lot of other things, Nietzsche said that you can't have really vestigial organs that are then developed by use, because how could something vestigial develop by use? And henceforth, he challenged this notion of progress. And he said, well, I'll just read some of this. It says, more frequent is Nietzsche's criticism of what he perceives in evolution, inherent reliance on a sense of progress. He says, for example, the development of a thing, practice, or organ according to the least of all of its progresses towards a goal, still less a logical and shortest progresses, reached with the smallest expenditure of energy and cost, unquote. Nietzsche in 1998. Even more explicitly, there's probably some sort of I think they're quoting these. I think most of these quotes are from the Nachlass, which are his notes, notebook notes that were published posthumously. Even more explicitly in the Nachlass, he writes that what surprises me most when surveying the great destinies of man is always seeing before me the opposite of what Darwin and his school see or want to see today. Selection in favor of the stronger, in favor of those who have come off better, the progress of the species. The very opposite is quite palpably the case. Saying it's devolution. That's a real thing. But yeah, anyways, it's an interesting what he says about it. But yeah.
Yes, yeah, I like that.
The opposite is quite palpably the case.
I'm just looking through my notes in the book because you can have just one book during the summer, just a Plantinga book, and you'll be at it for like 3 months, and that's all you really need. You don't need anything else. It's like your little desert island book. And I'm just looking through my notes to say if I can regurgitate anything I've learned or try to what Plantinga is saying. He's a lot more just criticizing previous ideals about God, but he's saying importantly getting back to what needs to be said in an age of the opening for chapter 4, the theological argument. Plantinga writes in the first paragraph, if the ontological argument smacks of trumpery and word magic, the teleological proof is as honest and straightforward as a Norman Rockwell painting. No doubt it is on this account that it has enjoyed a wide popular appeal. Immanuel Kant, who had little but contempt for the ontological and cosmological arguments, believed that the telegraphical proof, as wrote, and there's a quote by Kant, but importantly, he also cites Hume, but here's the thing. So Plantinga writes, I begin with a connected system of objectives whose unity is easier to see than to characterize. The design argument, as stated, is an argument by analogy and may be put schematically as follows. I think it's schematically as follows. I'll just say this one. 1. The production of human contrivances are the products of intelligent design. 2. The universe resembles the production of human contrivances. I think that's what's right. 3. Therefore, probably the universe is a product of intelligent design. 4. Therefore, probably the author of the universe is an intelligent being. And then Plantinga concludes, the objection is that the universe is not, after all, very much like the productions of human design and intelligence, not like them to support this argument. Why not? And then he goes on from there. But this is something that Hume and Kant actually believed about intelligent design, the big hit word that they like to use. But the important way is the probability and the resembling, is that if it exists, if it looks like it, and if we can imagine it, and it's probably something that's similar to what we see in the universe and the author who made it likely was probably beyond a comprehension we don't understand. It's more something of intelligent design. But again, this is just the whole chapter on it of what he thinks about it. But I think this is probably gets into the idea of if a human can conceive of this, then he's obviously can conceive of God in other minds.
Yeah, I think that this concept that like like they basically challenge the notion that there's nothing new under the sun by saying, well, whatever's under the sun is subject to change and improvement. So that is where it goes back to the idea that the real is irrational. That the possible and the actual are the same thing. That's always the opposing notion, and the one that they can't argue against, because like we were talking about, it all goes back to, well, there's no difference between mind and time, right?
Right. Yeah,
So
that's why I think Plantinga's
yeah.
because I'm midway through the book. because he begins by giving us all these, like, how did people used to think about God, how I think about God, what we currently think about God, and then he concludes the book with his conclusion. So it's like kind of like a build-up for it's only a 260-page book, but like starts out really heavy, but then when he gets to theological argument, then it's like he starts to talk about God in our minds. But a lot of these logical points, he's like setting you up to think like, what is God? You know, if you were to follow logic, and people, like, if you ask the average Christian, what do you think? What is God? You know, in fact, here's something on page 109, quote by Plantinga. In arguing that God exists, the theist typically means to argue for a proposition equivalent to the conjunction at which the following are conjuncts. A. The universe is designed. B. The universe is designed by exactly one person. C. The universe was created ex nihilo, from nihilism. D. The universe was created by the person who designed it. E. The creator of the universe is omniscient, omnipotent, and perfectly good. And F. The creator of the universe is an eternal spirit, without body, and in no way dependent upon physical objects. So if you think about the theological argument in this way of what God is, then you kind of start to understand what God is, this kind of thing that either exists in reality as this philosophy of being designed by this exact one person who created everything and has these qualities, or that God does not exist in this physical reality and must exist somewhere else in another mind.
Okay. And yeah, feel free to put forward any more reflections you have from this book, because we're actually going to be opening up some Plantinga videos
Yeah, we
before
should do that.
yeah, some
I
of the
mean,
one the one that you sent me and a couple other ones
you should also get the
that are
PDF
shorter.
for just look for the PDF of God and Other Minds, and we could do our like little book club on it and look at the PDF text together, because I have my copy right here and I'm just pondering over the text as we speak and thinking aloud.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, are you feeling better at all in terms of your?
No, I still have the cold. I'm
Yeah,
getting
it's
better.
been
I still have the cold.
yeah. Yeah, it's wild. You've been sick for a minute. I hope you're doing okay, my friend. You know what I mean?
I think
But
I
yeah,
got sick at the water park the other day,
yeah, I'm getting
unfortunately.
worried about you. Yeah, because it's like you've been sick for like a month straight.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I got sick. I got sick after the day I saw Erasure in Atlantic City. So that was June the 17th. And but then I started work and I just got sick again a day ago. And then I had a lingering cough. So it's a lot of things. I think more like 3 weeks I've been like this weird lingering germ, but it's going away soon. I feel a little better. It's just congestion, just coughing up the phlegm and the brown infection. So
For sure. Yeah, I got this purple weed right now. So yeah, I'm gonna listen to some music, some cannabis. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that artist, but yeah,
I
blessings. Yeah, what's going on?
Buckingham Palace.
Yeah, Buckingham Palace,
Let's
exactly.
stand outside and make the Buckingham Palace take it. It'll come back to me.
Yeah.
And it'll be then some Hennessy. I got all these girls in the game of Salmon Seed. Then I take the automobile. I used to like know that song from heart. But if it comes back outside, my mind will, because it's like the only song I can record by Cannabis, and it's all his songs where he has literally no chorus, and it's just one long verse, like freeform rap verse, like
Yeah,
conscious rap verse.
I've opened my show with that song before. Definitely. Shout out to Mikey. He's a huge fan of cannabis as well.
Yeah, but yeah, Buckingham Palace is like his big song. He always plays. He plays live. It's like his last song he plays.
Yeah, let me know if you want to come up here, Sarah, I'll send you a link on the Discord. Give me a second here as I play this cannabis. But yeah, blessings to everyone who's here. We got 21 people here. Saturday night.
Oh, what's that one song that goes? There's a lot of cannabis. I love the first 3 albums. I have those on vinyl. Trying to admit.
Yeah, we got people giving it up for Plantinga on Saturday night. That's what it is. Yeah.
Plantinga and cannabis.
Exactly.
And I bust Nigatrometry. I don't remember what song I like by Cannabis. It's in my playlist actually. What song?
Negronometry.
Well, yeah, that was Nigatometry, but it was like an edit version.
Yeah, maybe it was. Yeah, maybe he made another one too. He's made so many damn songs, but yeah.
Yeah, 2000 BC. I love. That's a great album. 2000 BC. All those songs. 100 Bars is great. Oh, sorry, yeah. All these great. 2000 BC is a great album. I always had that on replay. 100 Bars. Yeah, like 100 Bars.
Yeah, that's the beat right there. I'm about to black out with 100 bars on some professional shit. So don't try this at home, yo.
That's a great one. 100 Bars.
Yo, my style of rhyme is like Aztecs.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it though. It's a great one. 100 Bars. Yeah, it's really weird because like if you look on every list of like 100 greatest rappers alive, Cannabis is always in the top 10. And people kind of look always, yeah, probably like Biggie or Tupac or Eminem, whatever, or like Punisher is up there, but like but it's like Cannabis is always there. I was like a 9, 8, or 7, and he's alive. And people kind of just look the other way. It's really strange. It's probably like the most well-known rapper, but like not even mainstream, and like everyone respects him.
Yeah, thank you so much to the 21 people here. You know, instead of doing what, you know, there's lots of terrible options for you people out there. But yeah, you guys are here, which is good to know. But yeah, let's see this Cannabis. Blessings. Thank you guys for joining us.
Be first to catch this beat down. My rap pages be the source. Eagle trip with many victories and no loss. Rap sheet to show you details of wars and streets. With the most lies, catch vibe and blaze heat. Double XL kings who rush through, got right on. Quick to stretcher, sound cool, we get a mic on. Laugh, let the plate spin. Consecutive hits, promote a face grin. The dorm catch fits, keep the paper direct wire. CMJ retire, unlike the story that echoes out from chronic liars. Like those who feast on hall, these murder dogs. The village voice kid with his heart and soul clawed. Killer bees produce the honey that fortified a platinum. Plus, the DJ claws fiend to scratch them. Thus, street team take shots of criticism. Promotional vehicles whipping with mad rhythm. With the lockout for one of our source force. We spice the stand, launch the stage on the war court. During the first half, #1 draft. Rap lords, swing swords, slam microphone, shatter billboards, 48 sights. After inhaling the herb, vision impaired. When the silhouette emerged, one nut out the clan. Get your whole plate banned from radio. PD's cut your raps, man. Forcing me to move on from one world to another. Wanna go from the fuel jet to hover. Take cover with the radical. Urban Latino, no hip-hop connection with us and Janet Reno. I do an interview and they aim to trace my essence to no more than is necessary. Bunch of weapons, my group is Nova. Remain unsober and serve high times with King Cobras. I'll show ya low post MCs, your whole styles with feast. Second to get your word up, then the troops unleashed. Creative loafing to the grand opening with my ray gun scoping. You're hoping uniforms be fridged when they walk the black beat in the heat. A razors exposing fresh meat, then bedrock gambling. Rolling stone out of zone where they can't monitor my zap phone. Collide with the tiger beat, rapping rocker, ebony eyes, folks see the saga.
Y'all niggas want to pay? Yo, motherfuckers! Want to pay?
Niggas don't want the pain.
Y'all niggas don't want it.
If y'all want the pain, let me hear you say hell yeah. Gotcha, baby. Say hell yeah. Say fuck yeah. Say shit yeah. Just make sure my mic is all the way up. If y'all with me, everybody sing along.
Yo, niggas is phony, frontin' like they master ceremonies. None of you suckers are even remotely close to me. To be nice, I sacrifice things like no sleep. I keep a library of lyrics on microfiche, creating concepts so deep. Niggas quote me, they rewind and interpret my rhymes to they homies. I've advanced beyond your flows eons ago. It's inevitable in 98 I'ma blow. Ever since 84 I've been in it to win it. But see back then we used to battle by spinning on the cement. You can't even absorb the rhymes I record or resolve the deep laws of the physics involved. I travel to the end of the universe and beyond. Parsecs out of range from a cellular star tech from the galaxy of Andromeda. I puzzle niggas like crop circles and other unexplained phenomena. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. You spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless. Hey yo, I came to see that hip hop is never tarnished. So
Word up.
You better watch.
Every time I stop, it seems stuck. Soon as you try to step off the cannabis, the megalithic master craftsman, closet meteorologist. Look at the clouds, a storm's coming. That's common sense. I think about this giant monstrosity. 10W40 blood viscosity, big enough to kill the whole colony. Block a low kiss on the oil leaking from the barrel drum. I did it all for dinosaur blood. The sky's falling, ocean levels rising from warming. Too much carbon, we all know the real causes. Jet planes in the skies are storming. Dark night, riot squads are forming. Snakes are calling, rack jumping shit, but the water is boiling. Produce is spoiling, state of affairs appalling. Can't believe people still snoring. Wake up and stop yawning. Vengeance is mine in the morning. Speech, recognize speech. Mobile phone signals out of reach. Data plan says your talk is cheap. The king is a captive, trapped by his own inaction. Celebrated after global disaster. That's when Father Arthur Poor Papa was captured. His golden palace was collapsed amidst great ashes that were once wide green pastures with panthers, dragons, tigers, and rappers. He is but a man of minor stature, the megalithic master craftsman.
Futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious.
My brain ain't getting enough oxygen. I built the robotic cannabis and now nobody's stopping us. Black hoodie in the streets, lumberjack fleece. The beast from the east brought the thunderclap beats. Ability from baggage, drop it. Hip hop is toxic. I administer the detox process all over the beat. I rap with my robot to feel complete. He can rap better than me. Not a hard thing to do to cut RTR loose. He gon' show every one of you he got the juice. Personal revelations regarding self-preservation, daily wealth generation, and healthy meditation. Cool, but I can't, so I shit my pants. I'm okay, I go sit over there. You go dance, have fun, go find romance. Can a matchbox man? No, but a tin can. Grant me the cloud, I'ma fix this thing. Give me a mic, I might decline to sing. Lyric for lyric, layer for layer, prayer for prayer. They want the future thinking I'm a failure. Gotta write some bars essentially kept on cloud storage. Cause I ain't got the memory for it. I gotta do my best if I can barely pull my own weight. It's the island stone face told me to hate. Strength of vitality, Darrow rock Indians dance for me. Half a dozen UFOs land from 7 billion minds. Couldn't control the mind of one, controlling solar flares coming from and 51.
The mixing board, channeling the mixing board, channeling spirits like a Ouija board. They stared at us all, evaporated. Terrestrial walk through the walls and explain everything about reality. As all the man knows who are Grimwall's master. Matrix manifest miracle motions into a crystal quartz or smoke chemicals into alcohol. A danger to you all. What stop to the score, to the last man fall. Possess all knowledge known. The days of old when
all. Lyricists were bold and they spoke from the soul. The oxygen I breathe is a billion years old. Be born to translate to something great. Animate ones and zeros, a sideways explode. My occipital low, remote viewing the glow. Biological electrodes protrude from my probes, connected nose flows tabulated below. You already know. Unlimited meaning with words beyond human reserve, beyond being protected or served. College is a source for knowledge. Soul Sand 51 command the complex of rhythm robotic. Basel 3 compliant, the psychopath science of LIBOR clients that have to revise their diet, produce their own food, export or supply it, sell goods to the market that allow us to buy it. But what if inflation cripples suppliers, setting off economic dividers, the ripple even wider? The sun visor, chief analyzer, HNIC improviser. Just don't get so excited over secrets that should not be told, and you should not be so bold. Who are you to judge how they roll? It's a cold world, yes indeed, but in achieving your dreams, then how can you regret what you see? Sideways 8 times C. The light is how long it takes me. I suggest you leave hip-hop alone for your own safety. 10,000 courses. I sacrifice things like nose. He doesn't exaggerate. He claims he was the first rapper in space. Ain't scared to say rip the jacket to your face. He was trusted but betrayed. His name led him to his grave, but not before he conquered his rage. What a marvelous day, gardening, parsing in the shade. Quite a change from his militant ways. He said one reckless action could pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise will bring healing from the wars. No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with a job? IRA 401k, I need to pay right away. Go away, silence they say. No escape for the slave trying to run us like jogging in place. The gulags are not very far away. Pompeii, 7 kilometers going the wrong way. Motherfuckers be reading GPS wrong all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with a job? Already 401k. Check this out, guys.
Alvin, you've taken a fascinating approach to the concept of naturalism, that the substance of reality is only physical, and you use an evolutionary argument. How does that work?
Well, first, I would say naturalism is the idea that there isn't any such person as God or anything like God. So naturalism is stronger than atheism. You could be an atheist without rising to the full heights or descending to the full depths of being a naturalist. So if you...
Okay, so naturalism is basically materialism by necessity. It goes to pure randomness. There's no real change because everything's just pure energy, right? And it goes into a type of, the highest type of naturalism is probably a sort of naturalistic monism. Now, you know, it's interesting that our
wait, sorry, can you explain that a little further? When you say naturalistic monoism, is I think the words used, you're saying like a
like there's like only one type of stuff,
like an adrenine, like like adrenine,
it's like
balance. Because see, I wonder if that's actually the point, and if the point isn't to have that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but you know what I'm saying. Where
it's okay. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
No, just that like actually the point of coming to that ultimate balance is not the point. Like it's not plausible in this, because to me it all connects. So with the concept of a toroidal fluctuation constantly in and out, you need that ebb and flow. You need the two polarities. So to ultimately make yourself fully balanced is actually not the point. And it will like this this sort of trans agenda that's happening as well. I feel like it's incorporated in the in the over extremism of quote unquote balance, which is what you're seeing in a lot of this new age philosophy as well, which actually in this new age philosophy, they are getting away from naturalism, if you don't agree. Sorry, I mean, curious if you don't agree.
No, I agree with the basic things that you've presented. In terms of you know, this type of naturalism, you know, it's more coming out of a belief in trying to get rid of progress in evolution, right? So they want to divorce these two ideas, progress and evolution, right? So it's a philosophical movement, right? So this idea naturalism is basically going on the side where they're saying there's necessity and change. They're going on the side of necessity. Now you could have evolution, which is unguided, right? That's a step above just pure naturalism, right? And then above that,
but evolution is heavily dependent on linear time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Right.
Like I think in this construct that immediately throws, dishevels the whole disagreement. Like you can't, if you can't like I'm going off, but I think you know what I'm saying. Like if you can't conceptualize, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I brought in time and the ephemeral and tried to equate evolution with basically the transcendental argument being succumbed to the ephemeral within people like Hegel. So it's like a mixture of philosophy of history with the philosophy of being, if you will. So really what it is what that guy who was writing that manual about Darwin's theory of evolution, he was saying it's going back to Heraclitus, right? So in Heraclitus, right, he brings in change. See, everything's change in Heraclitus, right? And so like that's why I opened my presentation with that you have to really get rid of this idea of pure beingness in order to get to evolution itself, because you got to bring in all sorts of weird notions of time, right?
So more or less like real evolution versus the scripted that we've been given, right?
Yeah, like one of the concepts was in Alfred Russel Wallace, right, who actually invented the theory of evolution around the same time to explain telos in nature, right? He was studying butterflies and stuff, and he looked at them and he said, well, it seems like nature is guiding evolution, right? So his idea was that nature probably is intelligent in some way, being able to guide processes like evolution to make sure that there's a progress within different species and things, right? So obviously that sounded too magical, right? So people like Darwin and other people, they wanted to get rid of that idea, right? So they went for a more naturalistic version of evolution, right? And that's where Plantinga comes in, because he's like, well, evolution and naturalism, they basically like oppose each other at their very root.
Exactly.
Like you can't really have both at the same time. Like you're talking about a contradiction in
and evolution
terms,
like doesn't even like the memory aspect of well, it's also that electromagnetic field. So, and this gets into like the roots of the fungi or the roots of the trees and how they warn each other. Like that doesn't equate to any of how actually evolution works too. So well, there's obviously also a disappreciation with the emotional aspect of health in general, which is what I was sort of ranting about in the chat earlier, that I often don't stop quote unquote hashtagging. By the way, I think you guys do realize this. I know some of you guys mimic me after. You realize hashtags in chat go nowhere. It's really just for fun. I just want to make that clear. Because I saw somebody like follow up, thinking maybe it was tagging, but regardless, the aspect of the 0 point field. And so with physics, or with even you want to start to get into other religions, they talk about this in a different term, but what resonates around a person and what comes off of them, especially why we talk about lunacy or insanity and what those really mean. So that also to me equates to the earth and how the plants react. This is also one of my favorite arguments when it comes to being a vegan. So I'd love to have that conversation deeper as well. But the sentientness of plants. And I kind of took that, I did take that conversation classically on an ADHD pathway, but I think you get what I'm getting at.
No, I do get what you're getting at, because it's plausible that a plant has its own type of intelligence that is not like human intelligence at all. That plants experience consciousness in a totally distinct way from human consciousness, contrary to Aristotle's views of the vegetative soul, right? So that would go back to some of what I was presenting is, and just the general movement of if I look at James Lovelock and I look at his sort of Gaia theory, it does seem like if the earth is guiding certain changes that facilitate life, like for example the mycorrhizal relationship between trees and fungus, then it would then mean that that nature is basically an intelligent system. It's guiding evolution in a sense. And so these processes are not random, right? But it points back to that idea that I was talking about, which is telos in nature, right? Which is this dangerous concept that got Alfred Russel Wallace popped back then, right? When Darwin stole his theory, right? But yeah, that's basically the ideas that.
So what are we influencing, like just by even us being in the woods and observing in a certain pattern, depending on our initial like incentive or motive? What are we actually manifesting just by that alone? And that I think is something, because this does play into a hologram type theory or simulation theory. And I'm not saying that's the answer, because I do think it's much deeper. But how much are we perpetuating on that level?
Well, I think I mean it's all about really trying it out. If you go into nature with intentions, right, clear intentions, I think it changes the way you relate to what's going on around you. So I mean it just goes with like, yeah, why are you there? And then it's not a place that you really go to. That's another idea, that nature isn't really out there, but it's that we're in it, right? We're inside of nature, right? So that is the problem, is that how do you observe something that you're a part of, separate yourself from it and then observe it, right? It seems like two unnecessary steps,
Well, this
that
is what
is made. Yeah.
This is where I think you and I connect on, like, how disconnected are we? And I don't know how much you've observed or worked with Qigong, but the idea of moving energy and those who are currently doing work like that now, just with basic water waves or just wind structure, just with their hands by grounding into the earth. And I mean, this is controversial, but there's been so many studies done with the Shaolin monks. And then this connects, to levitation. And I was talking about in the past, I've talked about the pain sensory aspect as well, of being able to alter that perception.
Well, I just want to say two things really quickly. First, I think what you're referring to is kind of like Taoism and like the Tao Te Ching, like where the art of doing nothing to actually change things. I think that there is something to that, but I think that's not something that most people in the West, at least, can really comprehend. And I think most people in the East are not terribly concerned with. But I wanted to ask, because of what you guys are all getting into territory that kind of reminded me of a conversation I was having yesterday. And I just want to mention this because I don't think I've ever heard TML or Pill Eater or anybody mention this before. But how do you guys think this all relates to Aristotle's prime mover and how that relates to religion, occultism, etc.? That's kind of the only thing I had for the moment because I'm a little busy. But I think I'd be very curious if that connects to kind of anything else that we're kind of covering and what you guys are specifically talking about with like the simulation theory, solipsism, etc. All right, and I'll come back later. Thanks.
That's why I was talking about 0 Point Neurojack when I saw that comment about the prime mover, because of it being like a directed force, like based, and it is machine. I think it's right. It's in relation to the idea of a machine and what that perpetual motion. That's also why I talked about a little bit ago about like the toroidal field. Like if you add that into it, it's the same thing again when I talk about plants being sentient. That same energy, whatever you're doing, whatever that perpetual force is, how does that actually put itself into the cog, into the wheel, which you could call that toroidal field, which then again sort of plays around with this. Okay, are we in a simulation? Are we in a machine? And I do and have talked about the show Lost before, because right, it's the idea that, well, they have this code, but the idea that this island has a machine, and this machine actually shifts itself and alters itself in a timeline fashion. A lot of things point to the fact that we are not in a linear time frame, or that it's not quite to that. And I'm not and I'm very just to sort of lay the grounds down. I'm actually quite spiritual in my pathway, in my, if you want to call it psychic like abilities, though it's maybe not as traditional. I definitely have those connections. So I'm not like, by even discussing this, I'm not throwing that stuff by the wayside. I'd like to hear more of that debate.
Well, in terms of basically what, the idea of the prime mover, and I've talked about it a little bit on this show. Well, I talked about his hierarchy of being in the anima and the vegetative soul, the appetitive soul, and how this influenced the 11th century thought. But then you have the influence of the prime mover, which is there's 3 elements, and it talks about all these elements that I was referring to earlier: teleology, and this concept of how the sculptor has the idea of what he wants to form in his head, before he molds the clay, sort of, and then he sort of shapes what he wants to make and pulls it into the past, from the future, so there's this idea of sort of pulling things through the void and shaping reality, if you will. And there's this idea of molding nature. So there's three things that exist from the beginning of time: nature, the void, and the creator. Right. And now, obviously, going back to the Darwinian concept and also the concept of Dawkins, where he talks about the blind, I think he said blind watchmaker, which is very much an allusion to Saturn. He's talking about Saturn. He's talking about a blind god that's the god of time. And obviously he's part of the British Royal Society. I'm pretty sure Dawkins is, right? That has its origins in Freemasonry. So it's obvious that Dawkins was using heavy laden symbolism, occult symbolism, in order to describe this sort of deistic, entity, right? As a replacement for God. And obviously the blind man is a reference to Oedipus, somebody who basically is a incestuous person who has sex with his own mother and then
Are
blinds
they not
himself.
replacing? Are they not then though currently replacing God with AI? Like they are adamantly, in my personal opinion, trying to find God in science to sort of rectify everything we get into in the details that they can't explain. Like this for me also coincides again with my own personal abilities. This coincides with like my Sasquatch experience. Which could be explained in a interdimensional concept. If you've looked into a lot of the stories behind him, I know that sounds over the top right now. Yes, I am that woo-woo person, but you know what I'm saying? Like there's something obviously like deeper to it. But this is okay. So I don't mean to take the conversation here, but kind of in this concept of like, I mean, right? Like, isn't that what we're all trying to do here? Is try to find the purpose, like the origin. So with me saying that, like, aren't we sort of poking at the bear? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take over this right now, so I apologize because I was trying to get with something, but I don't want to take over the conversation. Thank you.
It's okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm talking way too much, so appreciate it.
No, I like where you were going with that. Like you're talking about ultimate purpose, and that's basically what Plantinga's going about. Purpose of what, says Base Oracle. The purpose of existence, right? You could talk about destiny. You could put destiny on the side of the past, right? And you could put fate on the side of the future, right? And you could put positive on the destiny charge and negative on the fate charge, and you could put life on the destiny charge and death on the fate charge. And what do we do from now to then? Right? Time and nature and existence and purpose. Right? These are ultimate questions.
Yeah. Like we're constantly asking, why are we here? What is the objective? Like, no offense, I'm not trying to poke at you, Base Oracle, but you're here to do a podcast, correct? Like you have a message. I know you're a veteran. Like there might be some aspect to that. I'm saying that partly because I've worked with a lot of veterans and have a lot of close friends. I'm just saying, like, there's something that you feel that calls you to do what you're doing right now, even to post that comment. Like, why are we all in this boat together right now trying to dissect it. Now, I personally feel like through a lot of the research I've been doing, it all connects. So whatever it is we're fighting over, whatever side of what it is, it's still like the same thing. It's just has a lot of it has a different name. So when I talk about purpose, some of that to me is also saying, like, I have a something that calls me to do what I'm trying to do right now. That was, by the way, Kem making fun of me. Love you, Kem. But you know, like I know that I'm supposed to hold it, like build it, they will come kind of concept. It takes a village. Those things have stayed with me for a long time. Like a lot of all the work I've done has led up to this point, and that shows for me. I don't need to obviously back that up, but so you know, but then at the end of the day, I also realize living immediately in the present is so fucking important. Just, you know, we can't overly obsess about quote unquote purpose or the future or what we're supposed to like constantly be anxious about. I think that's part of the ploy. Recently I've been talking about this, the whole righteous warrior aspect, like feeling like you have to fight this battle, this ultimate battle. And even with the natives, we all know TML, what's up? Shout out to Mo. You know what I'm saying though? Even the natives and their concepts of what rules us or how we're supposed to run as far as like how the righteous warrior can take over. And I have discussed that. I don't think when I get into germ theory, again, I would back this up with a modern science gets in, The Body Keeps the Score is a really good book. I actually am going to be taking a little, I've been trying to like touch it a little bit, but taking some more excerpts from that and showing how much that actually conjuncts with our own personal health, our own personal mindsets. And again, why I just brought up the idea, like if we're getting into these, if we're hashing out these, like we're talking about Trump and fucking Biden all day, what are we actually manifesting if we think there's any relevance to it? And if is that not on purpose? And then this is again why I'm rambling, I feel like a little bit, because a lot of times I end up coming back around, I end up repeating myself. But again, this is why I talk about emotional warfare, and why like the fear and shame and guilt and all these things attack our immunity and our gut, and how our gut and our liver have so much, and our kidneys have so much to do with filtration and how our body operates. So like we always talk about like taking supplements and, you know, you need this and this on the natural, even on the natural health level. Like, yes, there's some truth, there's really good supportive things, but if you don't actually allow your body to fight for itself, you don't give it the space to do that, you're weakening constantly because you're depending constantly on something other than what your own body's ability is able to do without having those influences on a regular basis. And so thank you very much for the soapbox. I'm going to step down for a decent period of time. Pill Eater, thank you for that. You have a lot of information to share, so go for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Especially about the in terms of processed foods and the gut biome and all of that type of stuff, how we interface with nature. And me and you have talked about this in the past as well. That we're different parts of nature, and that's the problem, is that when you look at nature, with a capital N, it's really a hard issue in philosophy and logic to actually describe what you're talking about. And that goes to part of what you know all of these is that nature and technology are two things that you're so involved in because they are you. You've made them, right? And you're made of them, right? And they're part of how you create, and nature is for all intents and purposes, seems to be a creation, and it seems to be creative process. And then so is our technological capacity, right? So anyways, let's go to this. And it also has to do with free will. There's something about that too. Anyways.
I didn't think there was any such person as God, but you thought there was something like Plato's idea of the good, let's say. Then you would be an atheist, but not a naturalist. And my argument is against naturalism, really. Now, when I speak of evolution, I just mean what everybody else means by this, the idea that we human beings have come to be by some process of descent with modification, where the driving force behind the process, you might say, would be natural selection working on or winnowing some source of genetic variation, random.
Okay, so you have different orders of this, right? At the bottom, you have pure naturalism, which is random, change within matter, right? Then you have guided, evolution above a sort of random evolution where there is no guidance, right? So first you have naturalism, then you have evolution without guidance, then you have evolution that's guided in a certain way, right? A process. Then you have something above that, which is intelligent design, right? You could have intelligent design with aliens or some type of deistic entity, right? Or you could have God in control of everything, right? And that means that there would ultimately be, in a sense, no change, right? Because
Yeah.
everything is part of the eternal will of the
Well,
creator.
and something that's not considered as the constant recycling of the body. Like actually, your brain cells or certain parts of your cells, your nuclei recycle within 72 hours. There's parts of your DNA that do the same thing. There's parts of your stomach cells, your entire skin cells, like your entire body. You're constantly having that ability to shed and recycle, which is something that's not talked about, which is also connected to what I'm getting at with the ability to rewire your brain. So with the form of evolution, and even talking about like emotional trauma, or how that epigenetic mutation happens in the body through that as well, there's something they don't talk about with how when you actually recover or you come out on the other side, how you're with the ability to recycle, that you come out like there's some forms of evolution through that. So it's really important to see that in a full spectrum. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, nature and different parts of your, cellular structure seem to have a one-to-one relationship with each other, so as there's a such thing as epigenetics that seems to sort of cancel out the idea that it's only the genes that are responsible for all this. So evolution minus, the genes being responsible for those changes, goes to epigenetics, which is that nature is guiding, evolution in a certain sense. And that goes to the idea that it's the other way around. It's not, um, it's not, basically things improving and then changing nature, going beyond their nature in a sense, but it's actually going from the other way around. That nature is actually influencing the evolutionary process, and that's one of the things that you hear these guys like Bruce Lipton say, who talks about you know epigenetics. He says Darwin was wrong. It's not the genes. So it's interesting that he starts by saying it's a provocative line, but yeah, you know, he's pointing out the other way around, on the opposite end, a similar, implosion of the same theory. But yeah.
Right. And that, just to note that stress is contagious, comes off with perspiration.
Yeah, and then and they say fears are passed down. It's like to like the
That
animals.
mutate, yeah, but yeah, and that's that epigenetic mutation again. And however, again, I do feel there's a getting into the idea of a different type of evolution, but just that if we are able to recycle our own DNA over a period of time, then and rewire our own brain activity, then are we? And this is again exhibited with the Shaolin monks. Are we not just being suppressed personally right now to not experiencing that? And this is why, again, I talk about getting back to it takes a village concept, because when you have that supportive environment, then you have the ability to express it appropriately. But it's stifled. So one of the things they tell you is it's not in your head that you really have this diagnosis, right? But when did that narrative start? And I mean, that's
Yeah.
all I can say with my personal experience. So and we've talked about this before, but I was in the medical field for over a decade, and in emergency and in hospital care, and hospice care a lot too, as well, because of the type of equipment I use. But all I can tell you is the people who came back miraculously cured, this gets into me talking about you can be a smoker and live into your hundreds, or a drinker, or drink 3 Dr. Peppers a day. There's something else. There's something else that equates to how we operate, and this is the connection to who we are, or part of whatever narrative we're caught up in right now.
Yeah, definitely. Programming is real, and yeah, we can reprogram ourselves in nature. If you notice that when people are skittishly looking at their machines, they're very much bored. They want to escape into communication with people, when really they need to learn how to be alone in nature. So the opposite of this quality of like trying to find something to do on a machine, is really, finding how you could be
Sorry, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I would just add on to that and say that a lot of the West has lost the character of Diogenes, that people don't know what it means to be, living in the forest alone, having no people. And the West thinks
Yes.
this is antisocial, but it's not. It's a form of monkery, enlightenment, Taoist mountain climbing.
Yes.
And we've browbeaten ourselves into a society where all introverted people are supposedly evil and all extroverted people are good. And you have these stupid hipster faggots in New York City that think they are cool because they are in Brooklyn, and everybody else can go to hell if they exist in Cleveland. And
Hilliter, do you think there's any purpose to any sort of celebritydom?
no, because that's
Me
different
too.
from contribution to society. 2 different things. You could be a legend where you
Exactly.
contributed to society, and it's like a good thing, like a god, or I'm not saying people are God, but like a folk tale or a contribution, a scientist, a discovery. Those are contribution society. A celebrity of fame is fleeting. And this goes back to the ideal that Buddhists argue, is that everything, the materialist world, is a fleeting concept, because on to the next thing. I'll use the example and think of the dead gay porn star memorial Think about how many men have gotten to gay pornography, died of AIDS, and go on to the next one. How many men love these other men out of the homosexual urge and then are forgotten for the next one? I mean, same could be said about the women, but I think the same way it's another sad story. Fall in love with this idol and then they die. They don't have anything else to say, and that's what
Yes.
celebrity fandom is. It's a dead gay porn star. Damn.
Well, even goes back to almost like a Joan of Arc type theme, right? Like even that righteous warrior fandom, like you're going out in this glory, this righteous warrior theme. That I think that's important to bring up. Is that the point, or does that not manifest or perpetuate some sort of other energy or focus?
Mhm. Right, and so I've written an article on this. It's called "The Cult of the Extroverts." You can look it up on my website at www.theleader.com, or just do a quick Google search, or it's in my book, Suicidal Promiscuous. But I wrote about how it is a fallacy right now within the Twitter social spaces. You know, we say that this is social media, Instagram, Twitter, when it's not about going out and meeting people. It's a psychological warfare program. So people
Yep.
believe there's activity going outside when half the conversation is, what CIA techniques can I do to parasocial relationships with strangers to boost me up as if I'm a celebrity? And that's what people in Bushwick, Brooklyn talk about all the time. And so it's like I call this evil James Burnham managerialism, where the entire
Feels like
profit and exploitation.
mobbish. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of evil. You know, you go to Brooklyn and everybody's talking about how they can exploit kids in Ohio while they make their money off these kids and they spend $3,000 a month
Yep.
to live in a and this is the whole business is Twitch. This is the whole business of OnlyFans. This is the whole business of but the point in being is that they think they are superior, not just through exploitation, but because they think they have a life. They think they have power. They think they can go outside all the time. And again, I bring up the adult industry so much because this is what women think is liberating. They think having sex with a bunch of men and getting paid for it is the highest female sexual dream they could ever live. But only then they will die a short life, and they will take pride in that. And that we all became gay porn stars in a way.
So
But I think that's bad.
worked
But
on
going
a
back,
film.
my answer is in my article, Cult of Extroverts. I said that we really should be attacking the extroverted individual. There's no good of extroversion because everything is introversion. And we have to come back to this
or the
theogony.
purpose of a solo journey, right? Like even in a tribal aspect and across the board, there's often been infiltrated like a supported. I hope you're okay over there. A supported. No, sorry, I get it.
About it.
Anyway, I have draining sinus issues. Working on deviated septum, smashed my nose as a kid, fell on my face multiple times. Okay, regardless. And now, yep, I just ADHD'd out. I forgot my train of thought. It's all
Oh no,
good.
but
This is good though. Yeah, keep going.
You know, we have Alvin Plantinga because he's an intellect that locked himself away in a room of books. We have academics and monks and intellects and scientists because they didn't talk to anyone else. They were monks. And you tell an extroverted person, and they're like, "Ew, you mean like a weird nerd?" And I would say back, absolutely, because they miss out what it means to be an individual and what it means to be a genius and an artist. Is that you don't need other people. It's not, nature is not extrovert. And so whenever you hear the arguments, their arguments is you're an incel, that's evil. And this is what faggots
that
like
you have
Nick
to
Dollinger
fall in
would
line.
say.
Yep.
Yeah, this is like what stupid faggots like Nick Dollinger and Terror House Press by Matt Forney did to me. They would just bash at me constantly in Brooklyn and say how bad I am because they didn't like my Cult of Extroverts because it was so fucking true. And now I look back and we tried to agree, but now it's like I scoff those faggots off. They're like psych warfare to make sure like anti-liberal ideals never get to New York City. And for that, I erase them off. I'm open about my hatred for them, and they are the enemy. We have to create this kind of Max Stirner egoist idealism about, I'm all for like Joker mentality. I'll put it this way, like the whole film Joker. I know Joker 2 is coming out with Lady Gaga. That's an important film. So I suggest everyone have their own Diogenes Joker mentality or to create great Sorelian revolutionary sadistic art. And I'm in favor of that. It's what it means to be the artist. If you think
Good
there's fear of missing
chaos.
out, the system has you out of the balls. Ugh.
Or at least take a leaf out of Aristophanes' book.
Oh shit! Yeah, Aristophanes is the real Joker pill, is it not? When
Yep.
yeah, where
Yeah,
where the iguana. Oh yeah,
because
the
the thing
iguana
is,
takes a shit.
I'm under. I mean, as an artist too, I look at some of the books I wrote, in the past 7 years of my life. It's like,
Oh, by
I
the
love
way, let me say the title here: Suicidal, Asian, and Promiscuous. Go ahead and buy that book by Pill Eater.
Joe Nally.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, but yeah, you said it earlier, but you said it very fast, and I don't think anybody heard
Yeah,
the
yeah.
title of your book.
I
But yeah.
apologize. I'm a little sick. But yeah, and I got my new book, A Hole in the Wall, out. So Dennis Cooper Altlit is there. I'll have to fix it up a bit. Has a little typos. I think Neurojack has an advanced copy. But I mean, all that stuff I've written about, it came from my heart. Most people can't write from the heart. It's about bitches, and it's about people I hate, about people I missed out love, and the state says they hate me, and it's like, that's not what it means to be an artist. And when you're an artist, you can say whatever the fuck you want, and you're not afraid to die. And if you have that mentality, then you do whatever you want, and that's what the Diogenes ethos is about. And I think most people
fear of death and a little primal screaming.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, psychoanalysis, all that. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's the right way to go. I think that's what it means to be an artist. And if you try to repress it and you have to be good two shoes about it, pretend it's not then it's like you're the liberal captive.
And that's what Aristophanes did with the comedies back there in antiquity.
Yeah, his I was gonna say, in the clouds, a fucking iguana takes a shit on Socrates' chest while he's gazing at the stars. So there's the accusation that he's trying to find things in the heaven and speculate on them, and he's not worried about what's going on around him or what's happening to his own person, really. So this is a great insult against Socrates, and Socrates was actually in the audience watching the play. So that tells you something about Socrates. He actually didn't care about the criticisms about him. But yeah.
Right. Yeah. A lot of weird stuff like that, for sure.
But yeah, welcome, Base Oracle.
Hey.
And welcome, Reddington. Blessings.
What's up?
Genetic mutation is the usual suspect, you might say. And what I think is the case is, I don't think you can sensibly believe these two things together. I mean, it often seems like people think of evolution as a pillar in the temple of naturalism, but I think they conflict with each other.
That's fascinating thought. So let's understand it, because most people would say just the opposite, that if evolution is one of the cardinal proofs of naturalism and that the world is only physical. I mean, that's what people would tend to think.
Yeah, that's what some people think, and I think those people are wrong. I as I say, you can't sensibly believe in both naturalism and evolution. This argument has to do with the reliability of your cognitive faculties, like memory and perception, a priori intuition, or mathematical and logical intuition. Maybe there are others, induction, let's say, whereby you know something about the future by virtue of knowing about the past, etc. These cognitive faculties, I think if you accept naturalism and evolution, you can't think of your cognitive faculties as being reliable, as giving you the actual truth about the world. And the argument goes like this. If you're a naturalist, you'll probably also be a materialist about human beings. You'll think that human beings are material objects. They're not souls, immaterial souls that have a body or own a body or work in a body or whatever. They are material objects.
The only thing that exists are material, physical objects, and nothing else exists.
Right. So if that's the case, then then you'll be a materialist. And if you're now suppose we think about not ourselves, but about creatures on some alien planet that are a lot like us, maybe a planet revolving around Arcturus. So these creatures, let's suppose that for them, naturalism holds. As things stand for them, naturalism is true. And also that evolution holds. And also these people then are material objects. These beings, creatures are material objects. So what is it that causes their behavior? Well, what causes their behavior in a sort of proximate sense will be their neurology, the states in which their brains are. So a bunch of neurons fire, send a signal down a nerve, let's say, to a muscle, causing it to contract, and my arm goes up. That's how behavior gets there, right? So behavior is caused by their neurology, and also their beliefs, what they believe, and the content of their beliefs. That's also caused by their neurology. Now, given that evolution is true, that these creatures have come to be by virtue of natural selection, winnowing some form of genetic variation, we can take it for granted that their behavior is adaptive. It enhances their fitness. It leads to survival and reproduction. And if that's true, then the same thing will go for what causes their behavior, namely their neurology. We can think of that too as being adaptive, causing the right kind of behavior, therefore being such as to promote survival and reproduction.
Okay, that basically fleshes out the main components of the argument are basically there. Is that, naturalism, is a belief that all of the beliefs that you arrive at about the world issue from material causes, right? So everything's reduced to material causes, right? Now, evolution is the fact that your cognitive faculties developed by what allows you to seek survival in the world. So there's no reason why your cognitive faculties ought to produce true beliefs about the world in order to have maximal survival, right? So basically, you could not come to the belief of evolution, which is that reduces all of your cognitive faculties to the development of material causes, right? Or the progress or development or complexity within material causes, right? As being a true belief about the world. Such a belief would not be given to you by evolution itself, right? So therefore, evolution and naturalism seem to oppose each other, and that's what he's going to go on and basically say here in the second part of this. But those are the basic components of the argument: is your cognitive faculties, right? Naturalism is basis for where those cognitive faculties and beliefs within those cognitive faculties arise from, and where evolution says that came from. Right. Anyways.
Now, the neurology that causes their beliefs, that causes their behavior, also causes their beliefs. And now the question is, okay, suppose their behavior and their neurology is in fact adaptive. What about their beliefs? What about the truth of these beliefs? Well, I think you can see that it doesn't matter about the truth of these beliefs. If the neurology causes the right behavior, the adaptive behavior, what they believe makes no difference. The belief, you might say, floats along as an extra. There it is. They hold these beliefs. That's caused by the neurology. The neurology is adaptive. But the beliefs don't have to be true for the neurology to be adaptive. If the neurology causes false beliefs but causes the right behavior, makes no difference whatever. So if you take a given belief, say any particular belief on the part of one of these creatures, and ask, what's the probability, given that naturalism and evolution and materialism, that the belief is true, it's got to be fairly close to 50-50. It'll be as likely to be true as false, but as likely to be false as true. And if that's the case, then the probability that their cognitive faculties are reliable, produce the substantial proportion of true beliefs over false beliefs that reliability requires, the probability that their faculties will be reliable, that'll be very low. All right? So there's the first step in the argument. The probability for these other creatures, the probability of reliability on naturalism and evolution, that's low. Okay, so far?
Okay, but wouldn't one think that the beliefs would be closer to true than not if the behaviors are adaptive?
That's the question. Why should that be true? With the behaviors are adaptive, the neurology that produces the behavior is also adaptive.
Yeah, that part of the argument is what most people seem to challenge. When you get to evolutionary theorists and what their challenge is to Plantinga's argument, they're going to go ahead and say, well, adaptability equals true, right? And yeah, that is a sort of, and it's very easy for Plantinga to point out how that is a very reductive stance, right? It basically throws everything out, right?
That neurology also produces these beliefs, but as long as the behavior and neurology are adaptive, what does it matter whether the beliefs are true or false? It makes no difference to the adaptiveness. Natural selection is interested in adaptive behavior and in adaptive causes of behavior, say neurology. It doesn't give a hoot about whether your beliefs are true or false. You can believe whatever you want as far as natural selection goes, as long as you behave in the right way.
Okay, so if I give you that, where are you taking me?
Well, that's the first step. Now, next, if that holds for these creatures, then it's got to hold for us as well, right? If that's the way things stand with them, then for us too, it's true that if we're produced by evolution and if naturalism is true, then the probability that our beliefs, that our cognitive faculties are reliable, that probability will be low. Now, if you understand and see that if you believe naturalism and evolution and see that the probability of your beliefs of your faculties being reliable, given naturalism and evolution, is low, then you have a defeater for the proposition, for your natural instinctive belief that your cognitive faculties are reliable. We all assume that our faculties are reliable, and I would say quite properly so. But you get a defeater for it, a reason.
And remember what he said is that not only is naturalism based on a belief about our cognitive faculties, but this idea has to do with the a priori justification for our beliefs, right? That comes before, any ideas
exactly
about how we function in the natural world.
It's kind of like this. I think one of Plantinga's rivals at the time was an Australian guy named J.L. Mackie, and he was kind of like a a Dawkins type of follower. He believed that ethics was invented rather than discovered. In other words, he thought, social construction theory. You can't say ethics was like evolutionary psychology, whatever. Now, in his first book, Plantinga's first book, he criticizes Mackey because Mackey is believing this whole evolutionary ideal of that, if ethics was just invented and socially constructed by these kind of naturalist currents, then Mackey doesn't even have the right to say that because it was just in his mind for him to say those things and not really about, what's the transcendental nature of ethics and why ethics are good. Because if you're just this like Dawkins, Rorty type that just beats around the bush and says, "Oh, it's everything subjective. I can do it I could be whatever it wants." Instead of upholding liberalism, it creates this solipsism within their character, and then they don't understand themselves really, and they're just leewaying all this hedonistic freedom, which they think is maximally good in applied ethics, Peter Singer style. So I think Plantinga is very putting the limits there and saying, hey, this is what's wrong with the J.L. Mackey's type. They think social construction is so real that they don't understand that they're shooting themselves in the foot. And that's, I think, what every Pomo philosopher is doing now.
Yeah, thank you for that. The beef between Mackey and Plantinga, a very interesting piece of the puzzle. Blessings.
Reason not to hold that belief, a reason to reject it, to give it up. You get a defeater for that belief in your belief that, and you're seeing in your belief that naturalism and evolution are true, and then you're seeing that the probability of your faculties being reliable, given naturalism and evolution, is low. So that's the second step. Anybody who sees this as a defeater for R, the proposition that his faculties are reliable. And then the next step is, if you have a defeater for R, you have a defeater for any belief that you take to be produced by your cognitive faculties. I mean, just as if you have a defeater for your initial impression that this thermometer is reliable, then you also have a defeater for any particular belief you've formed on the basis of what it says. Okay, so then you've got but of course that's all of your beliefs. All of your beliefs are produced by your cognitive faculties, right? So you've got a defeater for all of your beliefs then, in which case you also, of course, have a defeater for naturalism and evolution, that combination itself.
So what you're saying is that it becomes self-referentially destructive.
Yeah, it's like shooting yourself in the foot, you might say, right?
Or do we have like total skepticism? Now I just don't know anything.
I think that's what what I think a naturalist should really conclude, that he doesn't know anything. He could be right, he could be wrong. He has to adopt a position of complete skepticism.
Everything depends on that first probability, where you're taking a correlation between the behavior and the belief as 50-50, right?
Yeah, substantially something like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So that I think is the crux of the matter. I intuitively I would not be there. I would be at I wouldn't be at 100% belief correlated to behavior, surely, but I'd be much closer to 100% than 50%. Why should I be at 50?
Well, I mean, I think the reason you intuitively recoil from the suggestion is we all naturally assume that our cognitive faculties are reliable, and we all naturally assume that there is a close causal connection between the content of our belief, what we believe, and how we behave, what our behavior is like. But this is really an assumption. I mean, why should we think that is in fact the case? Again, what we've got is adaptive neurology, adaptive because it produces adaptive behavior, producing adaptive behavior, and also causing belief.
So your argument is that the belief is what some people call an epiphenomena, that it looks like it's real, but it's just a product and has really no causal and no relationship to the actual behavior.
Something like that. I mean, there will be connections between belief and behavior, counterfactual connections, you might say. If the belief had been different, then the neurology would have been different too. And if the neurology had been different, then maybe the behavior would be different. But still, it's the neurology that's doing the causing of the behavior, not the belief.
Okay, but if we move this forward, if that's true at instant one, T1, where the behavior is one way for adaptation and we have this belief where we're not sure whether it's real or not, that belief will then have other effects. And that will be tested over time, wouldn't it? And so that belief will know if it's real or not because it will have other implications other than the first behavior.
Well, it's not that the belief isn't real. There really are these beliefs.
True belief.
Yeah, a belief being true, right.
That's the key, yeah.
But that, again, that makes the very same assumption again, the thought that, okay, we can test these beliefs. We'll see how things turn out in the future.
Right.
I mean, two things about that. In the first place, you can't really give some kind of argument for your cognitive faculties being reliable. You can't sensibly do that because
you're using your cognitive faculties.
Any argument's going to have premises, and if you're relying on these premises, you're trusting your cognitive faculties. You're taking it for granted that they're.
Boom.
It just becomes a loop then, right?
Yep.
It's like philosophy 101 right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you made and that's the basically the nub of the precept, and also for these Kantian notions such as the a priori, justifications for beliefs and our cognitive experience, which they say that you cannot be proved through basically science, because you're relying on your cognitive faculties in order to prove those beliefs, and then B, because they haven't arrived at a scientific justification or cause for the mind, right? So they haven't been able to explain where mind basically arises out of dead matter, right? What combination of dead matter equals, living conscious experience, right? They haven't been able to recreate that. So that is another issue. Is the emergence of mind within quote unquote dead matter, right?
They're reliable. That's where they come from, And the same for your belief as to the connection between the premises and conclusion. So, as the great philosopher Thomas Reid said, if you want to know whether a man tells the truth, the right way to proceed is not to ask him. If you're wondering about that, you're not going to find out by asking him. Here, too, you can't really give an argument for your cognitive faculties being reliable by you can't give an argument of any sort, really, because you'll already be presupposing that they're reliable and giving the argument.
So you really believe that to take the two belief systems, evolution and naturalism, they conflict, and you can't logically hold them both?
That's what I think. That's what I believe. It's not an argument against naturalism and evolution in the sense that it's an argument for its being false, that naturalism and evolution are, in fact, the way the world is. I mean, I don't believe naturalism myself for an instant, but it's not an argument for the falsehood of that conjunction. It's an argument for the claim that you can't sensibly accept that conjunction. It's irrational or in some way cognitively below par to believe that pair of propositions.
Boom. There you guys go. 2.5 hours against evolution for you fucking monkeys.
Awesome.
Featuring Pill Eater and Ezra Pound.
Awesome.
Thank you.
and also Reddington. I think a lot of people that came through, I think even Base Oracle might appreciate some of those arguments. I know he's having some interesting issues arise. He's reading through the Bible right now, so he's taken a deistic approach in the past. So I think he might be coming to some interesting understanding about God and religion and how those things seem to line up during his recent scuffles online with the Christians. But yeah, thank you to the 24 people who are watching here and taking part in a discussion about evolution and such topics. I will be dropping the link here and taking a little musical break for with you guys. Yeah, blessings. Grinding up this weed. But yeah, here is a song. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but here is a song I hope you guys enjoy it called Energy Control Center. And yeah, blessings.
Y'all don't believe it tonight. See, everybody think Hollywood is what you read and hear about and it's bang.
Mind, thought, energy, light.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many directions to go at this point. Like honestly, like I could go anywhere. I could say anything about anything at this point. You know, we just talked about God, nature, evolution, like all these things.
So what's the plan of action for you?
You tell me,
I know
sis.
you want to write another book. And do you
Oh
want to be
yeah.
an educator? You want to teach?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're gonna develop
Definitely.
courses. You know, I have one course going on, you know, right now. But yeah, so I have the ability to develop a course at the moment, you know. I would even have the
Good.
resource capabilities because I have, you know, literally as many as maybe 15 to 20 copies of my book, depending on if you could share, like 2 students apiece could share one, could get maybe 30 of them in there. You know, I'd even have a book for all of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah,
As far
honestly,
as presentation goes, I can always help you with that, by the way. That was actually one of my first jobs, was binding books, printing, and I was a graphic designer without a degree. But that comes from my experience as well, like early age and messing with like Photoshop and shit. But
yeah, that's
anyway,
really yeah, that's really my goal, is to write a book and then develop a course off the book. So if I write a second book, I'll develop a second course off of
yeah.
that book. You know what I mean? So then I'll have 2 books. So if I want to teach the course, I just hand out the book that I've written. Obviously, I'd have a copy of it already. I mean, right? So I'd say, here's the
Hopefully
book
I'll
for
have
the
some
course. You know,
platform for you to come and teach at if you want to. Students ready
of
to
course, yeah.
engage.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I could lay out the subject matter, and if you get people that are interested, for sure, you know, that would be a definite possibility.
Well, a huge part of it's like this co-learning concept as well. I'm big on apprenticeships, so there would be some sort of like negotiation, because that's sort of the deal with, you know, coming in, and this is like pushing in controversy of barter and trade versus gift economy versus, obviously, you know, what we're, you know, the more capitalistic like environment. But so with that being said, like obviously we would get into the nitty gritty, but like that you come in as a member, and this is why it's private, and how we get away with a lot of different aspects of it. But and the like your membership includes certain benefits based on what you're contributing. Now some people would come in just for the event, right? And some people come in just for the healing. They're not there necessarily to, but the idea is that we'd also be building blueprints along the way to help people create their own. But bring back apprenticeships, right? I mean, so like, I don't know how you feel about that, but as an educator, because I am an educator myself, I've talked a lot about this, like that's lacking. And it's not that I don't want to take your course or be involved, but like a one-on-one type of relationship. Obviously, you can only have so many of those per person, but even right now, with what we're looking at with this boomer boom, and a lot of the knowledge, like I ran into all these, I call them the good old boys out of Utah, who have this in-depth knowledge on mining, but also like the signs of the natives, which connects to the Aztecs because of what was happening in the Utah and the Uinta Mountains at that time. These are people like, you don't want to let that knowledge go. So it beyond just like taking a class, just people like at least, and obviously several people sitting down and really absorbing that knowledge. So I think that's a really good subject, you know, and this idea again of co-learning.
Yeah, I have many one-to-one relationships with people. For example, I go to a cannabis dispensary, right? And there is a Hispanic lady who sold me weed one day, and she was talking about her beliefs about religion. So I told her I wrote a book about it. And then she asked for a copy of my book, so I just gave her one for free. And she actually texts me and talks to me about different parts of my book. She quotes different parts of my book
That's
in the
cool.
is and talks about her reading of different texts and relates it back to what I'm writing. You know, this is just a random person that I met while I was going to buy some cannabis. So, you know,
Yeah.
so you develop, you know, one-to-one relationships with people all around, just talking about different things, looking at people's belief in God. So, in other words, you know, that, you know, I don't have to be on the internet, talk to people online in order to get a message across. You know, it's just walking around, just talking to people. There's people around, you know, like as long as there's people around,
Exactly.
as long as I have a pen, I have fucking tree bark, you know, I'm gonna fucking write some shit down. It is what it is. People are gonna, you know, who want to read it are gonna read it. You know, there's no problem. You know, so so that, you know, it is what it is. You know, so yeah, Will.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that was one thing I was writing, um, on my YouTube, I guess. I wrote it on the YouTube. Let me go ahead and pull this up because I think I did say that, but I was obviously quoting. You know, it's a quote by a quote by Edward Bulwer Lytton, who is the founder of science fiction. Go ahead and wrap your mind around that one, folks. Let me go ahead and open this up. This statement I made. And shout out to the whole view who corrected my mistake there. But yeah, here, hold on. Let me go ahead and make this bigger. Yeah, last time I got very good engagement on this post. This time, not so much. It was just one post by Just Frank, and he was just playing around. But yeah, here I said in the past it was easier to convince 1 million people than to kill 1 million people. Now it is easier to kill 1 million people than to convince them. That's from Brzezinski, right? Zbigniew Brzezinski. That quote. If you guys didn't know.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Yeah, if you guys don't know who that is, look up the Trilateral Commission and Zbigniew Brzezinski, and obviously, you know, him and Kissinger, they did a lot of good for the world. Let's just put it that way for now, folks. We don't have time to get into it, but I think you know what I mean.
Quote unquote.
Yeah, quote unquote. You know, yeah, and yeah, they did a lot of things. I'm sure they'll have to talk to the God that we were talking about in the first part of this presentation about the things they did here. But yeah, what makes this statement true is the total destructive capacity of our weapons and tech, and inability of people to trust what they see on the screen. Okay. Okay, people.
Yep.
You know, so that's what Brzezinski's talking about. He's just quoting his message in this idea of the people, how to manipulate the mass consciousness based on the present circumstances, right? He's getting to the meat and bones of the issue. In other words, and he just wants to get straight up to, okay, how can I weaponize this information of the present circumstances that humankind faces? Let's just get to it. You know, but yeah, just as the pen created empires of willing servants to follow ideology, it was once said the pen is mightier than the sword. Today, the keyboard is mightier than the gun. $1 is worth more than a vote. And instead of thinking in terms of ballots and bullets, there's a quote by Malcolm X. Men consider things in terms of batteries and drones. Pow. The impact of technology on our lives, right? That you could push a button and blow up an entire village.
And it's all because of the construct of telling us that we are not capable of doing this ourselves without having some sort of machine. We can't survive unless we are able to blast off into space.
Blasting off into space still requires technology at this point.
That's what I mean, right? And like, what is, and that's why I always say, like, I say this to my parents all the time. I'm always like, when does it end? When is it enough? But at the end of the day, what I think AI is something more organic than we've been laid in or laid out for. Like, there's a distraction with that connection, and this is again the God connection, and so there's sort of, in my opinion, there's some sort of string playing, and I don't know why, because I'm not convinced of a good or versus evil, so I'm not really sure, other than God, what plays a role in this. What lesson is it?
Well, look at it in terms of, I guess nature, or, I've been trying to open up this sort of idea about nature and God and technology and man, that these concepts are interconnected, and the way you place these concepts or how you connect these concepts, it tells a lot about the way people think about the nature of the world, humanity's struggle, what we are to achieve in this world. Like, for example, there's people who think man is God. There's people who think nature is God. There's people who think man is technology. There's people who think nature is technology, right? There's people who think God is going to come out of technology the same way we came out of nature, right? So there's all sorts of admixtures of these four concepts. And one could say that these four concepts, their definitions of these four concepts themselves are pretty much made up. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Definitely possible. But then it's like the whole, where does it end? Like, what's real, what's not? How deep does that go? And with that, I'm going to pack a bowl.
What does real mean?
Ooh, here we go. Yep, definitely going to pack a bowl on that one.
Make it 2. Hey, my bad. I had to hop suddenly earlier.
No, it's okay.
But I am back. So what connection are you... I mean, kind of what are you getting at with that line of questioning, Machine? Like the end kind of thought.
I guess it would be a descending order of affairs, right? With God on the top, then I guess nature, right? As a mediator between God and man, right? So you have God on the top, the way most people view it. This is just conventional, right?
Right.
I'm trying to paint a picture that maybe will make sense to most people. Maybe God on the top, then nature, then humanity, then technology is as something that we make, right?
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah,
now
that sounds right.
now how we have now see, think of simulation theory, right? And it says, well, nature is simulation, right? That means that nature is basically technology, like, technological, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
So now that changes the order, doesn't it?
Right.
You know what I mean, right? So
Yeah,
that
no,
so
no,
that
I see
idea,
what you mean. Yeah.
so that idea of that, oh yeah, we're just in a matrix. This is a simulation. That's meant to change the order. You know what I mean? Of this quote unquote, what is called ontology. Get it right? This is called ontology. This is the nature of being, right? In philosophy, you call it that, right? So whether or not, so what you believe about nature is the order of operations you see here, right?
Yeah.
And what makes the most logical sense, right? Which in the Tao Te Ching it says, man serves, heaven. Heaven serves the Tao, and the Tao serves what is natural. That's what it says.
Hmm.
So there's this, again, this order to things.
Well, if you think about, it seems to me that people worship technology in a way that would be much more conducive to appreciate nature. Meaning that people seem to have it backwards or wrong. But to your point, the order that you mentioned at first could be wrong. But I think it's right because I don't even know how to verbalize it. Holding technology to the esteem that we are is degrading society. I mean, I think that you and I agree on that. But the lack of appreciation for nature is also degrading society.
And like the information and, actually getting into some of the frequency aspect of this, but the building materials that are used, this kind of inside culture, and now some of the new information that's come out on CO2 retention due to our influx of living indoors so often and not being outside, because we are kind of more hooked to our phones. And how many of you start your day by looking at your phone? Like, how many of you wait an hour to touch it? This is something I've really worked on. So that's why I'm asking, because I'm not perfect, but.
Yeah, the effect of these things, because if you look at what it is, and I've looked at this on my show many times, right? So just at a rudimentary, or precursory glance, you could see that there are a SAR, absorption rates, right, per cell phone, and you could look up the absorption rate. It's called SARS, in other words, which is funny. I mean, right, that they call it that. But yeah,
And let's not forget that during my sleep studies, I removed phones, and this became a common theme starting from about 2015 on. It was due to interference, not artifact. Like, there's something called sweat artifact, right? Like the electrodes are literally melting off the head, so it's going to cause a totally different signal versus something that's actually like in between and intermitting weird signals in between the regular activity. And we're like, we need you to turn that off so we can actually see what's going on. But I just want you to think about that impact. And this is why people talk about like turning your Wi-Fi off at night. What is that actually doing to when we talk about epigenetic mutation, what is that doing to your neurons?
Would there be a distance you could put your phone far enough away and still have it on, or no?
Even they say even if you turn it off or put it in airplane mode, and there's like a controversy on needing a Faraday cage, but I will say power of intention is your best bet no matter what. If you put it out there, if you protect yourself in your own biofield, because that's been proven in science, right? And that just coincides with so many other aspects of what we talk about, or the Holy Spirit. Then you can, potentially, this is my personal opinion, because this goes into the study with intentional water and Buddhist monks, and then that, coincides with somatics, what they've done with, what's his name? Masaru Emoto, and the frozen water experiments. And there's people who continue to do that to this day.
Yeah, Michael, thanks for joining.
What up, brother? Good to hear you.
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling, man. Pondering.
Yeah, truth or cop. I guess he was loading himself, but yeah, the truther cop is not going to be joining us today, it looks like. But yeah. But yeah, this whole idea of that these things are dangerous, that's laughably insane. Why would they have absorption rate limits on the devices per device? And it says 10 years or more of exposure of 1.5 over 1.5 absorption rate, per device, it is equivalent to developing cancer. So it will give you cancer. So that is what it is.
You know what also will give you cancer is your own emotions and your own trauma and your own like wallowing in your own bullshit. And a pH balance aspect, I can say that, which connects to your attitude. But it all coincides. So in my experience, I had patients who were going to a clinic in Mexico. They were sitting on an IV of vitamin C for 2 weeks. They were put on an alkaline diet, and they were coming back cancer-free within like a few months. They continued on it, usually generally like around 6 months, and stumping their doctors. This all pH, all gut balance, which all then also when I talk about fear and anger rule your immunity and your gut. This is a emotional warfare game. When you primal scream and you do somatic exercises and you shake it out, you release so much of that shit. And we used to do that more in a tribal. We used to be a little bit more in tune with that ability to and teach our children also how to let that shit go. So we've, for some reason, somewhere along the lines, there's been some construct that's put us into these boxes. And now we communicate through signals through the internet. Just go outside. That's all I have to say. Like, make sure, and I'm really lucky. Like, my backyard, I can disconnect from the internet within about 10 minutes, just driving outside of my little town. I can be in the woods really easily. This is where I've had my bear encounters and everything as well. So I'm like pretty out there. And it's just one of the most magical places. So I'm never gonna not tell you guys to get the fuck outside.
Does that include network coverage? Like there's no signal at all?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. I think I'd have to drive like at least 30 minutes or more to do that.
Okay,
Nope.
that's just Cecil.
I'm super lucky. And this is partly Oregon. It's one of the most ridiculously beautiful states. I can drive about an hour and a half, Cecil, to the ocean. I'm just on the slopes of the mountains, and I have the major mountains in my backdrop, and then like forestry land. Like one of my favorite things to do is just take off and go disappear on some back roads and hope that I don't get a flat tire.
Montana is the new Oregon.
I'm from Wisconsin, Mr. Bob Smith.
Do you have cheese?
That's actually not a Mister.
I'm an OG cheesehead, yes.
Because
I love
even
fucking
though
fishing.
Yeah, even though she named herself Bob Smith, she gets mad if you call her a dude. But yeah, because she hopped on panel one day and she said that I'm not a faggot. I'm actually a woman, but I'm just calling myself Bob Smith. But yeah,
I'm pretty sure I know the OG name, so this person would not be offended by me calling them Mr. Bob Smith, because I'm pretty sure I know who you are, but I'm not going to out you.
Yeah, Mr.
But
Bob
I think
Smith.
I love you, correct? She's my homie.
And Hank, what are you doing right now?
Yeah, Hank.
Bob Smith. Then I know for certain that they are incompetent. See, Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis. He's citing people in the chat. But yeah, it is what it is. Hank's citations are legit.
You know what else gives you cancer is being forced to look at ugly people like EBT for long periods of time, dude. I think I have fucking Down syndrome.
Cecil. Oh, you poor thing.
Sad trombone.
Oh.
Down syndrome from overexposure to EBT's face.
Oh, that's what it is. That's what your situation is. It's because of EBT's face is giving you Down syndrome.
Favorite color is clear. Crayon tastes good.
Yeah, I wonder if Base Oracle is still there. You still there, Base?
Like, hell no, this fucking retarded potatoes.
Nothing like Cecil to clear out the fucking house there. Good job, bud.
Oh, yeah.
Just kidding.
The retarded pink potatoes back again. I'm getting the fuck out of here, is what they said.
All right,
Yeah.
so anyway. Cecil, come on, get on board. You can do better than that.
What happened?
Yeah, were you listening or are you drunk?
No.
Are you just like not sleeping? Are you where are you sleeping tonight?
So what? Where are you sleeping?
All right, I'm done. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make this weird, but I did.
Off those preludes. How you doing, Poppy? You awake? You with us? Now, I got some questions, Machine, about what happened to human beings originally understanding that we are the technology. And just in a sense of like, if you give me a bunch of tools, I don't need a bunch of YouTube videos to collaborate with myself and go through the scientific process to understand how to build things. And I'm sometimes dumbfounded because you know, I'm out here trying to clean homes, learn basic carpentry. And then I have these conversations and it reminds me like I have to distinguish even when I go house to house, door to door. Am I acting from the AI? Whoa, that's a bit much, but am I just trying to get an outcome to serve me, or am I trying to collaborate with my guys and honestly understand what homeowners are willing to actually see that we need to collaborate regardless of whether money is being exchanged, right? So I have this pondering because I've noticed this phenomenon with, there are people, and it's almost like they're in a separate timeline where they don't even want to interface with the air, with communicating with me outside. And I'm starting to find it peculiar how some people are straying away from just basic survival instincts of like, hey, I'm offering a service to spray water at your house. But with that, I'm also offering free solar to get you interdependent off the grid. And then I'm trying to get you clean water because, in my opinion, the next few years are going to be a little bit rough for some people with clean water. And there's just there's disconnect, of course, but then there's this phenomena, and I don't know if it's TikTok brain, whatever we want to call it, but I even notice it with my guys, and it's like there's this inability to resolve and take risk and show failure. And I think it's like the technology is creating this buffer where we don't want to offer up the fact that we need help to solve difficult problems. And it's the same, I think they used to call it the Einstein baby gene, where it's like there were certain children that they just were able to early on, they had the correct parenting, there was the correct order of operations where these children could solve complex problems, and they were innovative and creative engineers at a young age. And I just wonder where that comes from in philosophy, where that comes from, like what if there are quote unquote, people in the know, how did they steer certain people away from those education and curriculums that made people innovative and are creators? Like, for instance, right, like you wrote a book that right there, even that art is being lost. But technically, if we were to live our life in the correct order of operations, our living example and actions as a man would be quote unquote a book that solves a problem for someone day by day. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But I'm questioning what, like, I started to take some heed at some advice that I think you and someone else, I think it was Neurojack, had put forth. And it was like about, it was about basically just like falling into practicing the application of what is actually philosophy and like what actually the Tao is and like how the samurai lives his life. Like there's certain things, and like I'm starting to realize throughout the day more of what Nietzsche says, where it's like you literally have to separate yourself completely from the modern man, and or like it's like the lazy man. Like it's this very strange, and I don't have the words for it because ironically the equation to get to the point where I want to be educated with the correct mental models and or the correct ability to study philosophy is I have to literally run these not simulations, but I have an order of operations to be able to just get far enough away from the city, right? So it's like I have it kind of calculated where it's like, all right, I need by this time to get out of the city, by this time to get land in a fourplex, by this time to get the water system in the solar system. Like I have it set, but ironically, it's a paradox because I have to go into the technology in order to do it. And yet, eventually, I also have to have kind of not an escape plan, but somewhat of an exit plan, like a disconnect from the tech, because it's like I got two phones and I'm just like, these are like, who says these things have my best interest, and or who says how close do I want these dictating my every action every hour? So I yeah, I know fear is a lie, and logic, there is a logical way to get to the point where I can educate myself with the correct logic and or teachers. Like I love the idea of a school, like a school even on school.com, right? But like what I've noticed is like it's like I have to lunge and propel myself to be able to set aside the time and land to educate myself, my children and the people around me in the manner that I want. But right now I'm not there. I'm still
tremendous stuff, Michael. That was very entertaining.
Thank you.
Oh,
I love more feedback, please. What was entertaining about
no,
it?
honestly, I think this is
Hey, no,
this is
Ezra's
all
gonna
reality.
bullshit you like a chick will, and she's gonna make you think
This
that
is
you're
truth or
something you're
crap,
not,
isn't it?
and then she's gonna gaslight you, and she's gonna fucking cut you. She's gonna cut your throat down the road. Watch out.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that wasn't
Hey,
my plan at all. Actually,
let people talk and finish their sentences, please. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That was weird and also kind of funny, but I think Mo knows that actually my project is all about bringing in some sort of community concept, bringing back some ideas. However, it's not to say that we have to completely disconnect. Also, there's a lot of movements and momentum already happening on alternative energy as well as resources where we can sort of phase ourselves out. I think if some people still want to integrate, but still with respectfully and understanding the technology, especially also the protection aspect of it. But there's people who are already doing like their own internet servers. There's a lot of good research happening on that end. To again, this is sort of where our project is going to go with. I need space to be completely phased out, but like I think so. I just saw the word hospital actually come into play, and I'm not reading all the details on
We'll
this.
phase you out, Ezra. Don't worry. We'll get you out of here.
Oh, thank you. What I just want to finish up with this part is saying that that is a realistic part of all this is that we're not saying, you just completely oblivious to needing like immediate medical care. But I have a pretty healthy perspective, especially obviously that we got into on the cores of a lot of our health problems and where things are going to go and where I think we're going to see things go. But we are going back to the land, and I get it. Like, you're not alone. And I think this is exactly why we are all here right now. As much as some of us don't even want to be on technology, like I just came out of the woods, and if you look at my shit, that's where I spend most of my time. So I'm saying, we're here because we're trying to find the people to make this happen. But it is happening, and there is going to be more information out on that. So it's all good.
Totally. It's the difficulty though is even dealing with that, the entertainment, the people that need to be entertained and or provoke, unnecessary emotional reactions. And it's this strange phenomena where it's like as of right now, we've forgotten.
Michael, you're still a sensitive little bitch. Where the fuck did you come from?
Thank you. I'm a wonderful, sensitive bitch. I love that. Thank you. I appreciate you. When you want to say something besides an ad hominem, I'd appreciate it. But I am trying. I do have a theme and a purpose behind.
He's struggling to comprehend his role. But let's go ahead and finish your statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's interesting right now because the ability to like just get out of our homes and our comfort zones is vitally important, and at least for me, and like I guess to live my life in a way in which I basically do go towards chaos, ironically, each day. Like I go, it's not negligence, and it's not like blind disarray. I'm not choosing random actions. It's just like I'm leaning into like I need to be effective and I need to study nature. And ironically, somehow between home to home and or between project to project, it's like it's a surrender into like, okay, like we need to work as a cohesive team regardless of who's going to let us down, what's going to happen out home to home. And like eventually, like the goal is it's like everything I'm thinking about is involving permaculture and just how to like
sorry, really quickly, just let you go on this topic. If have you looked into the passive building style, and this sort of coincides with the brim concepts where you're sort of, it's the way you're insulating and you're allowing that heat and cooling system on the natural level. But then also you can also utilize like a greenhouse on the exterior of this in, conjunction with where the sun is setting with the land that you're using. And this is something I've looked really in depth on, and I mean, this is so much easier. And this is, if you actually look, obviously, if you look all over Utah or all over the desert, there's so much of that exact design, despite the fact that it's a different ecosystem. But yeah.
I haven't heard that term, passive building structures. I mean, I would imagine it would be something like involving either clay, wood, and or just aeration, like you said, like lining homes up with the sun where it rises with the correct direction.
And sorry, real quick, just so you have an idea, it's like tubing under the ground. So it's like working with the underground temperatures and allowing, like, you use the vents to open for the times of the year to allow it for the cooling to come in versus the heating. And you, and then you also, with what I'm talking about, the brim style. So then you're also using the sun in conjunction with that. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's yeah, I would love to get to that point of learning how to apply that. It's strange though, because there's a balance in balancing the equation of like, well, first I need to learn ceiling in a regular house just to be able to explain to the American mind how to get from where they see as only possible is like they're at point A and they want to get to outcome B, but I'm trying to tell them, no, there's a whole nother way to go about this because of how the measure of value is changing. They still don't see it as like they still don't see it as like, no, the currency is literally changing. What we put value and weight in is changing. No, literally your data and like there's a reason it's called Ethereum, and there's a reason why there's like a blockchain. Like eventually, I think their goal is to try to steer it towards like an etheric field can be measured for either its frequency and or its cohesion. I hope it gets to be at that point, but then like I question what the alternative is like is what they value. Will they try to steer value into like how much nanotechnology pervades someone's system, or how much basically of what ingredients, whether it be vaccines, of how much of someone takes and abides by what they see as value, right? Like obedience to a social credit system. So like I'm trying to snap people out of it because they're not valuing water. They're not valuing putting their currency towards Bitcoin or gold. They're not valuing even just simple things like we were talking about pens and books. Like for instance, like if you invest in what would be supportive for your children to continue their education process and create, for instance, their own schools, it's something as easy as building a little schoolhouse and fucking paper and pen. Like if you teach children naturally how to get close to nature in their natural way, they will reproduce the way nature wants to reproduce. And I think many people, I think we're some of us are hesitating and we're staying stuck and we're going inside our house and we think that the internet is a way out. But ironically, the internet will put you in a niche where you're eventually just trading stocks, or you're doing something online that's like very repetitive, and it keeps the mind docile, and it in my opinion it limits our ability to actually understand the creative process and take trial and error and take risks. So it's like it's transforming and concerning.
And I'm big on saying like start showing what you're doing and like truly disconnect in that sense. And some of us are educators, so I get that. We're here to have a platform to speak it out, but also like there's a lot of us, and I kind of heard you sort of hinting at this, realizing that this role that you need to step into, this is something I've also realized, and maybe in I've tried so hard to not fully take it on, and now realizing at almost 40 years old that is what I need to do, but be a leader and take on that, because it's really not hard. I mean, any of this, you guys, it's really just putting in the time and focusing, but all of this is not hard to figure out, like anything that you put your mind to. And so this goes with like building these little communities. And like right now, I've told people about this. People, when I first did my meetings, and I had these private meetings, and some people would talk about like, I really want this to happen right now. I was like, hey, here's the websites. And just so you guys know, it's ic.org. and this is just one of them, but it's intentional community database. So if you're looking to just escape or start to do like a work trade where you're working for what you're living for, there's so many options. There's so much you can do right now. And the more that you start looking for it, the quicker it can happen. But like for me, I've looked into it. This is something actually I look to do in the process of building my own, so that I can also say like, hey, I experienced this, and trust me, there's some interesting. I can't wait to document. We're planning to do a lot of interviews, but there's so many interesting philosophies of how people like feel like the sort of that societal structure concept, and I'll get into it in future episodes. Especially Mo and I are going to talk this stuff out, but this is one of my favorite topics. But like, I definitely have a way more open-minded philosophy on where I see our project going, or our community.
Isn't the ICs, isn't that where you like buy in and it becomes like a pyramid scheme or something like that?
No, there are some like that. Don't get me wrong, and there's some that have been publicized even by celebrities. So I definitely would say like keep your eyes peeled. But there's some that are on this database that are like super tiny little setups, and some that are just as open-minded as I talked about, but some that are very like Rajishi, like that's not the right word. What was that? I can't think of it right now. I can't think of it was in Oregon, and it was this, they're kind of the Royal Royce.
The Osho.
Madras.
Yes,
right?
yeah, and right, and they all had I can't say the word right now. Rolls Royces.
Yeah, it
So
was
funny.
Osho with Ramana Maharishi or whatever, and
Thank
Osho
you,
had all
yes.
his honeys and his concubines. Yeah, he was chilling up in Oregon. And then they made the Netflix document. They kind of butchered it, but they like at the same time, they could have dropped some Nexium bombs in that. But yeah, continue.
It's really fascinating, and I want to go to the area. I actually lived not super far from there, and sort of do a little bit of expose on that. So.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, I support someone more like Osho taking that risk and just having a big old grand fuck you to everyone and anyone.
As long as it's not you, Michael.
California.
As long as you don't take that fucking risk. As long as you're not taking a risk, Michael. You support others.
Truther Cop, why are you so amped up tonight?
I love it that you're amped up. Yo, get up tomorrow, 6 a.m. Come to Boston, Massachusetts, and we can go.
I ain't that far away, motherfucker.
Wonderful. Where do you want to meet, my guy? If you ain't far away, where do you want to meet? Are you gonna drop out? All right, we good.
No, I was dropped. You can come to me. I'm not coming to you. I'm not traveling, dude. Come on. I'm like 3 hours out. South Albany. Let's go.
Albany, New York. All right. Well, when
Yes,
my
sir.
business actually brings me out to Western Massachusetts, I got a team to run, man. My man, I got too much to take 3-hour trip away unless I'm like.
You're the one that brought up the idea, so don't create excuses in your mind about.
Yeah, that's fine.
You brought.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at intentional communities. It's, I feel like it does take someone just recognizing that no matter what, there's going to be conflict over emotional things, and like people are going to disagree about petty squabbles, but at the end of the day, it's like, do my values in one, working with men that have high integrity and are very honest about their sexual proclivities, what they choose to engage with, whether it be in their mind trying to sleep with women and or directly sleeping with women, and just acknowledging that, okay, like at the end of the day, if any of that, let me finish. At the end of the day, none of that necessarily needs to matter, and if that bothers you, that's like kind of a step in evolution that needs to come to. Like if someone sleeps with your wife or your person, guess what? They're probably not the person for you, but it can't distract you from the mission or what your true values are, your apex 3 values.
Exactly.
And
that has to be laid out. It's like a code of conduct, right? So
correct.
like that's what I've talked about. It's really basic. It doesn't need to get too messy either. And there's certain where you're going to draw the line at murder. You're going to draw the line at other sort of abuse. And how do you handle it? And something that's why I was talking about like solo journeys. Like this person needs to go be with themselves and deal with themselves. Something's going on. And in tribal ways, they dealt with the trauma. They realized what was happening, the mental illness, and they all stopped what they were doing and focused on how to help resolve some of that, which is like, hey, here's some mushrooms. I'm just kidding. That's not always the answer.
Yeah. not always, but sometimes a slight slip in the tea may help. Just yeah. Yes.
I was on the property today looking at these work vans because I was thinking about getting a bigger van. And while I was looking at the engine compartment of this one, I'm pretty sure I heard the husband turn to the wife and go, I think you're going to have to blow this guy to seal the deal. And she was like, fuck no. And I was like, okay, well, I'm out of here then.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I mean, a bit.
I think they were hurting for the money, too.
Man. Well, that's the type of learned helplessness that, like, well, yeah, funny story and all, and, like, it's absurd at the moment. It's like we need to support each other and just acknowledge, like, that's just an inversion mindset, in my opinion. It's, like, very, like, that's the thing. It's like in a tribe, that's not a problem. We all support each other through that, so to speak.
And I was going to say, so this, I'm curious to what your opinion is, because, okay, so personally, I've realized throughout my personal life and experiences that I'm a monogamist. I would rather be alone than be in a multiple relationship situation. I do well with one person, but you know, just like I need my alone time. I'm a big, like, I go out by myself on the, you know, outdoors. Okay, so anyway, with that in mind, there are people, in my opinion, and what I've experienced through my life and who I've known, who potentially and you know, have more of a polyamorous sort of lifestyle, but with a code of conduct, like, you know, there's no abuse. There's sort of like this, you don't bring your drama to the front stage. It's dealt with, you know, without violence, these kind of aspects. It's like, how do you don't tell people no, in my opinion. And this kind of coincides with certain, like, religion, like you have certain practices and you that open-mindedness, I think, is very important with is what we already allow here, but there's certain boundaries that you have to hold this. And that would obviously, you know, I'm not trying to get hippy dippy when I'm getting into this. I hope that's coming out. My brain Bob, how you doing over there? Like a one-man army in the chat. We appreciate you.
Yeah, well, it's you know, I think, like, I do think there's something about the Christian religion making people believe that monogamy is just the sole answer, and that also we need to have sympathy for women. And sympathy is the disease, which Nietzsche talks about, in the sense that anytime there's sympathy, where there's a culture or cult or groupthink, mimetic virus, where we have to have sympathy for people, and there's sympathy, and then, you know, I'm going to put someone at a lower moral standard or like a lower class, but I'm going to pretend that it's for righteousness or holiness. And we've essentially done that to women, and that's what that does in the Christian religion. And what that does, it just creates these, like, power imbalances and, like, these strange, like, push-pull dynamics in, quote unquote, a community living together, where, like, compartmentalization happens, and then, like, anytime there's sympathy, there's weakening of the will in what is true power, and or, you know, true effect. Like,
so very true.
True power and true effect speaks for itself. It doesn't need to be this pissing contest and or this, like, stepping on
So that's codependency and enabling, and this kind of coincides with, like, just general relationships. It's super important to, because this is where I get into the co-learning and apprenticeships, like accountability in your purpose, and there's open doorways, there's open expression for what you want to do, but you're held to it. And if you fall to the wayside, if you need that time to be by yourself, this is where we start to get into the solo journey thing, because that needs to be understood and respected, the balance in a work, especially in a community environment, or even if there's going to be any sort of warrior idea to it. I hope not. But right, like, those are things you do have to be prepared for, and you're always trying to work towards
life is a war,
the better. But Hey, I mean, he did lower his voice this time, so we can give him that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah, there's a lot that could be said, but I'm pretty.
So Michael, I have a question for you because I was listening intently of your dialogue.
Yeah.
Have you considered perhaps like changing your like posture towards technology so that you don't view it in the same light, or not maybe not like integrating with it, but like the American Indians and stuff have like technology, but their posture towards it isn't like living in a city where it like takes over our lives. Or even you could even have like American Indian cities, right?
Mm.
But it would be instead of skyscrapers, it would all be like tree houses and huge parks and
Definitely tree houses.
in sweat lodges, and I mean, you could do this. You could have that type of like agrarianness, but on like a city level, or like I don't know if you're familiar with Edward Bulwer Lytton's work, where he wrote this book called Brill and the Power of the Coming Race, where they had highly advanced technology, but because it was so incredibly advanced, it didn't like become the pinnacle of their society's focus. They still like had games and were philosophical and scientific and all that other type of stuff, but like everybody had the ability to basically freaking shoot like tactical nukes. So they were like, okay, well, we're just not gonna have war anymore, and rape is gone, and so now that we've reached this high pinnacle of technology, it basically becomes like an undertone of our society, and that will allow our minds to like be free and go on and to enter into philosophical endeavors and stuff like that.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I think like, all that sounds nice, and I think eventually our minds could reach capacity or the ability to be able to like manifest more directly what looks like sci-fi now. But I think realistically right now it's like really keeping things simple, with just learning from nature, modeling with nature, and then modeling back to our children, and just understanding how to communicate, whether it be a business partner or a partner. It's just we need to communicate logically, considerately, and conscientiously about what we value. And just I think like allowing technology to persist in an environment, it's similar to like religion or other types of, like when you get in circles with religious people, you start to get looped into a type of, I don't know if it's degeneracy or just some type of like, it's like settling. It's like it's like you just settle in your values, you settle in your positions, and it just becomes, I think the term in philosophy is like egalitarian. Like it becomes this like, and I don't want to live that way. I think every man should attempt to aim for sovereignty. I think you should take immense risks. I think while in those seasons when I need to be alone, I should be building a skill. I should be building like, yes, reliance. And I think we need to test each other as men in the most, yes, considerate to like not inflicting trauma or not inflicting like entropy, that which would cause us to separate and isolate, but also like we need to like put men through trial, in the sense of like men have to realize we don't operate exactly like women, and yet we also need to honor everything that goes on amongst women, because it's just, I've seen this strange phenomena with my friends where it's like, there are women who they fight, and what we're putting value in is like this social, it's like this social status bank account, or this social, yes.
Hello?
I
you
think
okay?
he
No, I
had
definitely I can agree with that. I mean, as a woman, like, and somebody who has I'm sort of been quote unquote an empath, but I actually use that word and that term very loosely these days. Something more of a reality of my path or what to utilize it to come out of with. But with women in general and watching the way like especially with makeup and this whole what's happening right now, it's so disturbing because I am a bit of a naturalist. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious I don't wear makeup, but I'm also like a big outdoorsy, but I'm feminine. I can put on a dress, like I'm not
Well, it's obvious
saying
that photo
that you-
Photoshop, the one in your main photo there.
it's
But,
not. Go
for
ahead, go ahead and
example,
put that into your Photoshop analyzer.
This is not.
well, don't get
Go ahead, put it full
distracted.
screen. I don't give a shit. It's not photoshopped. That's
No, it's
me.
okay.
That's me in Wisconsin fishing because we were talking about it. And if you are familiar with my other photos, I'm not afraid to show off my Amazonian body shape and slash naturalistic like beastie style. I'm 6'1", so there's just a part of me who I'm a very much like motherly type person, though I'm more of a gentle giant than a fighter. But I will flip your ass if you're fucking with me or you're trying to fuck with
alright,
my.
but here's the important part, because, do you shave
Okay.
your armpits?
Yes.
Okay,
do
all right. I'm not trying to be
And my
intrusive or
legs. No, I've
anything,
been
but
criticized for that. I've been totally called that. Like I don't remember who it was. I don't give a shit. But they're like, oh, she's like, she doesn't shave her. Oh, I think maybe it was Tommy. Like she doesn't shave her pits or her legs. I bet. No, I do. And that's why I'm saying like I can put a dress on. I can be feminine.
Yeah, I'm so surprised
But
that Tommy didn't show up here. I wonder what Tommy's doing because he would probably get thrown off every panel. And then you got this snoo. What does that mean? Yeah, these guys are like inside jokes or
shout
some
out to
shit.
Team Snoo.
But yeah, I know Stephen David is gonna appreciate this here. Let's take a little break in some music, and then we'll look at some interesting thoughts from the Tao Te Ching and Shang Tzu. Since my friend is here, Michael. But yeah, blessings, because he likes to look at that type of stuff. But yeah, and I think that Sarah, have you ever looked at this Tao Te Ching? Taking a substantial look at this document.
Not maybe like not nearly to the in depthness of it, but yeah, I mean you can imagine it's been trickled in.
Yeah, you're gonna find some of this very interesting then, because it's a lot of it has trickled down, especially into the Zen tradition.
I have one joke, and I'm gonna take off out of here. I'm sorry. You know what's worse than me in the third wheel? The sixth element.
All right. I don't even know. Yeah. Anyways,
Wah, wah. Just
yeah.
kidding.
Tao Te Ching is the one with the different pictographs. No, that's the I Ching, right? The I Ching. Am I getting these mixed up? There's one of them that have
They're from the same. They're from the same sort of ideological system, and so is the Art of War, right? So these are all sort of Taoist in their presentation, right? So, so Sun Tzu is presenting what it's like to be the perfect Taoist general in a way, and the other work you mentioned, I Ching, is basically astrological charts and things based off of the same work, so yeah. But yeah, yeah, I don't know what happened to Michael, but yeah, blessings. We'll still get into the stuff. But yeah, Steven, I think he likes underground hip hop. Let's see what I got a little song here for everyone. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah, you can say that. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Stephen David, pretends not to be a fan of the show, but him and a lot of the other little what do you call them? Boy Scouts. They're like a whole team of these guys. But yeah, blessings.
Pass me the tiger piss. I tunnel ran to the hidden habitats of Kalar's dark inferno. No turning path back. The half man have orders to burn the village and get out with both hands intact. I'm not a mechanism born from the stain. I had to be trained. Now I catcall with dead walkers. I'll send a postcard from the Nang if I can get onto the roof in time to hang from the leg of this last chopper. Son of an obese, burn up and turbid, growing the road, rotating blood colors, brick textures, and others modified climate make nasty tongue plunge. Headshots, we're opposite of chameleon blends, cartoon dreadnoughts. There's this crash out of cyber wide intentional track that you go to my boss body before I had a chance to take my life back. And it's a born band to surprise where at the recruiter's office, learning how to get ahead of advertising. He said, sure, others have passes is the gate to definition, but that's not the singular attraction to the setup, not the action of the sacrifice of past draftees. Actually more of a layaway duckers plan for young get up and go out motivators. See, the new soldiers smolder different from the antiquated taste of stately hatred. But I came from Melvin Options on a D train to the lobby. See, academics play second on my life, no matriculated brain hobbies. Not my dedication in ranks, plus more training. Loss is not a big problem, it's all about what I be gaining. When you get power, respect, an audience, a check, a car, money for school, honey with uniform fetish on your tool. Travel, 4 bonds, be a part of something, have a structure, cash bullets, I make cash bonus. See this gold plat, you could own it. After killing $500,000, it's such a good feeling to earn your country's respect and love. So what do you say, son of you, my man? Fucking sign me up. Rock, rock, B-boy. Rock, rock, man. Renang, 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 renang. Rock, rock, B-boy. Rock, rock, man. Renang, 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 renang. Rock, rock, B-boy. Rock, rock, man. Renang, 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 renang. Rock, rock, B-boy. Rock, rock, man. Renang, 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 renang. I'm not a mechanism born from the stain. I had to be trained. Now I can't call with dead walkers. I'll send a postcard from the Nang if I can get onto the roof in time to hang from the leg of this last chopper. Chopper, chopper.
Now, my friend, to the front. The bush. The shape.
Yo, L, man. Yes, sir. Talking to the polls, man. We gotta get on stage, yes, sir. Man. It's the last show of the tour, man. I'm saying, man. Niggas is tired of this country, man. It's been a long time coming. I really wanna go home. Me too. And I'm happy to do this shit. Coming out bloody, Bring it. Emerson, Lake Palmer, aka Dirty Larva, spray harder. What a marvelous butter maker. 50 gig ho, dusty digital makeup. Melt when we slow this round. Technical retardation, sound round one, sound the hardest. Heartless, farthest. Pharaoh had allotted. Hot shit, hopped up the shifty. Shit, sick. Monster, ancient makeshift ministry mic on. Nervous slur palm, teleprompter, sights on. Laser head looks like a linguist. Fighter lights flurry down rounds like a ration. Ally force stranded like a lord of the bugs and disbanded. Better bring the band-aid. Hustle shit, fantasy, gun talk. Erotic logic, walk out of pockets. Dead thug hugs, blood metal like molten. De-evolved thug crawl back in the ocean. Hop the ratio, choke and broke potion. Broken most potent afloat. Flank the fact, face the punch, black jacket. Jack of all trade, embargoes, faded like 88 K in fashion. Back like Packers, Mongoloid melody trap backwards. Broken into fragments. The token time flows that broke down biblical tablets. Broken down handicap, casting attraction. Rubber sick, deathly, but chest effects with no F. 6 steps to infect the waste container misery. Fat thighs chafing in summer from humidity. Human to unhuman. Brains of blue tulips. Caught between animal thoughts and what we talk about confusion. B-boy lucid. Ugly motherfucker for faces of our addicts. Just for my people. Persecute dangerous at a close range. Those frames close to the range of both frames for the celebrity roles. Most celebrity aspirations get tossed in the mode. With a mackerel, actual track catapult. Corpses act animate. Walk around the backyard watching a brain cabinet. Tag with a erratic. Irregular predator with bad brain magic. Magic is a sick freedom royal with boys spectrum. Back at the top of people bruising. Border leaking out, pop box and hot cruise. Straight bruiser. Chainmail codes with bullets from chokers. The most you can hope is only to get half choked. That's half a joke. Adamant. A-wall to the last atom. Active axe handler. Handle her merchandise flirt. With a nerve word device devised. More pertinent ties. Tied to word commando kids wise. Show me those New York eyes. Isolation eats at the face of phrase bite. Bite bleak void. Small world, big noise. Swallow my void, wallow in toys. Hollow metal sun penetrated. Jump demonstrated. Fucking fake face, I hate it.
Pass me the tiger.
Yeah. Okay, we'll wait for my guest to come back here. But yeah, blessings. I think Michael, he may have dropped out for the night. But yeah, thank you for joining, Michael, spending some time with us. Truther Cop, no thanks to you, sir. You are a disturbance, a mental cancer, basically, unwelcome, unsubscribe, and unlike and unsubscribe, sir. You and the Provo child. Thank you so much. And, yeah, and yeah, thank you so much to all the other people that are here. Yeah, strikes for music. I guess I just play underground music. So I guess I'll just play shit that's basically old underground hits. But yeah, sometimes I do get striked up for that. But yeah.
Who was that? That wasn't Apathy, was it?
No, that was LP.
Oh
yeah.
shit.
Yeah. But yeah, it's see that's the thing, is that a lot of these are not very well known anyways by the majority of the people. They're on tapes that most people have heard and then forgot about. So yeah. But yeah, that's the thing is oh yeah, let me play a little bit of this because this is very interesting until our friend here gets back, and then I'll read some of these passages from the Tao Te Ching, and then I'll go to some other material that I have in terms of Kaczynski's writings. But yeah, this is an interesting documentary that I was going to play at one point. But yeah, since it's in German, it's going to go ahead and talk about Weiner and his involvement in World War II and how his equations basically created, but yeah, and then basically created the groundwork for the computers. But anyways, let me try to find this other part of this because it's very interesting. Starts talking about the Macy's Conference on cybernetics and the psychological research that went into the Macy's Conference. Anyways, I think I have the right parts of this. Let me go ahead and play this for a second. Yeah, we're gonna play two parts of this real quick. This documentary about Kaczynski. Check it out, guys. Oh, whoops.
Krieges berücksichtigen, wo Menschen, Schiffe und Flugzeuge auf dem Radarschirm nur mehr abstrakte weiße Punkte und Zeichen sind. Der Pilot verschmilzt mit seiner Maschine, die Grenze zwischen Mensch und Maschine verwischt und es entsteht ein anonymes, mechanisiertes Gegenüber, dessen Handlungen nun in den Kriegslaboratorien modelliert und berechnet werden. Obwohl Wieners Maschinen bis Kriegsende nicht einsetzbar sind, entwickelt er davon ausgehend das Modell einer neuen Wissenschaft, die als Kybernetik bekannt wird. Kybernetik beschäftigt sich mit der Frage, wie Nachrichtenübertragung in Maschinen und Lebewesen funktioniert. Basis der Kybernetik ist die Annahme, dass das menschliche Nervensystem Realität nicht abbildet, sondern errechnet. Der Mensch erscheint nun als ein informationsverarbeitendes System, das Denken als Datenverarbeitung und das Gehirn als eine Fleischmaschine.
Ein Fleischmaschine.
I love German. It's the one language I can understand. I don't know what it is. Like I've never learned German, and I just understand what it means.
Ich bin.
Yeah, your last name is Dietrich, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, but it comes back from Italian, really. But yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
My last name is straight from Germany. It's Schaffhausen. It's House of Sheep.
Dietrich ist ein Scheißname.
It's the one language I've never learned that I can, like, when I listen to it, I get. I don't know what it is.
Du Name ist Scheiß.
Maybe some of that genetic memory or something.
Yeah, this part of this documentary is very aesthetically pleasing to me as well. The blue, the fact that they're just picking up just what appears to be a head model of a brain, a cybernetic model of a brain. But yeah, it's interesting how they're talking about man and machine merging and what they think how they view the brain as a machine and what that has to do with World War II, where they created these cybernetic systems, especially in the sense of air traffic controllers. That's how DARPA invented these systems.
They saw no difference between the biologic individual and the robotic computer they could create.
That's
exactly insane.
right. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's
exactly
fucking
right.
insane. That's insane.
That's the essence of Weiner's basically essential presupposition. And it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about evolution. And I'll go ahead and disagree with Kaczynski about his view about evolution, because he seems to believe in macroevolution the way that we were cavemen or hunter-gatherer in some distant past. Whereas to me, that seems untenable because of the theory itself, the theory of evolution itself. But yeah, in terms of Weiner, he seems to presuppose such things and come to a radically different conclusion about how man functions in nature. He thought it had a lot to do with his theory of cybernetics, and his theory of self-replicating machines had a lot to do with evolution. As I was talking about, he saw the genes as self-replicating machines as the basic building blocks of what was going to be available to us when we program complex systems in terms of the artificial intelligence. So he thought that complex systems, you needed machines to program the programming of the smaller machines. Otherwise it'd be too cumbersome for individual humans to do all of the tasks required for the system to function. So you have to have machines run the other machines, right? And this idea,
this, if you were seeing way in the future, but like when this was introduced in the past, people didn't grow up on cell phones and laptops like we have. They didn't have this language. So 100 years ago, the machine is like it had a different concept.
Right. And 100 years ago, you have people like Bergson, Henry Bergson, arguing with Einstein, and he offers a quote. He says, "The universe is a machine for creating gods." So now you have nature, the machine, and God, and then you have humanity just completely taken out of the picture. And that's this ideal of cybernetics. It's post-human, it's surpassing human. It's just seeing nature as a machine and just
I'm sorry.
undercutting.
So what you're revealing to me is that I have Nazi blood in me. Holy shit! A lot to deal with. I love it. Let's go.
Yeah, Operation Paperclip. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Anyways, it goes deeper in
Hey,
a
you're
second.
welcome. You're welcome, America. You're welcome.
Yeah, it goes deeper in a second because this is related to the Operation Paperclip. They talk about that. If I could find the right part of this, but yeah, they talk about the Macy's Conference and how the Macy's Conference is related to the
Are you saying
discovery.
I'm Operation Paperclip, you motherfucker?
Well,
Holy shit!
what it
I
is
might be. I
that,
could be.
well, what it is that the cybernetics has a lot to do with the founding of the what do you call it? Psychology and cybernetics mixed is basically what the Macy's Conference research was about. So yeah, it gets into
Right.
that. And
Thank God I have deeper research than that in my own genetics, but that's the strong. I could be Operation Paperclip part
well,
two.
no, you're falling into what we were talking about in the first 2 hours, which is the
Super soldier.
yeah, the idea,
I'm
you're
just kidding.
presupposing that evolution is true. But yeah, anyways, let's go.
Das Gehirn ist nicht mehr der Ort, an dem sich auf geheimnisvolle Art und Weise das Ich und Identität durch Erinnerung und Bewusstsein bildet. Es ist eine Maschine, die aus Schalt- und Regelkreisen, aus Rückkopplungsschleifen und aus Kommunikationsknoten besteht.
Ooh, the feedback loop thing is very real. So there's something called bioneural feedback, and this is utilized with like the rewiring of brain activity, especially with traumatic experiences. So to hear them talk about this in an artificial way is, and again, this goes and coincides with the studies they've done with EEG, and why I've sometimes said that I feel somewhat responsible to contributing to that experiment with the data I collected, because there's so much of it. But yeah, anyway, so just and a lot, by the way, a lot of the feedback too does consist of pulsing, like sound, light, and pulse therapy. So it's like a series of sometimes a visual, but with other stimulation to help with the process. And like, so you relive certain memories and then you go through this, and then it helps to allow the brain to rewire where that synapse is coming from. And again, though, this is something that the Shaolin monks have exhibited themselves.
Ezra, so this is where I would like to why can't we achieve this right now? What are you saying? What is the bridge that we need to build there right now?
What are you talking about? Bridge to build what? Like to get to where?
You're talking about these different passages and mentality and all this. Like, why is there a divide now? Like, why can't we just as individuals be the highest we can be?
I don't know. Only that what time has told us is there's some sort of like cycle. There's some sort of cyclical pattern, and there's like extremism that's involved often in this. What's up, Bex? And that and this is kind of with when you go into the loop aspect too, with what I was just saying, it starts to get a little like, I think you get what I'm starting to like touch on a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what the end result is.
I'm kind of retarded, and like I was in special ed.
I've just seen, especially because of coming from the medical field. I mean, I can say that I watched these patients that were just, inevitably just very sick. I dealt with some of the sickest situations with, I worked with ventilators as well. And the whole philosophy, when you start to break it down, of like how we're actually stronger than we know. And
Well,
Shaolin
how were
monks,
you?
again,
How were
this
you
has been
stronger than
shown,
all those that you were surrounded by?
by implementing it within yourself. So, like, again, the Shaolin monks, what I was trying to get into, so part of their initiation ceremony is they have incense that are put on top of their head, and they are, they have to burn down. And so part of it is they have to mentally work through it and rewire where the pain sensors are coming from. So inevitably they don't feel pain. So once they come out of that ceremony, they're able to withstand like significant trauma. And this has been actually shown in science, to take it to that level, which has already been shown prior to that, but that through the brain scans that they are pushing it to a different spot so that they don't feel the pain. And this is like if they were to like take a 2x4 and just smash it over their own head.
Right. So some of this comes to like through genetics. We can see before we have studies, we can see, hey, these people did this crazy shit my whole life. Like they have a different pain tolerance, and like I don't need to test it. They have a different pain tolerance. I can identify that, and we can move through that. But like these people, they came, they were
special. It's not special. We're disconnected. That's what I'm getting at with this. We're totally disconnected from the ability to do that. And for whatever reason, we're told that we're weak. We're told that we're incapable of regenerating, when it's actually been shown like even the liver can regenerate itself.
the breath. The one thing we rely on every moment of our day before we could go fetch water, before we could go do anything else, is our breath. That comes to us. That's
You want
given.
to get into breath work? Can I play my video? Just kidding.
No, there is no work to breath work.
Here, hold on.
The breath is
Here, hold
given.
on. Here, no, on the real tip, you could play whatever video you want to play for sure.
No, it's okay. I was teasing. We don't have to play my video.
No, I'm serious. If you want to put any video you want in the back here in the
It's just
private chat, I will
my
play.
intro, so it's not like my full, and it's like a short thing, but it's
Yeah,
about
I think
breathing. And there's
I
just
think
like
I've
different
seen it. Yeah, I think I've seen it before. So yeah, I think at the 420 mark we will play that video because I like the vibes. You know what I mean? For sure. And yeah, maybe I'll play some music too. And yeah, I guess my musical choices are not very relaxing in a way, but they're more about the type of theme and style of the show. But it is what it is. Everything is a reflection of what's going on. But yeah, thank you for sharing your
The music is what motivates me. There's no relaxing to my music. It's just like what keeps my heart beating and what keeps me focused.
Right. Yeah.
Until I fall asleep and pass out. Like that's it.
Yeah. Slug from Atmosphere. He's
hard.
Shout out, dude. That's the one thing too, Mo. Like with like rhyme sayers, when you start, there's other things too, other people you played, but that's something I connected with you right away. I was like, shout out. We're on the back, ELP.
Yeah, that's heavy with him using the Blade Runner and the video game old 8-bit video game soundtracks. And yeah, for sure. But yeah, check this out, guys.
Eine Blackbox, in der in einem Kreislauf die Ursache Wirkung und die Wirkung Ursache ist. Ein geschlossenes Rückkopplungssystem mit In- und Output, den man kontrollieren und berechnen kann. Nicht mehr wie bisher ausgehend von Naturanschauung, sondern von unbezweifelbarer Mathematik und Logik.
See how he juxtaposed contemplation of nature, which is the Platonic ideal, how the Platonic ideal is formed, right, with the rigidity or the necessity issuing from the necessity of mathematical and logical systems, right? Anyways.
Wieners Zukunftsvision von einer kommenden kybernetischen Gesellschaft liefert nun für den neuen politisch-militärischen Status der USA als Supermacht die wissenschaftliche Legitimation. Kybernetik wird zur neuen globalen Leitwissenschaft, die fortan unter wechselnden Etiketten weiterentwickelt wird. Aus einer Theorie wird weltweite Praxis.
The way German activates me, dude, I might be a Nazi fucking experiment, dude. I don't know.
Let's hope not.
Griff und jede Störung umgehend als Energiezufuhr für seine Ahne. Anscheinend ein geniales Feedback-System, das jeden Angriff und jede Störung umgehend als Energiezufuhr für seine weitere Perfektionierung nutzt. Wer braucht so etwas? Wer denkt sich so etwas aus?
I mean, I didn't see this speech bubble me, but like who was that that said hope not?
That was me.
Reddington? Why wouldn't you want it to be me of all people, sir? You wanted to be someone you know. Come on now. You don't want to be Cecil, do you? Come on now.
Why would you want to be an experiment?
Well, Cecil's an experiment right now. He's a tumor, Downs, and cancer.
You have red hair and your ancestors raped sheep. Shut the fuck up.
Back off, Cecil.
My face is red on my hair.
Don't talk about my sheep.
Man, truth or cup.
53 treffen sich im New Yorker Beekman Hotel.
Okay, you guys see this at the invitation of the Josiah Macy Jr. Foundation. Here, hold on. Between 1946 and 53. Anyway.
Und 1953 treffen sich im New Yorker Beekman Hotel auf Einladung der Joshua Macy Foundation führende Wissenschaftler verschiedener Fachgebiete. Unter anderem Norbert Wiener, Margaret Mead, Gregory Bateson, Kurt Lewin und John von Neumann. Ziel dieser später Macy-Konferenzen genannten vertraulichen Treffen, an denen gelegentlich Beamte der CIA teilnehmen, ist eine Wissenschaft, die Vorhersage und Kontrolle menschlichen Verhaltens möglich macht. Das ist eine Waffe, die Amerika auf dem neuen Schlachtfeld des Unterbewussten im Kalten Krieg dringend braucht. Aufmerksam registriert die Macy-Gruppe deshalb die 1950 erschienene Studie Die autoritäre Persönlichkeit des International Institute of Social Research, eine Neugründung des Frankfurter Instituts für Sozialforschung um Max Horkheimer und Theodor W. Adorno. Die Studie ist das bisher umfassendste Sozialprofil einer Gesellschaft der USA und soll eine wissenschaftliche Erklärung für religiöse.
Okay,
I love that
so
oh man.
let's go over the list of names. You know, we got Max Horkheimer, we got Adorno composing this report on the authoritarian personality of the Frankfurt Institute. You got Bateson and Mead. They're basically from Linden's Foreign Association and also the OSS. formulating things like anthropology. Bateson talking about ecology of mind, how nature is a cybernetic system. So you got all of these different players, and then you have Weiner himself, the one who wrote the seminal work entitled Cybernetics. He also wrote a very interesting work that you guys should check out called God and Golem, where he talks about Simonian magic and technology. Okay, and man's creative capacity.
Dude,
It's like he was not the first
and to
talk about magic and the connection between magic and technology. But yeah, I'm sorry. Did you have a statement there?
Whiner and sigh, to sigh and to whine, to sigh and to
Exactly.
whine. They're talking about babies, but they're introducing you to the baby. This is just the baby elements, and I'm trying to give you the next step here. I'm giving you Operation Diedrich here. That's the operation we're looking into now. But hey, welcome to America. Y'all are welcome for your freedom, and I thank you for your service, each and every one of you. And we'll continue this conversation on the night. Be well.
Operation Sheepfucker. Shut up now.
See you.
Yep.
Böse und rassistische Vorurteile liefern. Aus Tausenden von Interviews entsteht eine riesige Datensammlung, die durch modernste Computer ausgewertet wird und vor allem auf eine Frage Antwort geben soll. Wie kommt es zu autoritärem Verhalten als Massenphänomen? Die Ursache sehen die Autoren in der autoritären Matrix des Menschen, die den Schlüssel zur Psychologie des Faschismus und totalitärer Systeme überhaupt bietet. Diese Matrix bildet sich durch Erziehung und Tradition und ist scheinbar unauflösbar verbunden mit der metaphysischen Vorstellung von einer übernatürlich geschaffenen Natur.
That's an interesting phrase.
Wie konnte man die Anfälligkeit für Faschismus und
Yeah, that's right. Supernaturally created nature, it's signaling this ontological death, of this idea, and also nature as a cybernetic system that goes to human society as an extension of cybernetic systems, as you can possibly tell. And then you have the entire connection between World War II and Operation Paperclip and these groups of scientists that are responsible for this, what do you call it? Report on the authoritarian personality, the Macy's Conference, and all of these other items.
Rassismus, speziell gegen Juden, gezielt.
And that's why it's focusing on these themes like, racism against the Jews and the authoritarian personality and fascism and all that type of stuff. But yeah.
Aufspüren und nachweisen. Dafür konstruieren die Soziologen eine Skala zur Messung des faschistischen Potenzials, die sogenannte F-Skala.
Okay, so the theory is that there's a little, authoritarian living inside all of us, and that we all are on a F scale, potential for becoming that type of individual within a society. So they want to use that information in order to track and control mass population, right? So, yeah.
Darüber hinaus sollen mit neuesten psychologischen Verfahren, zum Beispiel den Tests des amerikanischen Psychologen Henry A. Murray, einem der Väter der heutigen Assessment Center, bisher verborgene Tendenzen der Persönlichkeit aufgespürt werden. Um Faschismus und Antisemitismus für immer zu verhindern, scheint es notwendig, die Natur des Menschen und dessen kulturelle Muster so zu verändern, dass diese autoritäre Matrix für immer verschwinden würde. Wie kann man unblutig und ohne Operation tief in die Persönlichkeit und das Bewusstsein von Menschen eindringen, um dieses dann gezielt zu verändern? Nach dem Gestaltpsychologen Kurt Lewin, einem Mitglied der Macy-Gruppe, müssen dafür zuerst die alten Werte und Gleichgewichte zerstört werden, um die Verhältnisse flüssig zu machen. Dann können neue Gleichgewichte und Werte etabliert werden. Diese müssen dann durch Selbstregulierung dauerhaft befestigt werden. Umerziehung soll in Selbstumerziehung übergehen. Das wird die Welt in eine postnationale, multiethnische Weltgesellschaft ohne festgeschriebene Grenzen verwandeln. Die erforderlichen Werkzeuge und Baupläne für diese neue Weltordnung glaubt die Macy-Gruppe anbieten zu können. Neue und schnellere Rechenmaschinen und kybernetische Modellwelten, mit denen alle Bereiche von Wissenschaft, Kultur und Politik kontrollier- und steuerbar erscheinen. Das verspricht auch die Programmierung neuer Menschen, anti-autoritärer Menschen nach Maß.
Okay, I think that is a much more clear explanation of what I'm about to look at in terms of over-socialization than anything else. But yeah, here is some of the other thoughts they have of Dr. Kaczynski, and then I'm going to go ahead and play a video, or I mean a song. What have you guys seen the movie Where a Piece of Cheese is Abandoned by His Family at Christmas? Whoa. No, I have not seen that. But yeah, anyways, check this out.
Florence, 15. März. In Ihrem letzten Brief haben Sie mir so viele Fragen gestellt, dass ich nicht alle gleich beantworten kann. Als ich Ihnen schrieb, dass der Begriff einer Utopie wahnsinnig und gefährlich ist, meinte ich nicht, dass alle Utopien wahnsinnig und gefährlich sind, sondern vor allem die Utopie, dass man eine Gesellschaft nach einem bestimmten idealen Muster erschaffen könnte. Sie selbst haben zweifellos Ihre eigene Vorstellung von einer Utopie. Ein anderer Mensch hat eine andere Vorstellung, die sehr verschieden von der Ihrigen sein kann. Würde es Ihnen gefallen, dass er Ihnen seine Utopie aufzwingt? Haben Sie das Recht, ihm Ihre Utopie aufzuzwingen? Ich würde Ihnen gern mehr auf diese und andere Fragen antworten, aber einige schwerwiegende Probleme sind aufgetaucht, über die ich mir viele Sorgen mache.
See how it seems to parallel the idea that we just looked at about the anti-authoritarian personality, right? That each person has an authoritarian personality, right? They have an F scale, right? Each person's on an F scale. So it's very interesting that the thoughts of Henry A. Murray and his research into the authoritarian personality, and how Dr. Kaczynski was one of his subjects in his research, right? So that's very interesting, right?
Deshalb werde ich den Brief hier beenden. Später schreibe ich Ihnen mehr.
Anyways, I'll be back in a little minute with some more readings and things. But yeah. Yeah, I think Benjamin was making some interesting comments up here. Let me read some of these. Feedback loops are the basis of electronic control systems. Look into bioelectronics. You can send signals to the cells to do all kinds of things, including regeneration. New tech is coming out soon to take advantage of this. Uh-oh.
You don't need no tech to do that. That's the beauty. But I think
Yeah.
a lot of people are understanding that better.
Mechanistic approach to human behavior. It's like looking through a telescope at the bigger picture. Yep. Yeah, not laws. Yeah, I'm glad you joined us because he has some interesting takes. But yeah, during this entire presentation, it's interesting. Not too many people have joined. Also, I lost several subscribers, as happens sometimes. I go live, I do these presentations. More than usual, I lose subscribers than actually gaining them. So that's a fascinating. People look at the subjects and they just go, "Oh," people fall off. So I have a one-to-one relation. I've
Big
possibly
shout out
gained.
to Crystal.
Yeah, I've gained as many subscribers as I've lost, really. So I have a one-to-one relationship with people
I
who
think you're
come and
muted,
join,
dude.
watch my show. Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Can everybody hear me? Can everybody else
No
hear?
audio.
No audio for me?
Nope.
Shit, I don't know what's going on with that. Let me come back in then. Hold on.
Nope, still nothing. He's gonna restart or something. Hey, Crystal Shaman. Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, I should be good. Can everybody hear me?
Still can't hear you. I guess it's not me. I mean, I guess I could go out and come back in, but
Yeah, maybe go out and come back in. Can everybody else hear me or?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so Sarah can hear me. Reddington can't hear me. Reddington, I think it's a problem on your end, my friend.
Yeah, I can hear
you're
you
freaking
fine.
me
You.
out. Yeah. Yeah, you're freaking me out, Reddington. Yeah. But yeah, blessings. Thank you to Not Lost for joining. We're gonna go ahead and take a break here while Reddington comes back as well. But yeah, and then we'll go ahead and look at some of the ideas about over socialization. But I already presented a little bit about that with the little video presentation or whatever. But yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I apologize for that audio malfunction. For Reddington, blessings. Thank you so much. Oh shit. I think this is on a different speed. Okay, here we go.
Live waves can take the sun rays haze, run it through a photon maze, and make it matter out the other way. Two rogue programs from a new motherboard, reconcealed to reveal. Scientific smorgasbord, speaking in non sequiturs, incomplete sentences, while giving you 1/4 of a lecture for repentance. Art apprentices modify appearances to get the proper clearance. It's too hard to succeed like royalty. Meanwhile, take 2 of these and you can tell them that you know me only if it helps you out to break the doubt of the ones without intellect upon the wrong route.
They may talk about their expertise with empirical data, but they had a fatal error at a critical point, so no critical acclaim, not in this digital domain, just insignificant stains on the canvas of a planet full of water. Granted, as a standard, thoughts are often recorded, then offered to slaughter by a source of arbitrary commentary, speaking fluent binary, so rarely do I converse with the fools who inhabit the universe. Let me exhibit the first spurts of the verse disbursement, a rampant, severe contagion beyond means of containment. Mere beings can't explain its exponential spread. It's an existential thread in the fabric of universal static. The reason for its automatic place in the consistent continuum of time and space.
I need assistance. Please beam me up. I roll my expansive sleeves up. Now see if you can keep up as I rip my old degrees up. 33 now ease up. Ease up for another reason. There's no time to put the shields up and it's trees in the season. Watch where you leave it. It's recently deceased that there was a bad event horizon. Now I've got my phone tapped by Verizon while I'm like their client. I'm the last starfighter and I can't even get compliance. KISS. Super strategically synthetic and complex. Don't fret, we're already witnessed this litmus test. True West. We try to keep abreast of the best.
You can rest assured, only the purest materials are used to fuse and bond matter. Monuments and molecules, it doesn't matter. Put the serum in the petri dish and watch the germs scatter toward a transparent border. An apparent attempt to escape the experiment. But this entire environment is controlled and confined. Defined by parameters in mind and the desired outcome that I've outlined. Intertwined in a hypothesis. It's only within these limits that you exist. A bit more intricate than a test tube with red water and lots of dry ice. Go fill your lab up with some worthy merchandise. Check your measurements, make sure that they're all precise. It's evident that the student needs a more proven work ethic. We tried the exercise.
Individuals. We are free from country, religion, all your petty forms of bondage.
All right. And yeah, I think Ezra had a dip. But yeah, Sarah's gone. But yeah, she's still in the chat. So yeah, okay, there she goes. But yeah, blessings. Thank you so much for joining us. And yeah, and also thank you to Reddington. Yeah, thanks for joining, friend. And thank you for Benjamin for joining the discussion here. You know, I was gonna take a look at some ideas here to basically, I guess, close out the show. I have a few concepts and themes since nobody is joining the panel. I'm sure there's much more exciting shows and whatever people talking about all sorts of vain subjects, degenerate subjects online, but we're going to talk about over-socialization and the effects of mass psychology, how we're looking at nature as a cybernetic system. And we're also going to look at some of the concepts in the Tao Te Ching. For my friend Michael that was here earlier, he wanted to know some of those things. Yeah, next time we may open up with Plantinga and talk about some of the views of Aristotle and correspondence theory. I have a video on that. I may reserve the Kaczynski, not Kaczynski, but Krishnamurti video for next time as well. And I have some debates and ideas also that are in the development. Also, I may develop a lecture, as I told you guys about, on the history and development of Buddhist philosophy. So that may come down in the future. We'll look at from 600 BC to the modern age developments in Buddhism, right? And different changes and developments in Buddhist philosophy. And therein, we'll look at different thinkers, notable thinkers throughout history. And that'll come down. But yeah, related to that, or is Confucius and how he was affected by Taoism, right? And how Taoism takes an anti-Confucian stance. One of the biggest parts of Confucius is the ruler, right? And how the ruler is surrounded by loyal ministers. And one of the other huge parts of it is about how to be a loyal minister. Most of Confucius is pertaining to a subject of a royal kingdom, right? Who's basically the top citizen or aide or basically minister to the royal power in that state, right? So it's about following
And that was
authority.
too in his life. Was Confucius a minister as well? Sorry to interrupt.
I think in his time he was more seen as sort of a teacher. Of course he was deified later. But yeah.
I thought he was like one of the ministers too to his king. That's why he was writing so much about it. My bad.
Yeah, it's more of a philosophy. He had students, and he sort of taught it as a way of life. He was also influenced by Taoism, right? So there's writings about that, but the Taoists didn't really follow the teachings of Confucius. They seem to go against the thoughts of Confucius. So it was sort of anti-authoritarian in the sense that it was more about living a solitary life and not following the division of labor that's necessary to live in a society. So the Taoists look down upon following practices that would aid the division of labor in a society. So certain governmental tasks, certain bureaucratic tasks, they thought unnecessary. They thought that people should procure their own livelihood in those ways and not rely on other people. That was the standard for the Taoists. So you see the Emperor Shen Nung, basically wearing, very simple clothes and teaching his people to have certain agricultural tasks prepared. And he was one of the founders of many agricultural sort of forms of life and sort of agricultural techniques, because he was about people sort of finding a way on their own, becoming self-sufficient, being able to grow their own food and that sort of thing. And yeah. Anyways, here is I'm sorry, what was that, Benjamin?
I said it sounds like it's going to be interesting. Looking forward to it, Ben.
For sure. Thank you. But yeah, in chapter 17 of the Tao Te Ching, he says, the greatest of rulers is but a shadowy presence. Next is the ruler who is loved and praised. Okay. The ruler who is loved and praised. Okay. That's the second one. Next is the one who is feared. Okay. Feared. Next is the one who is reviled. Those lacking in trust are not trusted, but the greatest rulers are cautious and honor words. When their task is done and work complete, their people all say, "This is how we are." So they do a task. They are a shadowy presence. They don't interfere with the tasks of the people, even though they are the ones who are responsible for the people completing their tasks. They allow people to think that they've done it themselves. So, this is kind of, he's demonstrating both the method and the role of a ruler that would be like in a shadowy presence that would rule, by getting out of the way of the people, right? He's describing how to maximize power in effect. You know what I mean? But anyways,
It also applies to like a boss in like a work environment. It applies to like a boss or a foreman or something. Same kind of thing.
Yeah, like a boss, exactly. Yeah. Chapter 18. It says, when the great way is abandoned, there are benevolence and righteousness. Okay. So when people let go of who they are naturally, then they have to have benevolence and righteousness. That means they have to be kind to each other. They have to have rules for justice. You have to make rules for kindness and manners and justice and upkeep the order and all that type of stuff. It says, when wisdom and intelligence come forth, there's great hypocrisy. Right? Wisdom and intelligence are used, right, by those who have it against those who don't have it. Right? And he says, when the six familial relationships are out of balance, there are kind parents and filial children. Right? You have to have rules and order within the home and customs within the home, because there's no order at home. Right? Otherwise the parents and the kids, they would all be kind to each other, right? And there'd be no problems there, right? Anyways, when the state is in turmoil and chaos, there are loyal ministers. Okay, so that's anti-Confucian right there, right? The loyal and ministers are part of the confusion of the state, right? Otherwise, the leaders would do their task, right? And the royal ministers, they'd order the royal ministers, and the royal ministers would do the bidding of who's in charge. But the moment you have a need for loyal ministers, that there's already a question about who to trust. In other words, chapter 19, he says, cut off sageliness, abandon wisdom. Here he offers solutions. Cut off sageliness, abandon wisdom, and people will all benefit 100-fold. Cut off benevolence, abandon righteousness, and the people will return to being filial and kind. Cut off cleverness, abandon profit, and robbers and thieves will be no more. This might leave people lacking in culture, so give them something with which to identify. Manifest plainness, embrace simplicity. Anyways, let's go to Shang Zhu, and and I offered this many times, but yeah, I'll just offer it another time now. He says, about a tree, right, that is in his yard, right? A logician comes and approaches Shang Tzu about this tree in the yard of this prominent logician who's a very good friend of Shang Tzu, right, named Hu Tzu. And he says, "Hey, I have this tree that's whose branches are all wiry. They're too wiry to be cut up and used for any type of material, right?" And he says the trunk is too big and snarled to even be cut down, right? So the tree is basically useless, right? And he said it's big and lofty and useless. He said, just like your words, Shang Tzu. Said your words are basically, you know, the stuff you say is straight up garbage. Right?
It's like
Yeah.
some ancient smack talk or something.
Exactly. A logician talking to a Taoist, and he's saying, "Look, dude, your words are."
Sounds like
I'm sorry. What was that, Benjamin? You're kind of muffled there, but yeah. Okay, that was
you'd
even
say the
worse.
same thing that you're
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, let me try to turn you up a little bit. But yeah, I know you're driving, and yeah, sometimes we have trouble hearing you at that point. But yeah, let's go ahead and turn you up and see if we'll have a better time hearing what you're saying. But yeah, thank you, anyways.
Yeah, I was just saying that it sounds like what you would be saying to Truth or Cop, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's funny. Yeah, yeah, word salad. A lot of people think that's word salad. So he's basically saying a similar thing. He said, look, so he's saying, I got this tree, its trunk is too big to be cut down, its branches are too wiry to be used to make anything. Your words are big and lofty and useless like that tree. Okay, and Shang Tzu says, look, dude, he says, look, Hu Tzu, the deal is that, there's a yak that stands, with his chest, and it stands high on a hill, and its chest is as big as a cloud. And it doesn't go and chase around small prey. And he says the fox, it chases around weasels and small prey until it falls in a trap. And he says, now you have this giant tree, so he's comparing himself to the yak, that lives on the grass of the land. It doesn't need to go chase around prey because it's living on the earth, right? It doesn't need to go find its food. In other words, the fox needs small preys. It needs to trick things in order to catch things, and it needs to create this game for itself, right? So he's comparing Hu Tzu to somebody who's creating this game about finding these illogical things, that he has to solve, right? And he's saying, look, the problem is the ones you're creating for yourself, right? So he says, you have this tree, right? Its branches are too big. I mean, its branches are too wiry to be used for anything, right? And its trunk is too big to ever be cut down. He said, because of its uniqueness, it will never succumb to harm. Because of its uselessness, it will remain, right? So he's saying, look, if you embody nature, that tree is a sign for how you can reach perseverance through emulating nature, right? But yeah, so that was his response to Hu Tzu. He's showing a counter ideal in the form of nature to the techniques of human beings. Anyways, let's go to some of this text here, and now I finally have a audio visual version of it that we can use. But yeah, here we go. And if nobody joins the panel, we'll continue on with this for a little while, and then I'll read some things about Plato and Aristotle, and then I'll go ahead and play some of the old material I have recorded on Monday, I believe, and on Tuesday with the brother Talcott. But yeah, and that will conclude our show here. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, guys. Blessings. Let me try to open this up for you guys. Okay, over-socialization is going to be the topic. So there's two concepts, feelings of inferiority, that comes from this idea, alienation, and the concept of interconnectedness, which causes the second idea, which is over-socialization, right? So there's two parts to how this sort of feedback loop that we were talking about, you know, between man and society and the social conditioning really work, the mediation between man and nature and society, okay, which is the techniques, and of course there's social techniques, right, that, you know, make us accustomed to, you know, the changes within society. But yeah, so he goes ahead and tries to describe some of these. But yeah, let's go ahead and see some of this.
Supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or other, whether he admits it.
Okay, so I don't know where. Okay, it's starting in the middle of paragraph 25. So yeah, psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society, fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that leftists are over socialized, since a leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of society is so demanding that one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Okay, that's where we're coming in on. Anyways.
It to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. 26. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and the behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectations than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, They say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience, without guilt, thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on rails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. 27.
Can I interrupt
We
for just
argue
one
that
second? Hello?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, sorry. No, I wasn't listening for a little bit, and then I just heard this voice. Do you guys know who this guy is that's talking?
No, but yeah, it does sound very familiar though.
No, I
Right.
know who it is. It's Augustus Invictus of the alt-right. Very interesting guy, actually. He's a neo-pagan who turned Christian and went through a lot of legal battle. I just wanted to mention that if you didn't know. Very, very interesting character of the alt-right. And because I remember you reminded me that he did a whole bunch of reading of this. I didn't even know this was on YouTube, so this is very interesting.
This is BitChute, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. No, this guy is a very interesting dude. I'll write his name in the back chat just so you know, you guys know who this is. This is very. I was just surprised that you found this. This is pretty cool. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to mention that.
Yeah, most of the readings online now are of this guy. There used to be one awesome one with a female voice where it had the text on the screen, and it also had some sort of ambient sound in the background. That is now gone, or at least I can't find that one anywhere on the internet. I wish I would have saved that fucking video, but yeah. But yeah, this Matrix one with this fucking guy. Yeah, this guy is interesting. Yeah, this is a very to me, I think it's a very important writing. You know, what he's talking about here is ideas that are taken from Elul, as I mentioned earlier, but they're very much condensed into a format that would be able to be explained to just the general population. You know, your average blue collar person. You know, he's explaining these concepts like over socialization and you know, these concepts where he's trying to boil down the fundamentals of mass psychology and how people formulate their thoughts, you know, into a very common, you know, understanding. And he's using things like school and the use of automobiles and just those types of things to point out how we're conditioned to accept certain restraints or constraints in terms of the way we think and educate ourselves or the way we choose to engage with society at large. But yeah.
Yeah, no, it's that's why I was surprised you found this. This is I've tried to read Teddy K a couple times, but then this dude did this a few years ago, and this is how I actually learned Teddy K, because I listened to this guy's audiobook because he did, I think he did most of the book or something like that. So I think I listened to like 2/3 of the book with this dude reading it. That's why I was surprised that it's even up here. This guy got totally scrubbed from the internet. You can't even find his material because after the whole like alt-right thing, he's one of the few people who like actually did get totally scrubbed. So all his work that he did for like 5 years is gone pretty much. So
damn.
Yeah, so I'm glad you found I'm glad you found this. He was a very interesting guy. He basically does like the soft sit stuff, but he actually goes to court and like puts his money where his mouth is. He's a lawyer, so he's obviously very influenced by
Oh,
this.
well, lawyer.
Yeah, he's a lawyer. I'm not saying you should trust him. I'm just saying like he's a very interesting guy because he got put through the ringer like a lot of the guys did. And
I mean like he's a lawyer, so he actually knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he does. He's been through the system, so he basically like learned firsthand experience of like what's really kind of under the hood. And he still does talks, but he's very like, I don't want to say reclusive, but he's very picky about who he talks to now because he basically got gang stalked by like a bunch of lawyers because especially after he did this Teddy K stuff, like I think a lot of people didn't realize what he's really trying to get at. So that's where I'm in like the alt-right is really weird because there was a lot of people who were quite nuanced with what they were talking about, including a lot of them were talking about Teddy K. And you notice like nobody's really having these conversations on YouTube. I mean, if they do, it's like very whitewashed in my opinion. So that's why I'm glad that we're able to kind of actually listen what's being said. And yeah, the over-socialization part is one of the underutilized part of Teddy K from what I've seen. Like people don't quite know what to do with it, I guess, you know.
Yeah, because he's talking about the pervasiveness of the conditioning, and he's using schools and all these types of things that, and he also says it's one of the most dehumanizing things that human beings do to one another. That's actually interesting. He says, we suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I put the guy's website in the back just so you can see. He has like the fascist like bat thing that sticks, and then he has like a laurel wreath around it. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe you know what that means, but but yeah, I think that's one of the things I'm thinking about with like, it's kind of a strange situation. Like education was like a big deal before. Now everybody's like, maybe school's not so good, but you still want to teach your kid like basic stuff, but you don't want your kid to be like totally manipulated. So it's kind of like a weird situation now with the school system is like, it's almost like they're trying to phase it out in a way, but it's also like free daycare, so it's like basically irresistible to people. And so I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, but sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to mention that because I missed a lot of what was going on, and I just was shocked that you guys had this too playing in the background. It sounds like I missed a lot of interesting stuff because I skimmed some of it, but I think I missed Truth or Cop and all that shit. So. Unfortunately.
Well, it's more like Truth or Cop missed whatever was going on here, really. So, because he refused to engage, only a couple times he actually successfully touched down with anything relevant. So I let it play out. But other than that, he didn't have very many landings, if you will. But yeah, he was in and out. And
we gotta socialize him more. You gotta socialize Truth or Cop more.
Yep.
Yeah, he's he's definitely an agent of over-socialization. Definitely. Excuse me. Sorry.
That was a good hit.
Yeah, but here we go with this but yeah, he's using it mainly to describe modern leftism. So that's the beauty of the technique, is that somebody like Truth or Cop they don't really realize that they're operating within many leftist paradigms, right? So, that's the problem, is that, he is a product of a successful technique of over-socialization, is when the subject does not realize that they've actually been programmed, right? Yeah.
Well, I'll freely admit that I didn't realize I was a liberal until the past couple months when you and Pilliter had those conversations, and I'm like, oh fuck, I thought this whole time, like, and I know that like Canuck will disagree with me. Like, I'm actually interested to get Canuck and Pilliter to talk, but like, I've come to this realization that even if liberalism technically could work in a very weird and also the conversation with iFi today was actually very interesting to me, because I think that a lot of people just cannot accept that liberalism is, and like, this is what I'm reading this other alt-right manifesto thing as I'm trying to get through 3 or 4 other books like yours as well. Like, I'm trying to co-read this one, and it's basically all about how liberalism is like, basically cancer. And I understand, like, I mean, it's kind of a difficult thing for me to swallow, because I always thought liberalism was kind of a good thing, but now I see it's like, even if it's quote unquote good in and of itself, like, it's kind of like giving power to people who don't have spiritual growth first. And so it's kind of like, it can easily be weaponized. It's just like telling somebody the truth or giving somebody a loaded gun, but they don't know what it's for. You know what I mean? It's like, you're kind of just, playing with fire, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Very Promethean fire, I would say. And also, it struck me earlier when you guys were talking about what do you call it? You guys were talking about, well, first of all, I think one thing you kept mentioning earlier about animism and ritual, and then you were getting into like Plantinga, and then I've overheard and been a part of a couple of conversations the past few days about what do you call it? Trying to think of the right word. It was about basically, I can't remember the right way to describe it, but essentially about deism and solipsism and all these different things that are going on, and how basically all these things kind of lock into place with the system, because it doesn't allow you to kind of sidestep basically, it doesn't matter. You can pick all these different teams on different religions, but it basically just funnels you all back into liberalism, and it's kind of like this weird catch where you can't really sidestep it very easily, and by the time you figure it out, you're probably like 60 years old, and it's too late. I don't know. I can't really think of the right words I want to use, but it's you guys were talking about how something leads to deism, and I was thinking, like, that's kind of what America was, is like a deistic program. And then if you look at the work of Giorgiani, I think, like, he's talking about the American project. What is the American project? Well, at least from his point of view, it's basically a Promethean project of giving things. And I think that he's kind of saying that some people are not able to handle freedom and transhumanism and all these things. So essentially, they're useless eaters, and they're not going to be allowed to go to the next level or transcend, like the Great Awakening. You get what I'm saying? And it's kind of weird, because I've followed Alex Jones for so long, and it's like all these things Alex Jones is talking about, I was like, oh, he's just using Christian terminology. But then now I realize it's not quite Christian. It's something else, essentially. And I'm not sure exactly what it is, but this is kind of like, again, it just goes back to whole liberalism is kind of like the vehicle for all this. And it's like liberalism mixed with Trotskyism mixed with, I don't know. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of the right words, but I just got home a few minutes ago. So
Yeah, and that's why it's interesting. The actors within the the Macy's Conference report It's really people who you wouldn't suspect. That's what I was trying to point out, is that it's people who are talking about cybernetics, nature as a cybernetic machine. They're talking about anthropology. So they're talking about sociology. They're influenced by sociologists. They're behavioral scientists. They're trying to combine behaviorism with cybernetics. So there's these different movements that are coming together, and there's also the Frankfurt School. So there's postmodern philosophy. And the whole school of the ideas that the philosopher Wittgenstein is responsible for. So there's all of these different ideas. Obviously Wittgenstein is a notable figure, who wrote the Tractatus and was a engineer during World War II. He was a German philosopher, and yeah, all of this ideas coming from Germany to America. Those were the interpollination of ideas from Frankfurt and the scientists from Germany, into the United States. You could see it as a link between those as well, that I was sort of outlining for many, many presentations that I was doing in terms of the pragmatists and their concepts and ideas. But yeah.
And I think it's just kind of funny because, again, like I'm probably repeating myself many times, but I just think it's funny because I think people believe that we're like talking about some distant future of all this happening, and I think that the fact that they're already working on replacing doctors and lawyers and these kind of critical thinking jobs with AI, which again, like I think it's not going to be so. I don't think it's going to be so dramatic in the way people think. I think they've kind of figured out how to kind of slowly manage people, but I mean, there's also some opinions I have that I can't talk about on YouTube because it relates to medical stuff, so I'm not going to do that. But essentially, I think that they've kind of accounted for a lot of the things, and whether they're fully in control or not, I think that they're hard at work trying to what do you call it when you're trying to debug? I guess they're trying to debug the system is kind of what I'm trying to get at, right? Like they have like a generally working model, and then now they're going to hammer out the details of how it works. And again, like I think that I'm trying not to be too judgmental about it, because I'm also recognizing, like, if we're going to have this level of technology, these people are going to try to manage human beings with it, and it might even be the primary purpose. And we're going to be stuck in this whole debate. I think we're kind of having a debate now about, well, is it wrong for them to wield power? But first of all, I would say, can you do anything about it? Number one. And do you have a plan to do anything about it? Number one. And then number two, if you don't have access to kind of what inner working is, then you're kind of left wondering, like, are they doing the right thing or not? And you really wouldn't know unless you were kind of behind the scenes, I guess. And I think that's kind of the weird thing, is like, as much as we may not like it, it's kind of like, should we, I mean, quote unquote, blame them or not? That's the weird thing, is like the technology is getting so I mean, it's just dangerous. I mean, there's no way around that. So
it's not going to be an instant transition. You're going to have doctor's assistants for a while before they actually become, taking over the doctor's role.
Yeah, of course. And all I'm saying is, like, I'm not even trying to be like a doomer about it, but I'm also saying like, if we're not really being human first, then what are we really doing, right? Like, I mean, and it's kind of like the labor saving device thing. Like, well, we're saving this labor. It's like, well, if we're saving so much labor, why are people working 80 hours a week? I mean, like, chattel slaves basically probably never worked 80 hours a week because they die from exhaustion, right? So I mean, I'm just saying, like, all this labor saving and all this stuff is like, what is it really for? Is it to help us or as a human being, or is it to control us as a human being? And I think that it's really, is like the technology serving us, or are we serving the technology? And I know, again, it sounds like I'm being like alarmist or extremist or whatever. I'm really not. I think it's just a very fundamental point of view thing, right? Like, it's like the things that you need end up owning. It's kind of like the whole Fight Club thing. It's like the things that you own end up owning you, but it's also like the things that you need also end up needing you. Kind of, it's kind of a weird symbiosis, even if it's not alive per se. And I think that's kind of where the definition of nature, quote unquote, really is something I see that Christians are struggling with a little bit. And I think that, that's why I've been really hoping Machine could like actually debate with some of the Christian people a little bit. But it's, it's obvious, it's a very apparent that people don't want to like get into the weeds of the definitions or of all this. And it just gets down into like interpretation at the end of the day of all this stuff. And again, it's just kind of weird. Like, there's very, very, very little talk about the future of cybernetics publicly, like even among like the industry of AI and cybernetics. Like, I have not seen a lot of like serious safety concerns being brought up. Like, most of the stuff that I've seen is like very pop psychology, pop tech talk, like, basically like the Neil deGrasse Tyson type of level of discussion. And again, I'm not even knocking that, because I think there's a place for that, but I'm just thinking like, it's kind of like the informed consent idea. Like, okay, are we going to have any consent involved in this, or is it just going to be like, if you don't say no, you're just kind of going to go along with it? So I don't know. That's just my kind of rough thought on it, because I think the cybernetics is, I don't know, just kind of strange that there's no, like, Joe Rogan doesn't even talk about this stuff really. I mean, not really, so I don't know. It's just kind of a shocking state of affairs. What do you think, Benjamin? Because you seem to kind of actually think about these things too.
I mean, definitely there's reason for concern with all this stuff, right? I don't think you guys are wrong to be concerned, especially like when no one really has any control unless you're the one pushing on the gas. Like, the one with the foot on the gas is the one with the control, right? I'm not too overly worried about it because, like, for the moment, I think that Elon Musk, for example, is someone who is worried, and he does have his foot on the gas. So I think like people like him are like, he's all about tech, right? But at the same time, he because he's all about tech, he's able to be concerned about some of the repercussions. And I think like that's the type of person you need to talk about the breaks, because like it's really easy for people, philosophers, and people who aren't involved in tech to talk about breaks. But then like you need someone who actually understands the stuff at a deep level to talk about these breaks. And yeah, there are dangers. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm just not too concerned about it at the moment and I think like if problems start popping out with AI, they're gonna pop out in places that are, I don't know, less existential at first, and maybe that'll raise public awareness when that kind of thing happens. But the cybernetic stuff, like the Neuralink and all that kind of stuff that's coming around, yeah, I mean, I was scared when this guy was talking about using it to program people. Like, what the hell? This is what you want to do with cybernetics? Yeah. Anyways.
Well, let me ask you a question. I saw this quote the other day. I can't remember I'm gonna paraphrase it because I cannot remember it. I think I screenshotted it, but I can't remember now. But it was basically, the quote was something to the effect of like, the biggest determination of the 20th century was hypnotism, but nobody ever talks about it. Something to that effect. What would you say to that about it? How does hypnotism fit into your worldview as far as like psychology and stuff like that?
Hypnotism? I mean, I guess you could argue that the media is hypnotizing the masses. And yeah, so if you want to talk about hypnotism on how we're being hypnotized to just accept things and have a certain worldview and stuff like that, then yeah, sure, that definitely influences everything. That's very influential.
Yeah, well, like, I've always been curious about hypnotism. Like, I saw in college and a couple other places, like, a few times, like, a hypnotist came and stuff, and I always thought, well,
Right.
I'll never be afraid of that. But then, like, in retrospect, like, just growing up watching movies, for example, right? Like, dude, sometimes I'm just like, I'll hear like a third of a second of a song and like memories flood back, and I'm like, whoa, like, I have this memory sitting in the movie theater and watching this movie or some shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, that's like muscle memory, though.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
In the college hypnotism,
like a scent, a sound, a smell, or I'm sorry, like I was redundant. I just finished a sip and stream, so I'm incredibly drunk. But a smell, a sound, a touch, different variations. Like our senses do a lot of different things with our memory. It triggers memories, so that would be reasonable nonetheless.
But what about, do you think that hypnotism is like a real danger? Because, like, I mean, let me put it this way: like, if you look into the history of hypnotism, like, and not only hypnotism, but also like kind of, I don't even want to say fringe, but let's just say certain portions of psychiatry and psychology, like, there is an ability to kind of like give people trigger words or trigger things or whatever. I don't even know that much. I don't know, honestly, I don't know a lot about it, but I've read enough history where people like say essentially, there's a big danger that people can be programmed to do certain things without their full knowledge. And like, for example, like, road rage, people just, they're hypnotized while they're driving and someone offends them and then they just get out of the car and they just do something stupid, right? Like,
So, okay, so hypnosis in itself runs very deep, right? And you have to be willing to accept it, right? So during a part of my marriage, I went through a hypnotherapy, and apparently I'm very susceptible to it. It works out really well for me, but that's because I acknowledge the fact that like there's a lot of deep felt feelings, really deep belief, can't even find my words. Really deep
buried inside.
Yeah, very buried inside, and I had to bring them to the surface, acknowledge them, and do what I needed to do with them on the surface level, and then I can put them back away. But I think that hypnosis it can be like really good for people who believe that it will work for them, right? I don't think it works for everybody. If number one, if you don't think it's going to work for you, it's not going to work for you because you believe it's not going to work for you. But I think if you believe that there's a deep rooted, beneath the surface level kind of issue that you have to get to, and you need to get to it somehow, finding those different routes to get there is not far beyond belief.
So I talked to the college hypnotizers. That's a scam, right? It's basically what happens is people just want attention and they want to go up on stage, and so like they call out to the crowd, "Hey, I'm gonna hypnotize you guys," and whoever's hypnotized come on stage.
Okay.
No, I'm not stopping. And they all come on stage. No, I know they're different things. I know they're different things. Let me talk. Sarah, I shut my mouth. I'll let you talk. Let me talk.
I'm not
So
being combative. I'm just saying there's two different things. Like there's a
I
stage
agree.
performance,
No, this is
but
our
then
All right,
first
never
there's
mind.
there's
Never mind.
also
I gotta do next week anyways.
therapists, like for therapy. It's two different things. There's hypnosis for performance,
I didn't say.
right? That's one thing.
Okay,
But
never mind. Yeah, I wasn't trying to say they were the same thing. I was trying to differentiate as well, Sarah. But thank you for clarifying.
I think I turned Benjamin up way too loud. And then
very loud. It
think
was like kind
Sarah's
of
on-
vibrating my ears.
I
like,
think
whoa,
Sarah's
okay. Like, all right,
turned out
dude.
too low. So yeah, there's that whole dynamic, and then yeah, this is my Israeli friend. So yeah, he's feeling a little combative, but yeah, that's what it is.
No, I was on Sarah's show before. I know Sarah. So yeah, so first of all, like Neurojack brought up the college hypnotist. So basically, I wanted to address that's just a scam. Like I talked to college hypnotists and I talked to people who are hypnotized by college hypnotists, and really the thing is they just want attention. They go on stage and the college hypnotist tells them to do stuff, and they just play along. So and it fools the crowd. Everyone's all wowed about it, but it's just and they get them to do really weird stuff like sucking imaginary dicks and all that kind of stuff. So and it's just I don't know. It's funny to watch people do that, but at the same time, that's not real hypnosis. And so I think
that's crude. Like what? Like what in the world? Like
yeah.
It seems like a very crude like party trick. To I don't know.
Yeah, it's a
like,
party trick.
Yeah.
When I was a kid too, I had a guy claim to be a hypnotist, and then he took me out, and then like he said, okay, we're gonna do a make believe thing. Anything I tell you to do, just pretend and come in, and we'll play. And then my parents got so freaked out that I was hypnotized. And I was just playing. He's like, here, hold this little bunny. I was like, okay, here, thanks for the little bunny. And I was completely conscious the whole time. But he just freaked out my mom. Like, you hypnotized my son. What's wrong with you? Yeah, anyways.
Well, because
So,
you're
like,
willing to accept it, though. Like, there's nothing.
I was playing
So
along.
the biggest piece, the biggest piece about it is you have to be willing to accept it, right? You have to be willing to acknowledge and be submissive. So all you are is, and as a child, that makes sense because you're willing to be more submissive to adults. And so it's not a bad thing. It's not a terrible thing. It's just that it's a kind of a party trick to be able to get people to be willing to be submissive to your thought process. That's all. Now, in hypnotherapy, it's a different instance because in hypnotherapy, it's more of like you're being submissive to the idea that I'm going to open your mind up and let you dig in and find out what the real truth is. Whereas hypnosis as a party trick is like, I'm just going to get you to be submissive.
Well, what
And
about
the first?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
So like the first people that raise their hands are naturally willing to be more submissive, right? When they say, who wants to join in on something with me? Hand raised. Okay, you're already submissive to begin with. You're already willing to accept whatever it is I tell you because you've raised your hand without me even telling you what you're going to be raising your hand for.
Well,
Done.
that's like the Chris Angel thing. Like he goes out in public, and I'm sure that some of those are actors, but also like someone who's like like even in cells. Like when I was in cells, like we used to like look like me and my partner. We would look at each other and we're like, okay, like we in 10 seconds we already know. We could pretty much like 90% guarantee we know how long it's going to take, what card they're looking at, or what product they want to buy, or like what feature they want from the software that we're selling. You know what I mean? It's like we already can size up depending on the scenario that we're in, right? And so it's like
right.
It's kind of funny like how like that's just for sales. Now imagine you're in a hypnotherapy. So hypnotherapy is kind of weird to me though, because it's like, okay, so what about like the false memory thing? Like, you know, they had like
Well,
panic.
so-
they had, like
So I went through hypnotherapy, and for me, I'm a person that it worked well with because I knew I had to dig deep, and I knew that I just needed the tools to utilize to dig deep, right? And it's very self-focused. It's very like self-aware. It's very like digging into your own core on your own. It's not, there's no gimmick to it. There's no like, I'm going to make you give me $1,000, like none of that. It's very like you're going to come in, I'm going to kind of place you in a sense of self-awareness so that you can completely relax and just focus in, and you're going to take that time to focus on you in that essence. Whereas hypnosis, again on a stage, a performance style is very completely different from
Well,
that. It's
well,
just two
well,
different things.
well, what about like recalling memories of like alien abduction or this kind of stuff? Like I know that's a little.
So you're going to recall memories one way or the other, right? Like you're going to recall memories, whether they're real memories or what your brain believes happened to you, right? Because your memories are always going to be based off of the smell, the touch, the like the different senses of everything. What you saw, what you think you saw, your memory plays tricks on you regardless. So it's a matter of you being able to pick through all of that and find the actual core value beyond it. So you're trying to find the actual plot to the story, not the storyline in and of itself. So what is the lesson learned? What can I pull from this? What can I gain from this? And I'm going to take those informative pieces from it, and I'm going to walk away with what I need in order to heal.
Well, if anybody wants to add anything, please do. But like, I'm thinking like it didn't like what's the dude like L. Ron Hubbard or whatever? He knew how to do like the whole like auditing, and then he did the whole like like reprogramming people or whatever.
I don't know who that is, but
I know. Okay.
I think you can reprogram yourself. And I'll just give kind of like a personal experience to it. There was a point in my life where I needed to kind of completely shut down my emotions because I needed to remove my emotions from an instance that was like a current occurrence, a past occurrence, and I just needed to remove my emotions so that I could move forward with it because I knew that if I took my emotions with it, it would be rough, right? It was going to be a tough ride. So I was able to, through hypnotherapy, kind of like go through these mental simulations, these dream patterns of what I would call, where I go deep down and I go into this place and then I go back, and then in that moment I go and I kind of like lock the vault, right? And I'm physically, mentally, emotionally locking the vault to say, you know what, no more, I'm done. There's no more emotions involved in this, and going forward, I'm only going to move forward with logic and reason and what is happening currently, and I'm going to only take those moments and like assess going forward. And with that, I was able to come out with a lot of enlightenment. And I was able to move forward in a way where I really had my emotions completely removed from the instance, and I was able to really make more informative decisions based on that, to say, you know what, take all of the emotions out of it, put that to the side, and this is what's really going on, and this is how I'm going to press forward with it. So I don't think hypnotherapy is for everybody, but I think it is a good tool and a good resource for people who can utilize it to that degree. Now, the gimmick, I wouldn't pose the gimmicks or like the on-stage presence or anything like that. I wouldn't pose that as like a way to do anything or utilize it, because all you're doing, that's just tricks in a hat, but in terms of like actual hypnotherapy, like that is for a purpose and a reason, and you're going to that with the acceptance that this is going to be a tool. And coming in with that peace of mind, you already know, and you're mentally prepping yourself with the idea of, I plan to do this as a tool, so it will help you.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we were looking at some of the techniques of the Macy's Conference and the Frankfurt School, and how they were used in order to develop their report on the authoritarian personality, in which they measured the potential of individuals to develop a sort of authoritarian personality. They called it an F scale, where they would measure the individual's potential to commit, sort of, fascistic acts, or hold themselves in a ideal that was sort of megalomaniacal and based on fascist ideas. And the whole report was then condensed into the MK Ultra report. And one of the subjects was Dr. Kaczynski, who, I guess what they used, he was a student at, I think, UC Berkeley, and there was this psychologist named Henry A. Murray, and basically he conditioned Dr. Kaczynski to, find fault within himself, and see how some of his ideas were false. And I think it had a weird effect on him. Some people blame those experiments for the atrocities that he committed, among other things, that he was sort of conditioned in a way to hate society.
Okay. Well,
through
can
these
we break that down a little bit? It's Pavlov's bell, right? And that is a 101 of psychology, right? Conditioning somebody to believe you get a treat every time you do XYZ, or you get buzzed every time you do DHY. Right. So, I mean, that is literally psychology 101. This is why, if you're trying to train yourself to, for instance, like stop smoking, if you wear a rubber band around your wrist and every time you get a craving to smoke a cigarette, you flick the rubber band and it snaps back at you and you feel pain, right? And it's like, oh, pain every time I get that thought. So then every time you start to get that thought, you're eventually going to condition yourself to believe, no, every time I feel like I want a cigarette, I get pain, right? Or every time a dog, like if I say to my dogs to sit, they believe they're going to get a treat because they've been conditioned to believe that. So, and that's not even a part of a hypnosis. That's just psychology 101. And if a grown man, based on what you're telling me, falls for a conditioning as such, then I'd say the man was weak to begin with. So I don't even think that whatever you're saying is even like a ploy we can discuss as like, oh, this is a part of something, and this person like went down this rabbit hole of hell because he was conditioned to believe these things. If he was conditioned to believe those things, then he didn't have a solid foundation to begin with.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of spooky instances of this. For example, um, you know, if you shock a rat and then spray cherry blossom scent, and then the rat has kids, the kids, upon smelling cherry blossom scent, will anticipate electrical shock, even though they've never experienced such a thing. And it's the same thing with cows. When you put an electrical fence there, in 2 or 3 generations, they don't go beyond where the electrical fence is, even without having one placed there, because they're conditioned
Right.
to their offspring have the memory of where the electrical fence is basically implanted within them. And then there's all sorts of other very spooky concepts as well, where body and memory are linked. For example, people obtain memories of another person after having a transplant. So you transplant something, and people will get the transplant of a person who died, and they'll get new memories in them, or they'll even, in some cases, learn new skills and things like that. So there's all sorts of instances of transfer of information and memories through organs and different things. So where are memories and thoughts stored? It goes to the
Well, it's just
fundamental.
synopsis, right? It's just an electrical current if you really think about it. And through that electrical current, like, if I obtain, just for instance, if I was a smoker, but I donated a specific organ to somebody else, and then they suddenly picked up smoking, it's some kind of weird electrical current or vibration of some sort or whatever. Right. And those are things that I don't think even science can really answer to or speak to in any event. It's just a part of like some weird transition of currents, some type of vibration or energy or whatever you say, or it could be the DNA that kicks in. Who knows? Like, we do recognize that alcoholism can be genetically transferred, so like if a father is an alcoholic, then the son can pick up that habit as well, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, like all of that coming back to hypnotherapy, like it's two separate items. So like you're talking about the brain, you're talking about psychology, you're talking about conditioning, and these are all behavioral patterns. But hypnotherapy is not a behavioral pattern. It's not something you're conditioned to. It's something that you are brought to kind of bringing it inward, and you're just being given the tools to be self-aware and look at inwardly and be able to express outwardly of how you want to continue forward. But all of these other things you're describing, these are behavioral patterns. These are conditions, things that are equivalent to an equation. You can put a number to it.
Yeah, and that's part of the idea that we were going by earlier, is the invention of cybernetics and how they tied it to behavioral studies.
Mhm.
And how they see nature as a cybernetic system. They see the mind as basically a machine, right?
Like a 0 and a 1.
Yeah. So they're talking about creating these feedback loops within sort of the human computer, as it were, and that's basically how they're arriving at this idea of cybernetics and also artificial intelligence.
I was going to say,
Because
are you talking about kind of like an AI concept?
yeah, because if you want to externalize the functions of a human brain and have a machine carry out those functions, that is a rudimentary model for what they seek to accomplish within artificial intelligence itself. So
Mhm.
cybernetics is all about modeling human behavior, especially when it relates to mind.
Well,
And yeah.
okay. So AI can obviously trigger the idea of human behavior in terms of like X plus Y equals Z, right?
I just
But it
want to say really quickly that this is not the Sarah that was here before, but
Oh.
although the voice and the ideas are sounding similar, so many of my audience will be confused. This is a
No,
different Sarah.
I'm the tomato
Yeah,
Sarah.
there was another Sarah here, and she was also talking about electrical pulses and genetic memory and all this stuff. So I think many
I'm
You
not that
transfer the
smart. I'll
biofield
never
or
claim
something.
to be that smart, but I think the concept would be, AI can recognize 0 and 1s, right? It's a common equation. But the thing about equations is you can't add emotions into it. Emotions will always be a variable, no matter what. It'll always be an X, a Y, or a Z, and you'll never know which one is which or how many are involved into it, because human emotions change like the wind. So as much as you can say, well, typically in human behavior, if somebody does X, it equals Y and then plus Z, whatever, but you can't add that emotion into it. So because of the emotional aspect, AI will never be on point. It will never be able to presume. It will never be able to predict based on that one feature, because that one feature is it's very unique, it's very specific, and it cannot be replicated, because humans are exactly that. We're individuals, every single one of us has a different thought. Certainly, a lot of us do a lot of similar things. We have a lot of similar patterns. We run the same drills every day. We get up at 7. We go to work. We're at our 9 to 5. We come home, XYZ. Those are behaviors, right? But we all have different emotions that vary throughout the entire day based on different things that happen. So that's the one thing that AI would never be able to predict, and that's why AI will never be able to take over the world, because us as humans have that one step up.
Yeah, it's interesting because it seems like there is an increasing concept in which, for example, this guy Ben Goetzel, he was trying to get. I mean, I know that you might have kids that they might play this Minecraft video game, you know, and it's interesting. In the Minecraft video game, there's no real clear objective on what to do.
Mhm.
You know, so all the parts of the world are used to create whatever you want, really. You know, so you gather supplies that are parts of the world to recreate the world around you. And in a sense, it's called a sandbox game, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, so a game without any clear objectives, that's almost like Legos in a way. Now, you can have a Lego set where it's pre-ordered and it'll give you instructions on what to build. But of course, you could obtain Lego pieces and build new things with the Lego
Right,
piece.
without the directions.
Right.
And that's
So
allowing room for creativity, right?
yeah, and that's what they want the AI to do. So they train the AI to play video games that don't have rules attached to them, such as Minecraft, you know, so that you know, somebody said it very interesting. They said that the AI has to learn to make mistakes in order to evolve. And it's interesting because it doesn't have to learn. You know, it's like the machine doesn't have to grow, right? Learning requires growth and also making mistakes. But if you don't have to learn anything, if everything you find out is based off of pre-programmed tools you use to interface with the environment, then there's no room to make mistakes in a way. But
But
yeah.
even at that, like making mistakes, oh my God, I can't even talk. Making mistakes and learning from your mistakes still doesn't have an emotional growth to it. You're just learning, like, okay, 1 plus 2 does not equal 4. Okay, let me go back and add that up again. 1 plus 2 equals 3. Okay, I got it right this time, moving forward, right? Whereas when you add that emotional element into it, it's like, all right, I have a happy friend around me, I have a sad friend around me. What is the end result? And the end result is like, okay, maybe we all need to sit and talk about it, or maybe that friend reacts this way and that friend reacts that way, and I need to accommodate accordingly. And that's something a computer can never understand, because that's part of a learning element that is based on emotions, not ones and zeros. You know, and that's why I think that AI just can't replace everything. It can do a lot of work for you. You can definitely utilize it as a tool, and I think we should utilize it as a tool. But I don't think it recognizes the ability to be empathetic, sympathetic, or even, know when you just need to make somebody laugh. Because that's something only we can recognize with each other based on scent, smell, touch, looks, whatever. These are things that a computer just can't pick up.
Yeah, this funny. I saw something very odd the other day, and I apologize in advance for showing this to you guys. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and show, despite our guest that we have, because yeah, I mean,
It's my video, isn't it? I'm just kidding.
no, it's not. No, it's not your video.
Sad trombone.
but it is like they made this face that to teach the AI like how to smile, and it's rather disgusting looking, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and share this anyways. It's a very,
Oh, it's
very
really creepy, isn't it? That's
it's
why you're
very,
apologizing.
yeah,
I
it's
love
very,
creepy. That's
yeah,
too
it's pretty
creepy.
creepy, but yeah, what I mean.
Oh, the smiley face. Yeah.
Oh, you
It's
seen
like
this
a
already?
pancake?
Yeah, this is very, very odd. Let me try to zoom in on this if I can. But yeah, this is not. Yeah, it looks like a fleshy pink. Yeah. So yeah, it's very, very odd looking here. But yeah, to teach the AI. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute the music because that music is super.
That music makes it more creepy. It's like fucking
Yeah,
Chucky.
that's not.
I think
Yeah,
the
that's
eyes
not.
are the creepy part.
Yeah, this smiling face made from living human skin cells. That doesn't seem
Yeah,
kosher.
Oh, that's even worse.
let me put it this
Yeah.
way. I saw this video and like I watched like 3 seconds of it and I switched away from it because that's how creepy this video was to me. So it's pretty like is that real eye? Is that supposed to be like an actual like human eyeball that formed and shit?
Yeah, I don't know why the eyeballs, and why no blinking to the eyeballs.
No,
So
see, look, this is the crazy thing. Like they
There's no
like
eyelids. I don't see
I
any
don't.
Well, I
eyelids.
think they're just props that are set in to make it appear more humanistic, right? Because if they didn't have the eyeballs there and it was just smiling at you without eyeballs, think about how much more creepy it would look. So I think that that's just done to give a face to it, right? If we give a face to it, it looks, it gives a more human
Well,
appeal.
well, check this out. I want to mention this. Like, I can't. I'll be honest. I'm going to sound like an idiot right now, but they've done some weird experiment where they added neural networks,
Mhm.
and then they added human DNA to the neural network, and the human DNA started like placing stuff. Hey, Benjamin. Hopefully, we get to talk more about hypnosis in the future.
Yeah, all good. We'll talk whatever. Thanks for having me on, a machine.
Yeah, good to talk to you,
For
Ben.
sure, blessings. Yeah, thanks for
See ya.
being here. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Benjamin, he's a heavy hitter at this point. Thank you for contributing to the show. Yeah, blessings.
but have you guys heard about that? Like that they added human DNA into like certain experiments already that are like basically trying to see can human DNAs like start organizing shit like with like a symbiotic process. It's very bizarre. Like there's actually a lot of research or what I would call like Mingale LARPing,
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they're adding human DNA into Jello at this point. I mean, there's so much you can do with science, and I mean, in this event, like they're kind of like forcing the product to move, that's natural simulation. Like this, you could do with a couple pieces of string and some putty in this very similar instance. Like I don't see much different from it.
wouldn't that be insane if it actually is just like putty and they just do this to freak us out?
That's what I'm saying. Like you have to
No, it'd be
consider
hilarious.
like, it's literally a piece of putty with a couple of I mean, I could create the same thing with putty, some eyeballs and some pieces of string placed in the right places.
You know what's funny is like there's some people who don't like us very much and they brag that they actually created fake like conspiracy stuff, and I just think maybe we should do that. We should just like create our
Make
own
up shit.
like fake shit just to like get attention or something, because like it's so easy now. Like it's kind of creep. That's what I'm saying. It's like to bring awareness, not like do it for
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You could literally do this I mean, they're doing this with probably like some type of magnetic or something to make it smile and move, but it doesn't seem there's nothing natural to it. Like this is really just robotics at its best. Which again, you could do with a couple pieces of string and some putty and a couple like rolling eyeballs. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, they had one where they had a artificial womb as well.
Mm-hmm.
Where you could just grow your baby in this womb. And
well,
yeah.
and see, even that, like you're going against natural evolution with that, and you're like you have to be really simulating the actual fetus and actual womb of what's going on. And with that, you'd have to be able to kind of ploy out the idea of what happens in the womb itself, the placenta, and all of these different things and variations, and how the child is fed, through the mother's nutrients by what she eats. And like the list goes on and on. But even for the heartbeat in itself, like how are you getting that heartbeat to beat? If it doesn't have the mother's womb to kind of hold it and feed that. So there's a lot of different things. I mean, I'm not a scientist by any means, or a biologist, or anything in that nature, so I couldn't really speak to it. But I just looking at the surface level, that would take a lot. That would take a lot to simulate that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just goes to more of the ideas in terms of pharmacogenomics. And the other concept that I was laying on the table was the idea that at the very birth of the cybernetics, they were basically trying to base it off of the model of self-replicating genes. So one of the concepts that this guy Norbert Weiner talks about is creating self-replicating machines that program the programming of complex machines. That way it'll save humans from having to program complex systems themselves.
But can you really replicate? Like think of and I think of the womb because naturally when a mother becomes or a woman becomes pregnant, right? Her body actually tries to, it thinks like, oh, this is like an alien, a predator, this is a bad thing, and it actually tries to dissolve the body of a pregnancy initially, until it recognizes like, oh, okay, no, you're just here. This is the thing. We're good. We're gonna hold on to this. So there's something in the body that recognizes, no, this is a part of us. We need to allow it to grow. How could a machine replicate things such as that? Such as like recognizing DNA and saying, no, you're part of me. And like all of these, you're talking about like microorganisms that are doing their jobs. Like, how can you physically replicate that?
Yeah, this is the or what do you call it? The video or whatever on or the article from Tech Insider, and they're making it look like it's essentially, and there's also a BBC video article as well that's pretty much a lot more views than this video here. But yeah, that one, and obviously we can't play like BBC stuff. I'm pretty sure we'll get popped for that. But yeah, this one is interesting. The strangeness of this video, and how the people are dressed. They have them dressed like they're like in
Of course,
Star
it's
Trek.
all white people.
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah, they
point.
kind of have a sort of interracial or weird, this weird ginger lady with this sort of Mexican looking dude. But yeah, it's like the future. Just puts his hand on it. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and how do you replace the idea that a mother knows, right? Or touching the belly, holding the belly when you're laying there at night and feeling the kicks and the voice that the baby hears while it's in the womb and all of those other things that you're missing out on. I mean, you can't replace natural evolution like that and just expect it to just go well. Um, I mean, the voices alone, the voice of the mother alone, and the energy of the mom, the emotions, and all of those things, and the natural inclination to know, like, oh, shit, I'm about to go into labor, like, or oh my God, I think I'm in labor, or, oh, all of those things. How do you just replace that? I just don't think that that's maybe it's feasible scientifically, but I don't think you can replace the emotional portion of it or the natural biology behind it of like a mother knows best.
Plus, who knows whether the child would come out with psychological kind of issues without that
Mhm.
uh, link to the mother.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going because it like they hear your voice all day long. They hear your heartbeat. That heartbeat. This is why people naturally go into the fetus position. This is why people naturally can calm down with small, like soft, smooth beats, things of that nature, because it takes you back to the heartbeat, the fetal position, all of these things, and being inside of the womb, the liquids that surround you, the warmth, the comfort, like it's a thing. It's a thing that you literally are growing in. Now the only thing that I would say is like the trauma of being born might be something people could opt against. But outside of that, I find no gain. There's no gain from this.
Test tube baby Gattaca style.
Yeah. But in any event, I've been up way too late, gentlemen. But I definitely, Machine, I wanted to pop on and say hello. I've seen you in my chat. I've seen Based Oracle with you. So
Thank you so
I
much.
I
Yeah.
I tried to feed my my sip and stream into yours. So I hope it helped a little bit. But I at least wanted to pop over and say hello. But I do intend to come back another time as well.
For sure, for sure. Yeah. I mean,
Good
yeah, thanks for checking
conversation
this
over
out.
here. This is a great one to step into.
For sure, yeah. I mean, we usually talk about theology, political
Yeah.
science, philosophy, and technology, really. So, it's all subjects relating to our technological predicament that we're in. But yeah, thank you so
Mhm.
much, Sarah, for joining. And yeah,
Yeah,
I'll talk to you very soon. Yeah,
absolutely.
blessings.
For
Yeah.
sure. We'll see you soon, and thanks, gentlemen, for appealing.
See ya.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's so interesting that it says parents would be able to live lives normally. What the fuck does that even mean? That's such an odd statement here. But like
It's pretty telling. Sorry to interrupt.
no, no, it's fine. It's just it's like yeah, is childbirth abnormal at this point? Just a basic normal human function that brought us all into existence. It's like, oh, it's not normal.
That or it's like live your lives normally because you're feed into your narcissism anyways.
Yeah, I like how like sitting on a laptop, like doing work, like that's normal, but like having a baby is abnormal. Like in this scenario, it's like that's the inhuman part is like creating humans. It's like parents would be able to live lives normally, like yeah, without dealing with the the natural function of childbearing. It's like whoa, talk about post-human. You know, this commercial here or this article here by Tech Insider, the way they talk about humans is, you know, very odd. You know,
Maybe
so
that's how they'll sneak the AI into the artificial womb and you have AI babies.
right. You know, yeah. You know, and yeah, it does look like a miniature version of that Matrix thing, but yeah, that they're all born in.
For sure.
Like, look at, look at the fucking thing.
It's not getting a pod, it's I was born in a pod.
Yeah, really. Oh man, look at this man talking to his baby
I
through
guess
the
that's how you get past the whole voice thing.
intercom. Yeah, see, look at that nice interracial couple. Oh man, that bio bag.
That's a little disturbing.
Yeah, that's. How many of us are eating? You know, that's the meat that's at the fucking grocery store. 100%, most likely. You know.
Ugh.
You know, like they have time to go ahead and raise those animals. Think again. They're growing those motherfuckers in Ziploc bags. Yep, open up the little egg there. You got the fucking easy bake oven, baby. All right. Yeah. But yeah, that looked like a fucking Fisher Price toy, a giant version of, you
It
know.
really did.
Yeah, like what the fuck is this? But yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. But yeah, thank you for joining for Sarah and Benjamin. Thank you so much, guys. You know, I appreciate your contributions here. And yeah, let's go to some thoughts about over socialization here before we cut our stream off. And we're also going to be touching on Aristotle and stuff. If we don't get any more new discussions going here with the people, and feel free to hop up here and have any type of discussions with us. Thank you so much, guys. Let's put Cecil over here for now because I think he's asleep still. But yeah, let me go ahead and share this, and we'll take a little musical break in a second here. But yeah, let me play some of this and hear about over socialization, the modern left, and the conflict of over socialization. We might get up to paragraph 50 where he starts to talk about the conservatives as well. But yeah, let's go to this. Maybe I'll play it like this for a while.
Very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. 28. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by the mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming, with some degree of truth, that society is not living up to these principles. 29. Here is an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows his real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools and more money for such schools, the way of life for the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like the upper-middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African-American culture. But in what does this preservation of African-American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to a black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in. As long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values.
Okay. And we got our friend here. Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Not much.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah, but
That's
it's
right.
interesting. Yeah, thank you for joining. But yeah, it's interesting what he's saying here. What he's sort of talking about is that the leftists are the ones that are taught to rebel against the system, but they're the ones most conditioned by the system itself. So the way they rebel against the system is going to be most in line with the token rebellion that the system offers them in the first place. For example, environmentalism, right? The rebellion that they have against environmentalism is a way of improving society as a whole. You know, their idea is built on the self-hatred of the achievements of civilization itself. So really what they want is they want a way in order to create a new way of, you know, governing society in which they are the, you know, purveyors of a more common form of humanity, you know, one that is more in line with nature. And of course, they are the ultimate, you know, teachers of this way. You know, so as to say that they use it in a ploy to seize power, they are, of course, the intellectual elites themselves, right? So it's no, you know, coincidence that these very same people are coming up with ideologies in order to usurp the system, quote unquote. Really, all they are doing is offering a token rebellion in order to improve the conditions of the system itself. You know, so they're not really rebelling against anything, is what you know, Kaczynski's, you know, pointing to here. You know, anyways, the intellectual elite, they're the ones who basically are the cosmopolitan types, They hold to the multiculturalism of the cities. They basically become the purveyors of international customs and foreign influences. They're the ones who bring the foreign influences into the city. The city is the hub of international trade. That's why it's also a hub of technological innovation. Now, obviously, you can't, see genius. That's why the universities and the intellectuals that are in the universities, they never produce people who actually come up with any new ideas, right? They're taught in the ideas of the old. Virtually all of the people who come up with innovations in any field come from outside of the universities. That's been historically true. The universities will only teach you what's already been done. The libraries are just books of things that are already been done. Not that the people who didn't invent new things didn't read a lot. They sure did. But they sure didn't work within the constraints of the common intellectual type. And those are the parts or the people that are basically the parts of society that are the highest type of degenerative influence, because they are the over socialized type. As Kaczynski is pointing out, they're the main people who are responsible for over socialization, which, as he says, is the greatest form of dehumanization that we inflict on each other in society. It's a subtle form of programming, and that's what Sarah was talking about, is about hypnosis. Well, the greatest form of hypnosis, comes from these machines, because it's a subtle form of programming. You're susceptible to programming through the screens because you don't expect yourself to be programmed. You're only subtly taking in the information there, so you don't expect it to, seep in there. But that's how it really gets you, is that it's a subtle form of programming. Of course, you wouldn't expect somebody who tries to program you directly, right?
No, that's why I call it TV programs. They're trying to program you.
Right.
30. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they sometimes do. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than for others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. 31. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies in the psychology of modern leftism. 32. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. 33. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology,
33, all
we
shit.
will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but is not quite the same thing. The power process has 4 elements. The 3 most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. 34. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power. But leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. 35. Everyone has goals, if nothing else to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. 36. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. 37. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. 38. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they
Greetings.
Hey, what's going on, Machine? How's it going, bro?
Hey, what's going on, my friend?
Chilling, man. The over-socialization of the left, interesting, bro.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. This is predicted by Kaczynski, 30 years ago. So yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Thomas Sowell, the economist, where he
Oh
talks
yeah.
about
Yep.
where he talks about a lot about how the left or in general people relying on charismatic leaders, over socialized leaders to push government intervention as a top priority can lead to a lot of different bad things happening, basically.
Adverse outcomes.
Right, exactly. And also too, this chapter reminds me of Malcolm X, what he used to say about the left. While he thought that the conservatives are like a wolf straight up, while and the Democrats were more of a wolf in sheep's clothing, and he warned his followers. He warned his followers about the Democrats. So very timely, this
Yeah,
information.
it's funny. Maybe he was being esoteric because it turns out that the symbol of the Fabian society today we know is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. And
Are you
right,
serious?
so yeah,
Oh snap!
yeah. So
That's
they actually,
amazing.
it's mind blowing. Let me pull that up. But yeah, they actually have a the Fabian Society logo is a wolf, that's wearing a sheep, and yeah, yeah, I'll try to find it if I can, but yeah, the Fabian Society talked about how actually, you don't overthrow the political and economic basis for the society, but you go into changing the family. They said, what you really have to break down is a family. You know, so you need social techniques, you know, such as public school system, in order to break down families. You know, and that is basically how they're going to take over society. You know, because as long as there's families, there's going to be nepotism, you know, within the families. So they said that all social stratification comes from the concept of families. So we have to take the children, make them the property of the state. That's the goal. You know, so here it
Right.
is. It's a wolf, and it's wearing a sheep on it, right?
Wow, that looks like
Maybe
a
it's
meme or something.
yeah, you know.
Very dead looking sheep.
Yeah, and he said, yeah, and that's Malcolm X. He's saying, look, the Democrats are like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Very interesting. Right? And yeah, yeah, I guess basically what it is it's the trap of the intellectuals, you know, that comes from with the whole concept of decadence. And you know, Thomas Sowell talked about it too. He was talking about Marx as a decadent cosmopolitan intellectual, you know, that was basically part of the you know, the political and cultural and economic and social strife within Germany, right? That he was actually a product of these things, you know, and that he was a product of German decadence in a way. That this is why, you know, his dad and all these people, and you know how he had all these chances, how he came from such a rich background and he squandered everything he had. He's sort of a spoiled person, you know that.
That's not
Yeah.
what we think of, like off a visceral level. When you think of Marx, you think, "Oh, this guy's probably, you know, he was a worker, salt of the earth type of being." But you're saying he came from money and he
Yeah,
lost it.
totally. Yeah, totally opposite. Yeah, totally opposite. So Soel kind of exposes this. You know, he talks about the background of Marx, and says, "Well, look at this guy. You know, this guy is part of the intellectual elites of Germany, and this is how they are. You know, they never worked a day in their life. You know, just like Engels. You know, Engels was basically funding Marx, right? And Engels himself was from a rich family, right? That's why he was able to fund this operation, right? So the whole operation is funded by the elites, you know, and Marx is famously he's actually related to the Rothschild family, right? But yeah,
Wow.
yeah, so it's interesting. You know, he's part of the most elite of all time, you know, yet this is what he produces is this sort of rebellion against society, and it's a sort of common sort of rebellion. You know, that only goes a hop, skip, and a jump away from the actual demands of the system itself. It's a theory that is within capitalism. It's firmly ensconced within capitalism. You need capitalism to have Marxism, right? It's just not coming out that, you know, Marx built his theory off of the same ideas that basically capitalist theory is based on.
What
Right?
would you say his major tweak is from him?
Well, essentially, it's in the means of production, you know, which are technological means. You know, so really, he didn't really talk about nature or technology. What he talked about was the means of production, industry, and the worker and labor, and all of those things. So that's the only way that he really tweaked it. You know, but all the essential elements are there: money and labor and work and all those types of things are essentially there. You know, so he had to use capitalist theory, you know, and Das Kapital and all these types of things. And he also has to presuppose large scale industry for his theory to work.
And what does
You
the
know,
state
so
play into it?
well the state um has to be the one that takes care of the technology. Right. So see, this is the thing that Orwell saw as well that large scale technologies, they have a central they need a central authority in order to run them. For example, nuclear power, right? And therefore you have socializing influence, because you have the government producing technology that's run by the state in order to take care of social needs, right? So you have built-in socialism there. It's through the technology itself, right?
Wow.
Yeah. So that's why leftism, statism, you know, uh transhumanism, the technological system and international government, and the cities, the cities that are basically the hub of international trade, these cities connect the, global sort of, technological system, because most of the international corporations, they function as pseudo governmental entities.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically what they create is technologies that's bought by the states. For example, weapons contractors. They also create communication technologies, um, cyber security systems, and what have you. So, they're responsible for a number of things. So, in a way, the system is interconnected that way. Where private security firms basically function as governmental entities. So we're basically living in an age of corporate socialism that's based on the use of large scale technologies, to run this sort of, corporate socialism.
Mm. There's some esoteric information too out there about now machine lines. Do you think this is a stretch of another ism, and that related to communism and socialism, Satanism?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Marx was a Satanist, right? So, that's important to note that he was firmly in that sort of idea, Promethean
Mhm.
mold. He talked about Prometheus, and the idea of ruling over nature, right? Also, Hegel talked about that. See, Marx was a Hegelian. He was part of a group called the Young Hegelians, and Hegel sort of saw the mind as the antithesis of nature itself. That mind, the creativity of mind is the antithesis of nature, where man is the mediation of both nature and mind.
Mm.
So he had this sort of Kabbalistic understanding of nature and man that sort of was very Promethean, in a way, in which we were supposed to usurp nature in a way through this mind, where mind is the mediator between man and nature, right? And that goes to a very sort of, Kabbalistic principle in which, you know, our rational self is basically God, right?
Right. Not missing the mark. Yeah.
Yeah. So so that is, and also Kaczynski mentions experts, the rule of experts, and this goes to many different ideas. One is the compartmentalization of knowledge, over specialization, you know, um, and also the desacralization of knowledge, the separation of ourselves from nature, right? So we become separate from nature. our knowledge becomes a category apart from nature, right? And then knowledge itself becomes desacralized as nature becomes desacralized. Therefore, we think of ourselves and our knowledge separate from nature. We create categories for that knowledge, which is the compartmentalization of knowledge into different specialties, the over specialization and the rule of experts, and then basically the common man now is just somebody who functions within a system, parts of information as a cog within the system, a cog in the wheel. So he is one part of the entire system with his own specialized craft or whatever that he might use or do or participate in society through this. So this is the problem, is that we've become, our knowledge has become compartmentalized. We've become taught by the rule of experts. Those elites, intellectual elites that are taught the token rebellion against the system are taught by the system on how to rebel. And it's a cycle that's basically feeding itself. And that is the one thing that Kaczynski is noticing through the rule of experts and the development. So basically, it's a concept that goes to the development of artificial needs, and those artificial needs constitute in fake goals that we produce for ourselves. This is because of we get lost in the means that we use to produce certain goals, that we focus on improving the means in order to get to the goals. So, our goals become the improvement of the means themselves. Like efficiency becomes its own goal. Like efficiency is a way to improve, a means to an end. But efficiency becomes the goal itself. So this is when our compensatory mechanisms lead to specialized means, and they feed back into themselves. They create a cycle in which we forget why we're participating in those means in the first place. And this process of forgetting is very, very close to what we were talking about earlier about repressed memories. Right? It's like when you have a habit and you forget why you're doing something and it becomes ingrained in you, and then you keep doing that thing, even though it's destroying you, right? It becomes a settled pattern within you that you don't notice because it's attached to all these other processes. Right? It becomes embedded, just like a behavioral pattern. And that's why this has to do with human psychology and the way we entrain ourselves into certain behaviors, and why the leftist is stuck in his pattern of isolation, inexperience, falsification of memories, and then, and then feeding that back into, his reaction against the system.
Right. Because it does seem like most of the governments in the world are run by leftist type lawyers who don't really have experience in the world, and certainly in the things that they're strategizing about in terms of like global politics and commerce. Yet they're the ones that are actually making the policies that most of us are tasked to follow.
Yeah, and I meant to mention this in the beginning, is this natalism concept, and what it has to do with Malthus, and also the technological system. So actually, the powers that be think that, for example, against the common idea, they thought that, if you go ahead and create the circumstances for people to have more kids, they'll have more kids. But it seems like people in poverty are having more kids than rich people are. Right? One of the main deterrents against having kids is to to be educated. Right? It seems like, and to be rich. So that's the problem, is that those who live a modern, liberal, educated, elite lifestyle, they're less likely to have kids. It's a great irony of, how Malthusas ended up wrong. So yeah.
Yeah. I saw a video of a leftist girl on TikTok where she was talking about a coworker of hers said she was going to have a baby, and then this TikToker, she was disgusted. She's all, how could any woman want to have a baby? It's like it's crazy, bro. Yeah, you know, it's like it's a wonderful thing to have a baby. You know, I get it.
Yeah.
Things are expensive and whatnot, but the third world seems to find a way to make it happen. You know, and it's just wild, bro. Like you said, the more people get and think they get more intelligence, they're dumbing themselves down to common sense, first principles, natural law.
Well, there's a
Yeah. Like,
will, there's a way.
Right.
yes, of course. Yeah, that's true.
I think that's the problem today. A lot of people don't have the will to go and figure it out. Is the problem.
You think because they're too comfortable, they don't want to strengthen their will or test it?
Well, it could be that they're too comfortable, and plus they've been told that you should pursue a career first, and that should be your main priority as well. That's the other problem. They've been told career first.
Right. And sometimes they never get around to having a family.
Well, a lot of cases nowadays, but yeah.
Yeah, it's funny, in that video it said, that you should grow your baby in an incubator so you could, do normal things. And it was so detached the way that they said that inside of that commentary. Grow your baby in your living room, so you can go do normal things. And like, as if, you know, having a baby is not a normal thing. That's
Right.
exactly how they put it there. So it's meant to, is such a dehumanizing statement. It becomes normal. So that is part of the
Yeah.
issue there.
Yeah, if that's the case, if they're going to sell that, a lot of times this technology comes as friendly, like for the consumer, right? And then the governments and these corporations that are tied into the weapon companies, they might be growing their own universal soldiers with these artificial wombs and stuff, like warehouses and warehouses. But first, they're going to sell to the public, like, it's convenient. It's convenient, yeah.
Yeah, that's part of the indoctrination. The
Hmm.
whole indoctrination system, yeah.
This is Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber manuscripts, manifesto you're reading.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is from the Unabomber's Manifesto. And this is I think it's published in 1995, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he's talking about this idea about surrogate activities, how we're tricked into artificial needs and fake, um you know basically we act out the power process in order for artificial needs and the processes we do in order to act out these process for these to attain these fake goals is basically called surrogate activities. So it's a way that we sublimate our power process in order to attain artificial needs. And that goes to, how we're all in a loop to attain things that we don't even need. He's describing it and how our power is taken away, through the formulation of these artificial goals. And it's how basically we're kept into the system as pawns in the game, right? Um, and yeah, so
Does he have a solution? Machine lines?
his solutions are radical, and
not
we've
bombing people, right?
yeah, it does include stuff like that. So yeah, so we're not gonna move to talk about his solutions at this time, but yeah, he has written at length about solutions and also greater looks into this problem. We're only now beginning to read. We're only now 30 paragraphs deep. We have already done lots of presentations on Dr. Kaczynski, especially the system's neatest trick. We looked at his views on leftists. We did huge presentations on his views about leftism inside of this manifesto. We did a rather lengthy presentation of his views as they relate to traditional lifestyles in episode 7 of The Machine Lies. And yeah, we presented some of the views of Alul as well in many of our presentations. So we've talked at length about his views, but we're just now beginning to take a critical look at his writings. And in that, there is a work called Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How, in which he actually presents his idea about technological um basically a revolution against the technological system is what I meant to say. But yeah, I talked about that and about the need for that in many interviews that I did. One with Nachikita, when I was on Nachikita's show and we did an interview there, I talked about the need for a revolution against the technological system and why I believe that that's should be the case. I also had a major debate against Andrew Wilson where I argued for the position of a revolution against the technological system. That yeah, they're a very unpopular position to take in front of the Christian nationalists, right? They believe that the present stage of technology could lead us to a renaissance, right? That we should proliferate technology, that we should take the tools of technology under our own guise as Christians, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it was a very, very unpopular view. I had to show them opinions about how technology could lead to evil, how it's satanic, how the satanic powers had put technology there for us as a distraction. I made references to the Tower of Babel and other such things.
Isn't that ironic? You're teaching them, the Christian nationalists, about machine. I call you Professor Machine Lies. Yeah, man. Well done, machine.
Well, it just goes to show how the people who are ensconced within the problem, they're not able to see how they're struggling or what they how they're trapped, really. you know and they find the solutions are to use more of the way that they're trapped in order to free themselves. It's quite sad,
Right? They get deeper into it.
Right.
They mesh themselves deeper in it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a double bind, double-edged sword, as they say. Technology is a double-edged sword. Oh yeah, it's also a double bind, right? In that way. But yeah.
But But may I ask a question? You seem like,
Yeah, of course.
what do you mean by like we should like get away from technology? How do you mean though? Like in that sense?
Yeah, I guess minimize use, take a critical look at how we use technology, right? Decide, if we could, how much um use we want to allow, at least that bit of control, which we don't seem to have, right? Technology seems to be imposed on us so that we need certain technology. For example, most of us need cell phones and cars just in order to communicate and live and get a job and in order to feed ourselves and things. I think that's a too much of a burden, that we're actually required to use machines and actually have personal machines and devices, in order to survive in certain instances, right? I
Mm-hmm.
think that's extensive, and of course they have embedded tools of surveillance and monitoring inside of those devices so that they can keep track of us, everywhere where we're going and who we're talking to.
And then some.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you're not
Yeah.
saying you're not completely against technology, but you're like saying we need to limit how it, the scope of it.
Yeah, there's no way to get away from our nature, um, which seeks to be innovative, create things, manipulate, and adapt to the nature around us. But an individual should be able to control the speed and pace and use of the machines that he uses. These should not be controlled by experts. So I argue for a very, very minimal, scale of use of technology. Technology that's under the means of human control. I would argue for. So we all need to sit down and decide where the line is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
That
Because
makes
because obviously it's not clear. you know, so a greater effort needs to be made to not take these tools for granted and to see that there's not a clear line. You know,
And every second we don't make that distinction, every second it gains ground on us, and we get enmeshed. We get more enmeshed into it. Top
yes,
priority is to
precisely.
address. I agree with you. Like top priority is to address it and call it out for what it is.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's check out some of the surrogate activities. This is how we get sublimated. Our goals get sublimated into a false power process for artificial needs. So, yeah, he kind of describes how it is here.
Their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and a few aristocrats, like Hirohito, have turned to science. 39. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here is a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of a goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity, because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. 40. In modern industrial society...
So it's clear that all of these are a natural result of a decadence that's caused by living in a technological society, by having machines do all the work for you. So then it causes B, a sense of boredom, and alienation, because you're over socialized, and you also have feelings of inferiority. You're alienated, because you're not the system, right? You're simply a product of it, right? You're just a cog in the social machine, as it were. So, alienation, over socialization, and extreme forms of mediation. They cause this sort of foggy state of somatic detachment, and also you know, uh, a sort of what do you call it? Extreme form of boredom from a prolonged form of decadence.
Yeah.
Right, not having to actually work for the means of your own subsistence.
Do you think the word depression, and how it's used so much in the age we live in, is kind of like masking for what it actually is? Like you said, boredom, extreme boredom.
Well, anybody who does investigate the rise of mental illnesses, is it true that there's many more mental illnesses today than before? Well, certainly we've discovered many more. Are they being caused by our modern lifestyle? Well, certainly we've discovered more since we've had our modern tools. Now, this goes to a chicken and the egg problem. Is it our modern society that's causing the rise of these mental illnesses? Or is it the tools we have that have caused to a greater discovery of these mental illnesses? One will never be able to solve this dilemma.
Some of them are kind of made up, though, in the DSM.
Yeah. Yeah, not only that, a lot of them seem made up.
Well, I think it's a little
Not
bit of
depression,
both.
though. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's a little bit of both. Our modern society's caused a rise in mental illnesses, depending on what we're talking about specifically, and then it's also the technology that's caused some stuff.
Yeah.
Because I mean, these days we basically just decide to war off like our physical needs, and we decide to deny biology, and we pursue things that are like careers way too much, and not worry about the need of having a family and a connection and stuff, which is partially all due to technology too. Because you can get a sense of connection on technology, but not the same as you would from having a family, though.
Yeah. Yeah, even though I don't know if any of you guys have a big family, there you could probably feel detached and lonely even if you have a lot of family members. The way things are set up sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Because you don't talk to them that much, and they're more they're spread out and stuff. Because I have quite a relatively decent sized family, but we don't get together that much because
Mhm.
everybody's working and stuff like that. They're so busy with their day to day lives.
Yeah. But then when you get a chance to talk to some of them, it's like I want to talk about stuff like this, but a lot of people like they might malfunction and glitch out. So that could cause some of the isolation in itself. Right?
Yeah, because they want to talk about something separate than what you want to talk about. Yeah.
I mean, I'll still listen to them and build with them, but these higher concepts are a lot to take. It seems like nowadays the highest level of consciousness people can get to, a lot of people, is talking about politics, Trump or Biden. That's about it. Yeah. It's all good. I'm glad that we have this forum, though. Thanks, Machine.
Yeah, it's sad, but yeah, yeah, blessings. Yeah, I did a little Monday stream.
Mhm.
So yeah, after I start moving, I might start popping on here a little bit more. But yeah, I'm happy to have these discussions with you guys as well. It's been a blessing. Yeah,
You're
thank
more
you
than
guys so
welcome.
much.
More than welcome to hop on my channel someday. Book a Gabriel. I would love to have a talk with you.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Anytime. I got you on the Twitter as well. Just send me a message
Right.
anytime you feel like it. So no worries.
Dope.
Yeah, yeah.
Dope.
Blessings.
Dope.
Yeah, of course.
Respect.
Anytime I got
Much
you. Yeah.
love.
Yep. Yeah, we'll definitely chop it up sometime. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, for all you guys, let this be known. This could be a first of many conversations between us. So yeah, so it is what it is. That yeah, obviously I'm here for now, Wednesday and Saturday, but yeah, I might start opening it up more as time goes on. I get more settled into what I'm doing because I'm just in the process of moving right now. So I used to do a little Friday show too, but yeah, those Friday shows are highly memorable. I covered lots of interesting topics on those shows. So we'll definitely bring those back at some point too.
I'm definitely hitting up the archives, your archives, though. Yeah.
Yeah, those little 5-hour shows that I did in the morning. Those are some of the best ones I put down for real. But yeah, that was back in the day.
Only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence and, most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue.
Yeah, it's so funny that the dream in today's society is to get paid for doing one of those surrogate activities. Right? Is that you get like literary creation, you like stream on the internet, you're climbing the corporate ladder, you're teaching people how to do it. You're engaged in some scientific research online, and people who are just making money, just making videos, just doing that stuff. That the dream is actually to get paid for doing stuff that is a surrogate activity. That's essentially a hobby. That you're producing, you're involved in, that you don't actually benefit from, and it's a side goal to what actually society is actually doing. So it it has no added value at the end of the day. So So that is such a interesting aspect that you know that people the they have fake goals, artificial needs. They're engaged in surrogate activities. I mean, most people don't see it that way. They think that what they're doing is of extreme value. That they're going and doing things and creating value in the society. And most people that have a job think this.
Right. I've seen it as a
Yeah.
teacher too, because I teach English out here in Taiwan, and I taught at different schools. And some of the schools, especially the ones that are owned by some of the local Taiwanese who don't know English very well, their school is basically kind of like only a flex. So it's definitely a surrogate activity, even though you're teaching kids how to say the words and the definition, but really they're not gonna. A lot of them aren't gonna retain it, and it's like it's like a busy work, just to say like, oh, my child went to this so and so school to learn English, and you know, and so I'm definitely gonna start to really look to see all the surrogate activities I see around me, and try to, so I like that word, surrogate activity, surrogate activities.
Yeah, surrogate activity, artificial needs. You know, you know, that is a such an interesting word too.
Mhm.
Also, I like the word compensatory mechanism
Hmm.
because it's like how you try to fix something that is to make up for something that's already a problem. It's like
Hmm.
it's a funny word. It's like you try to compensate for something. You try to create a process that's a solution for something
Mhm.
that is essentially a problem that you created. So it's a little bit of the snake eating its own tail. So you, so some of that it gets to really irony. The ironic nature of technology and our own sense of boredom that's supposed to free us up to do all these things. And what's the effect? Well, people are bored. you know,
I know. Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
To really think. I have to wonder what actual jobs are now. What's actually needed.
Wait, I'm sorry. You gotta have to say that again, my friend.
I want to think more about what is actually needed now. What's the job? Because like,
Mhm.
Yeah,
if that counts, hmm,
yeah, it's like 90% of the busyness that we're engaged in can be cut out so that we can reflect on what we actually need. And then all the time we spend engaging in artificial needs and surrogate activities and hobbies, when we're bored, could be spent actually procuring our own livelihood instead of having all of these processes run by machines that we don't get to decide how they're run, and they end up controlling our lives and managing our affairs. And we don't even understand how they come to us anyways, because they're brought to us by these experts that we never see and meet. We don't know how they earn their expertise, and we don't know what's behind the systems that they're using. So all of these things are alarming. They're alarming factors that contribute to our modern life that only few people begin to notice. And once people do begin to notice them, you know, there's going to have to be a massive change. And that's the problem. That's why most people rather not look. They don't want to deal with the consequences of these things.
Right.
yeah,
Scientific
Yeah, and I like what he says. He says, in a modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. That's part of the problem. You know, that's the beginning of a problem. You know, people say that that's the solution. Yeah, but what happens when that becomes the beginning of the problem?
You start taking things for granted, right? That's part of it.
Yeah.
Work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and prestige they earn. 41. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals. That is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that, in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always farther and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs, but that is because in our society the effort required to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. 42. Autonomy as a part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their efforts must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. 43. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak, or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power. The good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. 44. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have an adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc.
Damn. There's that depression for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I mean, I can feel the depression sometimes because I have a hard time trying to find people or someone to satisfy my physical needs.
Yeah, that could be definitely depressing.
Yeah, and then it goes to the other way around too. The people who that's their only goal, is just satisfying their physical needs. That they're trapped in a surrogate activity there. So it goes both ways. It's inability, it's the ability to have most of your physical needs met, and then left to then satisfy all of these other needs that are basically superfluous. And the inability to do that then causes depression. So all of this, so even in attaining those needs, those artificial needs, you still wouldn't gain autonomy. So it really doesn't matter, whether you fulfill them or not. So there's that whole aspect to it, is that the people who actually fulfill them more are actually more you know sort of trapped up under the guise of these activities. They're more trapped in the sort of surrogate activities, and it goes more into the democratic society anyways, because it seems like we want to always compare what we have to what other people have. So there's this idea in which there's a equality, but there's also a freedom, and Tocqueville talks about this, that this engenders a sort of hostility towards the common man, that they all have they all sort of blame each other for what's going on. They feel isolated as individuals, so yet they feel part of the herd, if you will. So there's a sort of process in which everybody blames each other, but nobody takes responsibility in a democratic society. And that's because of everybody's free to do whatever they want, but the way they do it is the same because they're equal. So freedom and equality seem to be self-defeating in a way. The way they sort of meet each other, and the best sort of decisions in a democratic society are made in a small group. The best way to have democracy, have your voice be heard, is when democracy functions in a small group. Everybody comes to a consensus and agrees. But within a great big mass of people, the democratic process, the individual is less and less valuable, right? During a collective decision. So in large groups, it seems like that's where democracy is more required, but that's where it really blots out the individual. It's the irony of it all. But yeah.
Hey, Machine Lines, I want to go hang out with my son. I appreciate you letting me on the panel, and I'll talk to you soon. And peace to everyone on the panel.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. We're ending here in 30 minutes anyways. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, friend. Blessings, yeah.
Thank you, Machine. Be easy, guys.
Yep, have a good one, man. Peace to you too.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Prayers, friend. Yeah, that's our friend from Taiwan. Yeah, nice to see him as always. Yeah, we get people from all around the world here. We get people from Israel and Taiwan. It's a great blessing. But yeah, let's check a little bit more of this out, and then we'll close this out in terms of this episode. I have some material that I'll show you guys. Thank you so much. Some of it's a little bit shocking. A little random panel that we did on Monday. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Sources of social problems. 45. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society, they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. 46. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. 47. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. 48. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power mowers, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. 49. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature, rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. 50. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. 51. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating themselves from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community. Because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. 52. Suppose that a public official or a corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system.
Okay, let me pause it right there and talk about some of those key issues that he brought up. First of all, the entire presentation we gave on evolution, right? This serves as our rejection of the principle that he's talking about the majority of society growing up in evolutionary circumstances that are radically different from the ones we find ourselves today, right? We gave an entire response to that statement about what we think about evolution. Okay, we obviously don't agree with evolution, right? And it goes back to the Malthusian plot, right? You know, Darwin was trying to prove Malthus, Here we will read from a paper. You know, as described in the essay, Malthus believed that there were two types of checks, quote unquote, that then could reduce the population, returning to a more sustainable level. He believed there were preventative checks, quote unquote, moral restraints like abstinence, postponed marriage, and restricting marriage for persons suffering poverty or defects. He also believed in positive checks, which lead to premature death, disease, starvation, war, resulting in what called a Malthusian catastrophe, which would return population to a lower, more sustainable level. Among the genocidal policies promoted by Malthus were, instead of recommending cleanliness to the poor, we should encourage contrary habits. In our towns, we should make the streets narrower, crowd more people in the houses, and court the return of the plague. In the country, we should build our villages near stagnant pools, particularly encourage settlements in all marshy and unwholesome situations. But above all, we should reprobate specific remedies for ravaging diseases, and those benevolent but much mistaken men who have thought they were doing a service to mankind by projecting schemes for total extirpation of particular disorders. Dastardly stuff, guys.
Yeah,
Goes
very
on,
evil.
yeah, very evil. Yeah, it goes on to say it was Malthus' ideas which inspired Darwin. They inspired Darwin in the development of his theory of survival of the fittest. Darwin explained in his autobiography in October 1838 that is 15 months after I had begun systematic inquiry, I happened to read for the amusement Malthus on population, and being well prepared to appreciate the struggle for existence which everywhere goes on from long continued observation of the habits of animals and plants, if at once struck me that under these circumstances favorable variations would tend to be preserved and unfavorable ones to be destroyed. The result of this would be the formation of a new species. Here then I had last got a theory by which to work. Effectively, eugenics is the applied science of Darwinism. Anyways, from Francis Galton, Darwin, right? Who there coined the concept, and he was a member of the Darwin family. But anyways,
Yep. That Pill Eater reference to that Peter Coffin video called Less Sucks goes over a lot of it from more of a communist standpoint, I think.
yeah, it's fascinating. Definitely, Pill Eater knows a lot about Malthusian stuff too, and yeah,
It's very satirical. I was enjoying it.
yeah, and this stuff that Kaczynski's talking about population density, he's definitely not talking about lowering the population. He's talking about the population density that the city supports. So the city supporting crowding and population density, and that is exactly what Malthus was talking about as a positive check in order to reduce the population. But yeah, anyways, let's go to this. And also he's talking about um you know, lessening people's ability to have traditional family situations also. So Kaczynski is already picking up on this, you know, as did many sociologists who studied life in cities and populated cities, right? Anyways,
Yeah,
And
it's more.
is
wait,
Yeah,
I'm
because it's
sorry, what
more
was that,
expensive
friend?
to live. It's more expensive to live in those populated cities, so it would
Right,
make it more difficult to have traditional families. You couldn't afford it.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, lastly, how could I miss this point? He talks about conservatives, how the conservatives are fools because they don't understand that the advanced technological society has to naturally cause a lapse in traditional values on the other end because of all the factors that he's just pointed out, right? So he's saying that actually conservative values are not a solution to this. Because it's the city that's causing the lack of the traditional values and to live lives apart from families, dependence on families, right, and traditional values. So the problem is baked in to the situation, which is the technological means of civilization itself. So, yeah, he's merely pointing out that you know that's why they're not being able to conserve, what they want to.
Yep, neither side.
Magnetism.
Oh,
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Go
neither
ahead.
side works. Neither side works, like the liberals or the conservatives, is what he's trying to say, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's like both sides are a response to the situation we're in. One
Mm-hmm.
is, hey, well, go live in the city, be part of the liberal elite. Only a select few get to be part of that. And then the other side is, hey, you know, um, go ahead and try to go out of the city, right, and live a life of traditional values. Meanwhile, the cities are taken over, right? So it's like, there's nowhere to turn. It's like the cities are growing and there's urban sprawl happening.
Mm-hmm.
There's less and less. So try to escape the problem is actually causing the problem in the first place. And then trying to, go all into, the technological system. Well, then, who knows what you'll end up with? You'll just be being pushed along with the next change that happens. And there's no, you're just being moved along by progress, the winds of change. Good luck.
Yeah.
Hope you don't get swept, aside.
Mm-hmm.
Or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only those small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. 53. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems. But we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. 54. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. 55. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belong to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. 56. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. 57. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas the 19th century frontiersman had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself, by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire county might have only a couple of hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern county is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new, ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate, it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. 58. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. 59. We divide human drives into three groups. 1. Those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2. Those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventually defeatism, depression, etc. 60. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. 61. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case, you have hardly any autonomy in work, so that the need for the power process is not well served. 62. Social needs, such as sex, love, and status, often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. 63. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process largely through pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities.
Okay, now this is a key point, is that the use of social techniques becomes desirable and necessary in order to control and mediate the activities of the people, because those activities themselves are based on these artificial needs. You know, the surrogate activities are based on the artificial needs. So you need social techniques in order to manage those needs, right? Because those needs are basically created, you know, they're artificially created, right? So they have to be generated in the people. So, in other words, social techniques become another way for experts. It becomes another sort of specialized means in order to control the population, and we really see that. That's what for example, um, the thinker Edward Bernays, who wrote the book Propaganda. The idea of manufacturing consent is basically this very same concept. The idea is that in a democratic society, who controls the power systems? Somebody has to be in charge, and there has to be authority. Well, it's the people who educate and socialize towards understanding how those democratic means and processes work, right? The educators, right? That tell people, that teach people their civic responsibilities, they are the people in charge, right? Education and communication technology becomes the primary, activity, really. It's the primary goal of the society. It's the primary means of attaining power within the society as well.
Yeah.
64. It seems that, for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of these social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be fully satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. 65. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee and, as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small business today operates on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. 66. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. 67. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in the pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and usually we do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hyman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis, New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards at a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, on how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. 68. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his...
Okay, that's where we'll leave it, is at the sense of powerlessness because of the use of artificial needs, the use of compensatory mechanisms in order to manage those needs, the rule of experts, the specialization of means by those experts, and the loss of our own mediation of our own power process, right? And the management of our own goals and affairs as a result. But yeah, that will conclude our segment today. I'm going to go around this panel and have everyone give a little closing statement before I say goodbye to my people here. Blessings. James, what do you got for us?
Well, first off, thank you for allowing me on the panel. Thank y'all for listening to me out there, folks that are out there. I don't know. I feel like these systems just need to be taken down and kind of restructured back to the way it used to be before. Well, at least as far as America, as far as how the founding fathers intended it to be. So yeah, I guess that's my final closing statement.
Yeah, thank you so much, James. Blessings, dude. It's a pleasure talking to you again. And also, yes, absolutely. We need to restructure the systems, take it back to the beginning, take a look at what the founding fathers were putting forward because they were smart. We need to take it back to look at what autocratic government is like that was a foundation behind the technocratic state. So if we could go dial it back to how it all started and look at the foundation of everything, of course, yes, that's going to be a brilliant way to start. So yeah, thank you so much, brother James. Blessings. Thanks for joining
Yes,
us.
sir. Blessings to you too. Yes, sir.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be back on Wednesday. So yeah, love to have you here again. You have a blessed night, my friend.
You too. Have a blessed one. Long Wolf. I'm gonna say Long Wolf. I think it's Rendon and Long Wolf, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. Blessings. Yes, peace. I'm praying for you, my friend.
Yes. I'll keep you on my thoughts too. Machine lines.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah. And how about you, Reddington?
It's just funny that I was thinking about Edward Bernays actually, and then you brought him up, so it was kind of funny.
Yeah, it's crazy. Propaganda by Edward Bernays and Propaganda by Jacques Ellul, which he wrote as the sister work to the Technological Society. Interesting stuff,
Yep.
Yeah, techniques to govern the herd, mass techniques to govern the herd. But yeah, thank you guys. I'm going to throw you guys in the back here and give a little closing myself. Blessings. But yeah, here on the Machine Lives, we're touching on different subjects. Plantinga, the ideas of evolution that brought us to that special paragraph where Kaczynski mentions evolution and those ideas. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about Plantinga some more maybe in our next talk. We'll open it up with some concepts. We're also going to be moving into looking at the thoughts of Richard Rorty and pragmatism, and we'll be looking at some more of the ideas of Kaczynski as well. So yeah, we really had a banger of an episode here. Had many different views and opinions, many different guests, heavy hitters came through here to talk on the panel. Even though we've had a sort of attack on the panel, not many people have been dissuaded to come and talk to us, and we're making lots of new friends. So it's always a blessing to talk to all the people that we've been meeting on the different shows that we've been visiting. Recently, we had a sit down with the brother Paul Unslaved yesterday. We did an entire episode at Proper Instructions Motivates People, you know. So yeah, we had some good talks with the fellow over there, because he asked us by request to come up on the panel. So yeah, he was nice enough to summon us to the panel, so we went ahead and joined the panel. We also went and joined Verbal Combat the last hour or so. We went and looked at what that was all about. Very, very entertaining event. Although we didn't get to participate in a majority of that competition, we were thankful to be let on the panel and to be looking at that. We may give a more competitive run in that competition next time. But yeah, we've been meeting some people out here. But yeah, the thoughts of Dr. Kaczynski and also Jacques Ellul that we'll be moving into are some of the foundational critiques of the technological system. And we've been looking at ideas critical to technology. We covered a little bit of philosophy of mind, those spooky concepts. We looked at ideas on the fringe of science and with Sarah of mindful exposures, and on the fringe of art and culture with our friend Pill Eater. So yeah, we had a very interesting time with you guys. But yeah, we will be returning on Wednesday, right? To bring you guys more of this. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. I'm going to stick around and listen to some music with you guys and then throw on a show to conclude my stream, as I always do. Some of those replays that we've been doing, and we have a special one for you today. A very tumultuous couple panels that we engaged in, first on my own show and then at Jack Talcott's show. It's been getting pretty tumultuous. One day I opened up a random panel to try to have a chaos run, and boy, did it get chaotic, right? You'll be dealing with some of the misadventures of our show here on Monday, right? Lots of chaotic energy that when we did a random panel show. I'll be playing that in just a minute, and I'll be playing some music for you guys. Please enjoy this song here. This is one of my favorites, Scaramanga, Group Wars. You know what I mean? Yeah, a couple songs here for you guys. I'll stick around and listen to it with you guys and throw on some panel for you guys. Blessings. And yeah, and please enjoy Jack Talcott as well. Yeah, thank you guys. Usually on Saturday I play Jack Talcott's show, Live Without Fear. Usually we attend that show on Tuesday. If you go look back, we were on the show nearly every Tuesday recently, right? past few months, right? But we've also had other key appearances on that show, excuse me, where we talk about interpersonal psychology, among other topics. But yeah, we also get a lot of interesting guests there. His panel is a lot more lively than mine. People become afraid to come and talk to me here for some reason. I wouldn't know why, folks. But yeah, I really try to have a open forum. As many people have been thankful, I do appreciate my friend Michael coming through. It was very, very great to see my friend Michael. You know, thank you as always for his time and his reflections. You know, I love having him here. But yeah, blessings. Here's a one of my favorite songs for you guys, Godfather Don and Scaramanga, Shalah, Group Wars. You know what I mean? Enjoy.
1, 2. Yeah. Impeccable Group War Commission. Clean your ears out. Scaramanga. Godfather Don. Word. Word up. You know what I'm saying? Word out. Yo, money. Understand this right here. Besides favors, I supply majors, hustle sideways from John Baker to Clive Davis, host connected by fly pages, arcaders, the millionaire alumni players. Your operation just run by haters. Son, my papers run long like the Mississippi. Group war clips, keep ice chips real crispy. Dimes wanna kiss me, don't just lip read. Helmets kick these pro lines to long dick read. Indie chicks winning 3 whips. Motorcade black, coach made payment spent for 3 bits. Hop on the evening, breathing fully. Ice sleeve mean I'm woolly. Round the neck and act like a bully. My ear itching, carrots glisten, got a 50 piston engine from Magnum. Now the jack stay racked up, cat stays packed up, but when cats act up, get clacked up and cracked up. Got the brick wrapped up at the act with up, relaxed it up. Mac with a half like Farrah, Ari Cara, looking like type hype. Difference between us, she like the glass pipe, I like the dude tailpipe. V12 with mean wealth for power has kept the high by the hour. I'm the manager. I separate the power from the hand of the innocent when the intent is to experiment. Resuscitated Karen and Erica from a thorough blend of heroin. The game has never been illuminated as these times. 99 crime and the subconscious mind. You a conquer spine in the populace. On the metropolis, I clock monsters dying. For real, Group War Commission, scaring brass, counting money. Did you get it? Roll with it. My soul did it. For cash, I'm cold with it. You glow for a minute, I glow for a minute. Hoes like ice and the wide body 6 double O tinted. Chrome rented, backseat get that big M in it. It's my hygienic, identic 5% swimming and 5 live women. I'd rather get high living, that's my mission.
I see my worst side counting is green, loud and obscene. Duckies busting out of the scene, shouting my team. Foul styled out and you clean, my dogs love it. The way I rip yours, fuck it, get all public. Lands come with the snub quick, hold you down on some thug shit. I spit it in your mug, sick with roughness, you get it twisted. This kid gets ballistic, we standing over your ass screaming, it ain't my fault, like this mystic, right type hieroglyphics, light hydro wicked, with some hand in your mic title with it, get it? Motherfuckers, niggas running for cover, ducking something to stuff us suckers, get licked when it tastes good, so I make hood, Jimmy Speck like 8 shook, snakes could lick mine, niggas want to get mine, get 9s, all up in your spit on, you with dime, used to call me Godfather, call me Brass, talk off of my cash, got rappers wanting part of my ass, on some gay shit, we can do this, what you play with, you niggas writing rhymes better understand the basics.
Scarra, Godfather done a die-harder one. Sun, ice, platinum, front, blunt, opener. Do you know who's scoping your only flow with my fellow heirs? Mellow, debonair, Fred Astaire, type millionaire, billionaire, inherited, plaque official, merited, derringer, straight direct stare. Compared to the sun, I hurt your eyes, covered them, bubble from, holding new chips, blowing new whips, out at 170, wings heavenly, pumping my melody, remix, D-Wit, motherfuckers y'all never be with, or PCC with a fiendish dream. Just a scheme till you believe it, achieve it, chance get left sleepless. I eat with pigs, sharks, and elephants, but hard I never been in doubt. My tank cloud, McMahon been out. I spin out like a NASCAR, as far as Vermont, my square one gets hurt on. Word on, y'all slept on, worst on the posse cut. Even bitches envy my riches, I'm a flossy nut, so copy cut, so y'all can copy us. I do this for in God we trust, alive be death. Y'all slop the guts, my job to bust, and that painfully obvious. Poppy plus I never rock this unless it's properly crushed. DWC got hot property, monopoly lust. You know it's first, last, and third, yo, it gotta be us. Gary Brass, counting money, did you get it? Roll with it, my soul did it. For cash, I'm cold with it. You glow for a minute, I glow for infinite. Hoes like ice, and the wide body 6 double O tinted. Chrome printed, back to get that big indented. It's my hygienic, 5% women and 5 live women. I'd rather get high living, that's my mission. GWC, can no younger figure in the game tell me nothing. You get fit in size, recognize, group or enterprise. Flip the bigger dinner pies. You in the dinner spots, brass and scarab, be the synagogues with 100 you, son of you, running crews off of NY dirt. Can I work? Word up, you know what I'm saying? Do this for speedboats and Genos. Word up, word up. Wanna shit a shout out. My man Big Lance, my man Hab, you know what I'm saying? My man CD, Chris Dog, you know what I'm saying? Group War. Word up, fit yours. You know what I'm saying? Official. Word up. We hit yours. You know what I'm saying? Check this out. Word up. WC 99.
Ayo, New York tracks, keep me fat like that. I exercise with fitness to support my back. It's going on black, and I'm out to get mines. Bust in the place with a New York rhyme. Yo, some people are mindless and don't know what the time is. Mess around with the wrong one and get expired. I'm getting fired off of the smoke and the blunts. Killing big bears off of a gangster hunt. Don't front, what do you want? I push a trick with a stunt. We got out of town hits and like drawers like bits. Cause I flex with a polo around my wrist. Nothing change.
My bad decision in the game got me flipping on cats. Now that I'm back, putting Brooklyn down on the map. Cause you know there's cameras on me and my sons right now. Peeping our sounds, watch how we tear shit down. I cause global catastrophe. I master the game of rap, so don't fuck with that. I dance around track, you bust your Nina, I bust my Nina back. Rhyme sharp like thumbtacks with enough contacts to blow my enemies off the map if they try to attack. Oh, sweet America, how could it be? Can't see my people dying in the streets no more. Got to hustle from the bottom just to feed the poor. Understanding what's right, realizing what's wrong. Oh, sweet America, how could it be? Can't see my people dying in the streets no more. Got to hustle from the bottom just to feed the poor.
Yo, I salute the mic when I take flight. Plus my style's real hype, and I'm feeling alright, so go with the flow. Let's see what all of you know. I flip like G.I. Joe with mad potential. I'm about to get mine, you know it's about that time. My people losing their mind off the group home ride. Murder and crime, people on the streets playing for keeps. Brand new G's, riding through on the creek. Who cares? I guess that everyone is scared. Better be prepared, cause the worst is near. The group home is here, open your ears and stand clear. Crack your beers, we've been doing this for years.
Oh, sweet America, how could it be? Can't see my people dying in the streets no more. Got to hustle from the bottom just to feed the poor. Understanding what's right, realizing what's wrong. Oh, sweet America, how could it be? Can't see my people dying in the streets no more. Got to hustle from the bottom just to feed the poor. Understanding what's right, realizing what's wrong. How could it be? Cause if you bust for me, I have to bust for you. These old school rules got me spitting lyrics at you. I'm thinking hard and serious and going back into time when cats was scared enough to even say that they rhyme. Cause it was off the meters. Niggas had to go to defeat us. Block parties with heaters. No crew can defeat us. It's 7 days in the week, 12 months in a year. But between the nonsense, we drop a Jew this year. Keep your eyes open, stopping RPMs when we rock. Popping your clutch, and stomping MCs to rock. Can't walk with fear, keeping my momentum in gear. Success is near, my niggas can smell it in your ear. 2000 and beyond, group home with palm of your son. My crew number one, no competition. Oh, sweet America, how could it be? Can't see my people dying in the streets no more. Got to hustle from the bottom just to feed the poor. Understanding what's right, realizing what's wrong. Oh, sweet America.
A little something, walk like that to the good old days. Yeah, no, I can't go out like that.
Oh shit, I was muted this whole time. But yeah. Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, what's up, machine, bro? You good?
Yeah, I'm chilling. I was just closing out my show, but yeah, you know, I wanted to let you get in here real quick, you know what I mean? But yeah.
I hear you're always playing bangers and you're always playing good music.
Yeah, that group home. Yeah, that is a classic for sure. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I remember one time we was on here, you know, we were in the chat and that we were talking. I was on the panel, but you were pausing and you were playing your book that you read, but it was being proofread by a teacher that you had, this lady. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but that wasn't my teacher. That was just another YouTuber, you know. But
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about that old. It's like an older lady. I don't
yeah,
think she's on YouTube. She's on
yeah,
YouTube.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, she was YouTube. Yeah,
Oh, really?
yeah, she's famous on YouTube. Yeah, actually.
Really? I thought it was like your teacher or something.
No, no, no. That's a famous YouTuber for real.
The plot thickens. There you go.
Yeah, you talking about Denise Matau. Yeah, that's why it was interesting that I was playing that because that's not my teacher at all. That's just a random person who brought my book, who was actually well known by other people. You know.
Yeah, I guess I remembered or something. I thought you said there was like your teacher from. No, that's a YouTuber, bro.
Yeah, some crazy shit.
How'd you link up with that?
Well, it's funny. I was on Truther Cop stream, and she was on there. You know. So yeah, me and Truther Cop were both in contact with this lady. You know.
Proper.
Yeah, but she was into some wild stuff. Like she was going after all these big name people. Like she was trying to expose all these big name people. Like she was trying to expose Montegraph and all these people, right? You know how Snafu's always running around talking about Montegraph, right?
Yeah, like I don't really know who these people are. Like I always hear certain like when I'm on the panel, it's just a bunch of shit. He just yells about people and then.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
She knew. Yeah, she knew about all that stuff too. So it's weird how that works, right? Truther
That's
Cop and
strange. You're
Snafu.
saying you're saying the Denise lady knew about this whole what do they call it, optics or whatever? And
Yeah,
this,
she knew about all that. Yeah.
okay. The plot thickens.
The plot thickens, exactly. See, I seen a lot of weird shit out here, you know what I'm saying?
I believe you. It's inevitable. Yeah. I don't really understand, like, you know, most of, like, what are the goals of most of these people and that? Like, what are you getting out of it? Are you utilizing it in your own life and, you know, creating, you know, a better, you know, like a better reality for you and the people around you? Fuck you. Like, are you creating, you know, like, what are you doing? Not you, I'm saying. I'm saying in general with this online shit. What are we getting out of it? How are you utilizing it, you know, to move forward?
Well, I think it's about using certain symbols and techniques in order to control the way people think, you know. That's definitely
Thought,
90% of it, you know.
thought, emotion, and action, and that the lower, middle, and upper Dantian, as you go into Eastern alchemy. You ever looked into Eastern alchemy with the elixir fields of the Dantians in there?
No, that seemed like some stuff that Mikey would be aware about. Rant, he'd be more into that stuff. But yeah, yeah, what say you about the topic? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying they call them elixir fields, right? Where you have these a lower, middle, and upper dantian, and Eastern alchemy. And pretty much it always goes back to it goes back to the left and the right hemisphere of the mind, and the symbiotic relationship, the culmination of that. Where if you have that balance, you have the middle pillar, right? It goes to the tree of life, the middle way, and Taoism and all that. They always talk about it, even in in Hindu or Vedic texts, and that they have the middle pillar. It's the same idea. It's all alchemical processes in the mind, really. I mean, because if you look at a dream is very akin to reality. It's very similar to reality in that sense. They have the fucking, what do they call them? Nursery rhymes, whatever they call it. Those rhymes like, oh, life's but a dream, merrily, 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 da da da. Yeah, it's there for a reason. Life is extremely dreamlike because it goes back to Kemetic principles, right? The first principle is, the principle of mentalism. And I'm pretty sure from your experience, you've realized that it is a projection. You can see it at that point. Instead of controlling it, you're probably just observing it and, playing along to some extent of what we call reality. Am I off on that or no? You know what time it is, man. I know you're playing along with this shit, regardless.
Yeah, that's real. Most of this is a construction of, you know, what it is that mind rules over matter. That's a lot of the presentation we gave today, is trying to get across to people about the creative process, about their relationship to nature, about where mind came from, about how experiences work, about how knowledge works, and about how technology works. So we're really trying to get that across in
And,
terms
and
of
and look at the spelling and the language that we use, and these thought patterns, and these thought forms that we create into this what we call our reality. Think about it, right? Like you just said at the beginning of that statement, that mind is greater than matter. And if you think about it, right, they even use oh, matter is in carbon and everything that's within the construct being created. Well, what matters to you? Right, you see how they hint towards all this shit? What matters to you? You bring into form, into matter, through thought, emotion, and action. It's oh, the matter. What matters to you? Think about that. You see how they love using these words, and our whole perception is locked in into this fucking. It's kind of like AI, like this language model. Am I off base there? You're saying that our language kind of dictates our reality in a way because they're bringing it into form through speech. There's different vibratory, different frequencies in there. You're bringing into, in the Abrahamic religion, and that they say at the beginning was the word, right? They bring it into form, into the word. In the Quran, it's just something like that in the Quran. There probably is. I haven't read the Quran. I need to. I mean,
oh yeah, they got the Quran, and then they have the Kitabo Mahfuz, which is basically the preserved tablet. You know, also known as the tablet of destiny. Basically, God creates, a pen and tells it to write, and it writes from the beginning to end everything that is going to take place, right? So this is the preserved tablet, right? Or the tablet of destiny, essentially, you know, if God is going to make something, it's not going to be based off of a plan, right? But God is going to create a reality simulation device. An all-powerful being need not create, by making things. It would just create something that creates, right? A living being that is capable of creation itself. So, you know, the secondary being in this exchange would be a pure mediator, right? It's just like how it says in the Tao Te Ching. It says the one created two, two created three, and the
And it
three
creates the
created
10,000. It creates the 10,000 things of the Taoist.
10,000.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Mhm.
So
So from that thought form expands. It's like the structure of reality through a thought form, your
right.
subconscious program in a way, right? Interesting stuff. Yeah, we can get deep. I can get deep into the alchemical processes behind it. That's like one of my fields of study lately. I've been going deep into that, like the tria prima, salt, sulfur, and mercury, thought, emotion, and action, the hands. There's different variations of it, but it all leads back to the same thing, really. Because if you think about it, like, yeah, if you want to call it a simulation, whatever you like to call it, there's a direct correlation between your structure, your subconscious mind. That's what brings things into form. After you can use your words and your actions and really solidify it. But it's all within the mind. What is your goal? Like, why do you do what you do? Why you even? What do you want to see in the world? And that, like, of course, you must have some sort of a goal dealing with this shit, like putting this information, like, certain information out, and that. You know? We got James in the background saying our reality is pointless. Only God reality matters. Us humans have lost that reality. I think. Where's that? What you're trying to say? What do
Well,
you
it's
mean
like
our reality is pointless? That's ridiculous. You have no point.
Yeah, mainly, for me, is just trying to, at this hour, or at this moment, maybe just pull people away from whatever they think is going on, around them, and get them to pay attention to the different processes that they're engaged in. So maybe encourage a bit of self-awareness, a bit of critical thinking.
Introspection, critical thinking, looking within, that kind of
Yeah,
ideology.
yeah. Like, for example, like the thing that people take for granted is technology, especially when they're using it, right? Like they don't even think about what they're doing, like that they're actually using a machine, and just watching a show, and then the show's called The Machine Lives. It's kind of telling you not to take the process for granted. And then we go into that, about why you shouldn't take the process for granted. That creativity is a process
Can I
that will,
stop you there for a second?
yeah, go ahead.
So I say, like, yeah, the machine lies. Like, in order to, isn't that like you're playing along in the grand scheme, like almost like like the stage of reality. You're playing along with that because you cannot be lied to. What I've realized, like, when you're being, it's a lie, and you're just playing along with it. You're feeding into the machine at that point. Because it's a fucking lie. It's nonsense and that, but you're feeding into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why
You can't be
when
lied to unless you accept their something outside of yourself. You cannot be lied to unless you accept it. That's like the main thing I'm terrible at explaining it, but you know what I mean, no?
no, yeah, I get what you're saying, and that's when a lot of people say, "Well, aren't you? Um, isn't that a statement about the median you're using to transmit the show that you're doing?" And I said, "Oh, okay, so you get it." I said, right. Those are the wise people,
Yeah, I know.
right?
You have your agenda. I see your agenda. It's a great, noble undertaking. You know, I'm not like put a shit. Everybody has an agenda. You have your agenda. And, you can't really tell people what it is. It ruins it after. It's like a real magician never reveals his trick. You know what I mean?
Right. And all magic is a primitive form of technique, you know. And any sufficiently developed technology is indistinguishable from magic, right?
Like for example, in the Kabbalion, they say like magic is a law not recognized. That's pretty much what it is. There's no magic. It's just laws, universe or natural laws, whatever you want to call it. And it may seem like it's like extraordinary and all that, but not really. Like there's no breaking the laws. You can use one law against the other and kind of make it seem, on the surface level that you're breaking laws. But no, you're actually moving in a symbiotic relationship with them all. You can't ignore it or try, forcefully changing it. You can understand the principles. You use one against the other and have a different, result. And like for example, in like the Hermetic text, it's a very basic thing. I recommend everybody look into it. The Catalogue by 3 initiates. They say magic is pretty much just a law not recognized at that specific time. Because it's all causation. Like crazily enough, like just to have this conversation, how many things how many causes and effects had to meld in order for this conversation to even happen? It's insane to think about. Yet here we are. What are your thoughts on Hermetic or Kemetic philosophy or natural law and like the Kemetic or Hermetic principles of as they call it? This is where like a lot of these these new age kind of people, they get that term natural law from. They're like Kemetic or Hermetic principles. Thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's just another way of describing the different aspects of creation, as Aristotle was saying, that there's different types of causality. So, there's, what comes to be, what makes it, there's the actual coming to be, which is the making of the thing. There's the material aspect of what it's made out of. There's the actual form of it, right? Which has to do with the idea of it, right? Before you start constructing it, right? Where it's just kind of like the blueprint of it, right? And then
So it's
there's
all
also
thought forms that are being. So what I sorry for interrupting. What you're saying, so it has to be some sort of a thought that you can or cannot bring into formation after. So it's all through the mind, technically. What I'm hearing you
yes,
say.
yes, like like there's obviously at the very lowest level, there's cause and effect, but then there's also, the polarity between cause and effect that causes the, you know, vibration and the rhythm to form into a correspondence. And basically it goes with, you know, that there's the actual, you know, pen, then there's the writing, you know, on the paper, you know, there's the actual paper itself,
So
you know,
what
then there's the
differentiates the pen and the actual writing on the paper? Is that the individual, like, you know, the observer effect, kind of?
yeah, the pen and the paper is a polarity. You know, then the writing is the vibration, you know, the vibratory act. You know, then there is the, you know, actual, you know, words that are on the paper, you know, the completed text, you know, which is the actual rhythm, you know, and the harmony between the words, you know, which is the form of the text. Then there is the correspondence of the words, which is the delivery of the text in the form of speech. You know, that brings the
And
animation.
you're hitting like three hermetic principles: the principle of polarity, the principle of causation,
Exactly.
and
You know what I
you
mean?
know, like, yeah, you're hitting them, you know, on all cylinders, really.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? You know, that's what I'm trying to say is that it's all about the act of creation itself, right? And how it relates to mind, right?
Yes. Yeah. So how do we move forward and utilize that? You know, do you have any? What's the best way for you? I know everybody's different, the individuation process, that everyone would like to call it, but
Well,
everybody's
I
different.
think
Like, what works for you?
we have to take the creative capacity under our own control first. You know, that means we should only use what we can create.
So what I heard here, exactly, you're completely correct. Sorry for the interruption. But what it is, you're saying you have to take back your own mental acumen, your own mental space. You have to take control of your own mind and
Exactly.
what goes in and out. And then from there, that's it. That's the first step in order to create any sort of change or reality or any of that. Right?
Yes. Precisely.
It's easier said than done, you know. And
Oh yeah.
what is that difficulty that we all have? Because, you know, it's like it's some sort of. I was talking to Access Rap Blood the other day. He calls it a safety protocol, you know, within the mind, which I've noticed. You know what I mean? Like when you try learning yourself or even showing others certain things, it's almost like there's like an automatic block in your mind you have to, you know, deal with. And I think that's done through the social engineering and to limit you in a specific way until you free yourself from that. It's like stagnant water. You got to keep the water moving. If that makes any sense, you know.
Oh yeah, makes sense. You know, I guess essentially the goal is you know, to have this type of, you know, instinct and intuition. These are two tools that you can use. You know, if you look at instinct, you know, it's a type of, you know, memory, you know, without learning. And if you look at intuition, it's a type of learning without memory, right? And you can use both in order to, you know, center yourself. You know, these are like, you know, as Machiavelli would say, you know, they're like um, fortune and virtue. You know, one that nature gives you and one that you attain through your own effort, right?
Interesting. Yeah, like for me, when I hear that, it's so you're saying it kind of it's all tied in really, and it has to do with the hippocampus, right? The gateway to memory. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, these programs that are put into your memory subconsciously through the hippocampus, you can kind of rewire and train to the point where you trick, I guess, like the parts in your mind, like the organic computer, to produce that result after, in a way, in the real world. Because reality is, it goes back to like I was saying, like the first principle of mentalism, where the all is a projection of your own mind. You're part of the all. You're projecting it. You're observing it. You're seeing it. But it's like, time is technically not linear. Time does not start here and ends there. It's sporadic, and you can just, it's interesting. It may be tied to the hippocampus of remembering or knowing something. Like you expect it to happen because you have a memory of it. Comes into form. And it ties back to the observer effect. It's like the idea, like reality is almost like a video game, right? Like, for example, in a video game, the map only generates once you you observe and you move along, and it's kind of infinite in a way. But in order to stay, to save space and create like the most efficient projection, it doesn't really render until the renderer is there, the observer, to render that back into reality. So yeah, but looking at that, it's like the idea of infinity, like where it's never ending. Technically, yeah, it's like a never ending observation. It's going to render itself no matter how far you travel, or brings it back to form. Now we're getting deep with it, about the nature of reality and how it's most likely being rendered. Does any of these things really exist unless you're observing them? Apparently, like even mainstream science that are saying no, it doesn't. It goes to the the idea of local or non-local reality. And I say it's a mixture of both. From what I've been looking into. You think machine, you think your thoughts, like you think reality is local or non-local or somewhere in between. I don't know.
Well, I've been talking about this in terms of it seems like there's like there's these routine concepts that people experience. For example, they experience synchronicity, right, which is basically a dislodging of time. Time is not, there's many different aspects of time that function together. Time doesn't function
It's
the
not
way.
linear. It's not linear.
Yeah, it's not linear, and it's based on perception. Basically movement is time, right? And that goes to a deeper question, that movement plus perception really equals time, in a way, but time is essentially related to space, and both are related to this concept called nothing, right? And really what it is that God really created nothing, in order to create, what exists, in terms of nature. So nothing is really the matrix in which everything exists in, right? So really what it is that, there's two things: ontology and teleology. One is the study of existence, which is ontology, right? And teleology is the study of communicative properties, which is time, essentially, right? How things change, right? One is how things are, and the other is how things change, right? So one has to do with basically being, right, which is has to do with infinity, right? So infinity is about space, right? Eternity is about time, right? Eternity is about the passage of time. It's about no time,
So
right? When you're dealing with infinity,
eternity deals with the ego, in a way,
yeah,
the finite lifespan of the individual, and the measure of time through bodily process, kind of thing, the ontology.
yeah. So
I'm
you know, in
soaking
terms
up
of
game though, I'm soaking up game. Continue. Sorry for the interruption.
no, it's just what's non-local is really, you know, based on the lack of space. You know, we're talking about space. We're talking about archetypes, you know, that deal with concepts that are beyond time, right? The synchronizing of those concepts beyond space and time, which is basically, you know, mind and perception, and change and perception are the same thing because perception is duality, right?
Well, you can't have perception without change, and they say change is like the only constant, right? The only constant is change, and yeah, you're completely correct with that. Because without some sort of measurable difference, you're not going to be able to perceive anything through the natural processes that with anything.
Yeah, so that's why I said movement and perception basically equals change in a way. So that is and all of these things are illusory because nothing actually changes because it's all one. So how could it change? So
It's a different flavor for you, bro. What flavor would you like?
exactly. Right.
It's hilarious.
Right. It's like how they say, in order to look at a leaf, you can't look at the entire tree, and in order to see the entire tree, you can't observe just one leaf.
Like for example, I'm like a botanist, if you want to call me that. I'm a horticulturist. Like I grow plants. So when I clone the plants, it's like a perfect as above, so below relationship. I wish I had something to show you right now, but I use water to clone it, right? So you see all the roots. You see all the roots. It's usually like the roots are like a bigger. If it's a healthy plant, the roots are going to be bigger than what's being shown easily via observation. In that sense, pull a little plant that has like 2-3 feet of roots on it. Then it shows form after through that.
Yeah, that's wild.
So you look at the roots, right? Like real growers on that, like in my line of business, that real growers, they don't grow leaves, they don't grow plants, they grow roots. The main thing. You're focused on what you're able to see. You're gonna be lacking. There's a bunch of processes happening beneath. It's like the as above, so below type thing. Ideal. And another causation. Mixed with polarity and a couple other mental, a bunch of, it's pretty much mixed with all these, principles all into one for us to enjoy. Rudolf Steiner?
Oh yeah, we looked at some of his work on this show earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Looking into it. Yeah, so Steiner has this process called the backward process, which is like one of the main things you teach to as initiates in that. Who knows where you learn it from, but it's this idea of when you go to sleep, you think about it. You can go forwards or backwards, but you think about you can go backwards from that moment where you're going to lie down and go to bed, have a rest, and you become more aware because you look at every single thing from the point where you woke up, and now you're going back, and you try going in a chronological order from opposite in a way, from like, this is the moment where I laid down, this is I went there, that, all this stuff. Apparently what you can do it opposite after, like switch it up like that, but apparently like the idea behind it is to see when you kind of you go into autopilot. Everybody goes into this autopilot thing where they're no longer conscious of what's really going on. Because people get caught up. Let's say you go to work, right? You have a job, you go to work. All of a sudden, like, you kind of went unconscious, you went into autopilot mode. All of a sudden now I'm going back to sleep and waking up to do it again, type thing. So it's it's like this individuation process where you see it as, how do I explain it? It's like you kind of observe yourself from that point. You can go forwards or backwards or anything, and then you're able to realize, there's points in your life where you become unconscious and you kind of go into that autopilot mode. And from there, you're able to recognize that and work towards not becoming unconscious and being somebody else's pawn on the board. I mean, it goes back to taking back your own thoughts, creating your own subconscious program through repetition, through visualizations. You could use mantras. You could use, all types of stuff. You can, the power of the hand, right? When you can use all different techniques, really, but it's a reprogram of the subconscious mind. That's the main thing. And I think this is what all the religions are actually alluding to. Having dominion over your own mind and what you allow in and out, your thought, which leads to your action, which leads to your speech, which leads to your actions. And taking back your mind.
Yeah, we've been taking over in terms of our programming, and that's a lot of what I was trying to establish, is that people get programmed just based off of certain ideas about the way they think that nature works or their mind works, or what humanity's purpose is, and they don't even understand what these ideas about purpose or destiny or God or even our use of machines really signify. If they actually don't actually understand how to interface with those symbols and concepts that decide their programs, their deepest notions of how they function in the world. They're not able to get to those ideas. It's like they're being gatekept from those ideas. So it's like,
for example, in the Rosicrucian ideology, I guess they'll call it like in Vedic or Hindu kind of thing. They call it siddhas, right? Siddha. Is that how you pronounce it? So, like a certain like spiritual powers or certain things they're able to, to get depth. They're able to manipulate reality. And that, like,
cities.
Cities.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the Rosicrucian ideology, like they learn, the first thing you learn is before you're able to start fucking around and actually really like running this shit. They make it very clear to you, any real esoteric path, for any real, anything real, really, they're going to automatically tell you that you have to be extremely careful. It's a terrible path for people that they gain this stuff and they fuck around after. It's going to come terribly back onto you. People think they're sick. You know, oh, super easy to manipulate people, and that's a lot of people. That's like a natural thing, right? Like you understand a process that somebody else doesn't. It's so easy to fucking manipulate people through NLP. You know, what's their cadence? What's their tonality? How you? There's a million ways to fucking deal with it. And it gets absolutely nowhere. You know, when you fuck around, you find out. You have this power in there. You go and fuck around to use it in your own advantage, like a little child. You know, we'll see what happens. That's all I'm saying. Do you see that? You know, like some people, like, they kind of get something and then they go crazy with it. It's like, oh, I'm gonna just manipulate. And it's so easy to manipulate people in that. You know, it's so easy to get whatever the fuck you want. It's very simple. There's always somebody more advanced and better at you, and you know, a bunch of people. And trust me, you're gonna have to face that after. You better be happy with yourself. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. You know, looking at myself, looking at anybody really. You know, when I say it's more of a generalization, I think when I say you and all that, you, myself, and I. But yeah, like, you know, like that's why that's like one of the main things that I taught at the beginning, because you're gonna have that. They're gonna have that impulse to, you know, utilize and get what you like. You know what I mean? Make life a bit easier. It's like, you know, I show people certain things, and all of a sudden, like the first thing they tell me is like, "Oh, Cage, I'm gonna go to the casino now." The first thing they have in their mind is just trying to profit off of it. It's very odd. You know what I mean? Good luck with that. You shouldn't be doing it. You're not ready for it. You know, if you need a profit to help others and yourself, even yourself and the people around, that's fine. But it's not about that. It's just, I don't know. It's just brainwash. People go slaves to the fucking money. Someone said intellectual imbecile said Tubal Cain, the first blacksmith. Now some motherfuckers started making weapons. Apparently. Jabulan. Yeah, my bad for the rant in the machine. If you ever want, next time you see a fucking Mason or someone, look them in their eye and say Jabulan. You know about that password. No, now you do. Jabulan.
No, it's all good. But yeah, you know, it's like the you know, it's like what you were saying about, you know, technique, you know, that people can abuse it. Well, yeah, you know, technique is a how-to manual that's basically you know, anyone can use it. That's what distinguishes it from skill. You know, skill is
It's like
something that
an
you could
art.
take.
It's like a
Yeah.
martial art or any other art.
Yeah, skill or art, you know, you could take possession of it because it's a type of knowledge, whereas technique, it can be used by anyone. The better a technique is, the less effort it requires to be learned, right? So, you know, the less skill it requires to be learned, right? The better the technique. So technique and skill are not the same thing, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Some people. Yeah. I know what you mean.
So, you know, that's one of the other signs is that, you know, we need to look at what around us is a skill and what around us is a technique, right? Technique is
a mortal technique. No.
Yeah, technique is about technology, right? Those are processes that we set into motion that we can't control. Whereas
They have the same
skill,
prefix, you know what I mean? Technology,
yeah,
technique. There you go.
Yeah. Skill, we take ownership of it. You know, skill and style. You know, like
That's a
style.
differentiator.
Yeah.
That's cool stuff.
Yeah, style can change a skill or a technique. You know, whereas a technique, you know, it could only be modified.
Mm-hmm. You're saying it's like a blueprint. You know, you have
Right.
that foundation. You can only create certain variations within the structure that's already been put and set.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's dawn where I'm at. But yeah, I was gonna shut down my show, but I thought I'd have you on here for a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Real shit. Good conversation, man. I've learned.
For sure. Blessings, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I'll come back. I'll pop up another time in the future. Thank you, bro, for having me.
Yeah, for sure. You got anything else for him?
It's pretty much. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, bro.
For sure. Yeah, we come back Wednesday, so inshallah, my friend. You know, it's always a blessing to talk to you, my brother. And yeah, it's a blessing to spend this time with you. And
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
yeah, assalamu alaikum, my dude. I'll talk to you soon, my friend. Peace. Yeah, well, yeah, a little bonus conversation for you guys. But yeah, here is the thing that we were gonna play. You know, piece that I made on Monday at the start of this week. I'm recording for you guys a special panel discussion featuring some of our friends, including our friend Intellectual Imbecile here. You know, Rant, blessings. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, yeah, maybe I'll play a song for you guys, and then I'll play this show here for you guys. It's like about 2 hours long, and then I'll play the time we spent on a Talcott panel. Blessings, as I was going to do. But yeah, happy to have my friend of the show, Cage, here. It's always a good discussion with him. But yeah.
Made out of everything steady, I'm ready. Petty rappers, frontin' gun clappers, A&R, selling you cars, selling you stars. Run through ticket to Mars, so I picked it apart. Spit it, hit it, get it, pivot, swivel and dribble, twist with the sparks. Touch this, rush off with crutches, churches and hushes. While I'm rolling Dutches past the ruckers. Make a flow on my head, switch the clutch. Yo, easy. Fuck, man. Weaving, bobbing, nodding, I'm keeping features swollen. Heightened pressure on the hemoglobin, swallow the nitrate.
You want your playlist to pop? Only PC at the top. While I'm chopping the pavement, it's toxic. I only spit pure hotness to brolic. So what if it's popular? I got to infect you in order to affect you, and I don't expect you to get it at first. My brains burst, spraying pure Freon on Celine Dion. Scream on cats like Sam Kinison, innocent bystander swarming. My thoughts forming, and dormant MCs wanna live again. Yo, talk to your man is wild. He's back, he's that character with disparaging patterns that manage to damage. I'm famished.
Cracked up with the hate, but I crack that and inflate. Smack tracks, hack you in apes. Wild safari, straight primate when I spit the tape. Spit at the fake, spit at the pivot from snake.
Jeez, for Christ's sake, please give it a break. Gotta chop 2 8s into 4-bar spaces. My innovations open faces over the duration, putting advancement the art.
7 degrees elevation. The psychokinetic medic, credits to be headed. The shredded tone dust, you've known us. The tone justified alive carcasses from donuts. A bonus, this specimen's healthy. He must have felt me in the beginning. He be sitting, so his ending begins with me sitting. Workers from the shadows, spitting disease marrow, add many a marrow, releasing sparrows that cybernetically enhanced advanced electronics to decode and implode. Select phonics, direct tonics, the physical, labyrinths, mechanisms encased in cabinets to make atoms split. These technologies have scholars debating, elating thoughts up, while their daughters I be sedating. From nubile young vixens to tricks in my Dixons, a bacterial courier to scurry about flurries of addiction. Just stating syllables to kill a few, ill-a-dudes like will-a-do. Use strychnine and wine to blind minds like mildew. The will-a-dudes are quick like small past-to-cash items. Mere trinkets of idolatry are like sugar babies. I bite them. I'm back again like saccharin, packs of slim fast, no men last in DC. I hawk men and then flash. 7 degrees of elevation. Every elevation rise. 7 degrees of elevation. Every elevation. Got so mad, I want to scream. Bitches in all of the streets trying to get through. Just trying to drugs, sex, glamour, the hammer of God that solves in your evil abyss. Kiss up the czar, the odd bazaar, Barbie gun still appeals with the quickness. Bitches witness, open thumb and stitches, niches, smoking cones and bitches, plotting attacks of fat sacks. My back to track, got to match finish to diminish various scrimmages or images. Entering my poisonous jungle where mad fake niggas fumble. I'm simmering flesh with the bone, necks up blown off the body. Shoddy style and hotties got me highly bound. I wonder why lifestyle child still fouled and bow from pissed out. Plus thick cow turns all my scripts foul. No matter how much I clutch my holy Bible, my rivals see my survival was vital when try to throw me vitals. They show me ice. My cycles in the blood of my enemy battle within my symmetries of 1 to infinity. Projects, I house the mind of the gun like Barnabas. Dark shadows are hot, enlarged by the dominance. Momentum worry, armies them arbrate, times the parlay until your life turns to law. Life ain't the same on the world today. Things got so bad, I want to spray. Niggas, bitches, all of the snakes trying to hit third world when you just try.
Why don't you try sticking your head up your ass? Yeah.
Students, the martyrs, shooters with llamas, Uzis with armor, cruising through like the Unabomber, maneuver like the army. This hell away, this or is this a living hell on earth? But if life's another kind of test, my past for the worst. Swerve through the darkest trenches, learning God's perceptions and intentions through grinding legends, plotting ventures from project benches. I've learned a lot of lessons, time will test us. Comrades who fight against us over pride and jealousy. It's kind of senseless. I describe relentless from an environment that's crime affected, knowing my total potential to rise is endless. Higher than ever was making it the effort to still together. This is not the precipice, but with the messages. I know the ledge like I know the edge of the cliff, overlooking the rocky road of rival. Me, my holy disciples, just a couple killers is also known the most trifle. Holding the rifle to your dome while quoting the Bible.
I got everything. I got Benny's, I got Black Beauties, I got pink cars, yellow jackets, reds, Bronx, speed, acid, pumpkin. Dixon's Valium, Azarax, Glidonate, Chinese ladies. I got the everything, man. You name it, I got it. I got a thing make you throw up, don't worry about it. I got a thing make you throw up and son.
Raised in the slum, fallen angels with razors and guns, briefcases of drugs, hatred and love, taking the blood, facing the blood, the ultramagnetically raising it up. A drug ray angel dust, the cocaine from the plug, shoes for AKs, take a bomb, get what they want. Wonder what you can stand in the prompt till everything's done. Take everyone's head, end of the world, everyone's dead. They say we're doing to die too, and hella waits is in the air. Maybe they right, maybe they wrong though. Who are they to say? They afraid, gave up on their dreams. We ain't the same. We're the rarest breed. There's nothing that we can't achieve. But in the meantime, pass the beat. Word, listen to the beat.
They say his kung fu strange, but very good, so I'd like to fight him. No need. We've no quarrel with him, and nor has he with us. So leave him be, and let him talk. And if he does give trouble, others can deal with him.
With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. With every breath, I defy death, the natural. With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. Inspired to write and shed light.
Subliminal perception stimuli, explore your soul and then begin to vivify. Primarily the moral science choosing who to vilify, no vilify, and look within to also slay your incubi. The immaterial domain in your opinion known as inner eye. The wave function of a hydrogen atom that raising the energy levels of quantum mechanics. The function of rapping, I went on that tip with the tongue of the devil, but now I'm a flipper. You best to shut your mouth from now to zip it. The non-relativistic, the multiplication of verbal linguistics, the people statistic. External influences taint your energy. Potential wells of finite depth, the oceans of your memories. Magnetic resonance and imagery. The people pillaging. The model unitary matrix. Everyone is living eternity silicon. Computer the superconductor. My spirit is spitted the verse. No spit of the curse. Spit of the truth. Spit of the thirst. The people immersed. The beast of the first and deadlier. The never growing better with age. Now faith the white from cannabis. Smoke smolder in the shell with sage.
With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. With every breath, I defy death, the natural. With every breath, I defy death through proper breathing. Inspired to write and shed light.
The path was laden with 1,000 skulls, flaming chariots, but gas doused the bulls. I am the eternal one, involuntary shrouds are pulled and eyes are wide. Run for cover, make sure you don't die inside. Ripping you apart to pieces like a vicious lion's pride and fable spread. Resistant and we rise like I was making bread. Cosmic repertoire, we are the gods, but now we slaves instead. You made your bed. Consequences, ladies with their babies split. The ones they caught were chopped to pieces. Those with mangy rabies fed the river stunk. Chasing and they grabbing you to take a dunk. They will make you eat and sleep the same place that you take a dump. Protect, provide, and learn to blend your camouflage. The best survive. I am blessed and guaranteed to always make it out alive. But you and I, now keep your voice down before you go and blow the spot. The jails are full and built to hold yourselves. There's always open spots. You're sitting right. No longer see the sun at all. I'm running down. Just locked away forever as the planet's spinning round and round. They got you.
They say his kung fu strange, but very good, so I'd like to fight him. No need. We've no quarrel with him, and nor has he with us. So leave him be, and let him pass. And if he does give trouble, others can deal with him.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we're bringing to you a extra stream here, just so I could do some reading, read live on screen. You know, I'll record this. I'll probably private this screen. Stream, and then have an open panel, if I can. You know, and I'm sorry for doing my presentations and then not engaging with the audience as I should, you know. So please, guys, if you have any questions, hop on the panel. You know, everybody, you know I opened the panel in the middle of the night, you know, and a lot of people are afraid to come on and debate topics or talk about issues, or you know, they're afraid of who's on the panel. You know, they've have bad memories of me. You know, whatever it might be. You know, it's certainly interesting. But yeah, I opened this show up in order to read some of the thoughts I have, so that I don't have to read it on the screen. during my stream, I could just play the video of myself reading it. Which is a lot easier, you know what I mean? Might as well get some of the reading done. If I need to record and play videos and read on screen, then why don't I just record myself reading, private the video, and then play the video of myself reading on the fucking stream that I do, and then comment on my own reading, right? It's so much easier. Looking down, looking up, looking at the chat, you know what I mean? Because this is a one-man show, folks. You know, as a Virgo Moon said, you know, I'm a one-man circus, one-man show. You know, I'm my own, you know, I'm a one-man show. You know, I'm a one cobra circus, and I am my own snake charmer. You know, so it is what it is. Right? But yeah, blessings, man. No, Virgo's not gonna panel up. That's my wife. So she's forbidden from paneling. And, but yeah. You know what I'm saying, DeFreak. But yeah, DeFreak, you're welcome to panel up, all right? You know, blessings. Yeah, but thanks for joining me and Neuro Jack. What's going on, brother Neuro?
What's up, man? Yeah, I was just taking a I saw you were live, and I was like, okay, cool. I actually have a little time, so I can kind of
yeah, throw on whatever you want. You know, this is
oh
you
man,
know, I see people putting stuff, you know, just hanging out online with this fucking StreamYard shit. I don't usually do that. I come on twice a week. You know what I mean, right? So I thought maybe I'll just not worry about who's watching, not worry about who's viewing, just do a random show and just open it up for questions and talk to the people how I do. Right? So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm actually able to do it a little more legit. I'm gonna bring up my laptop so I can actually bring some stuff.
For
I mean,
sure.
if you just want to
Yeah.
read, I'll jump
Oh
off.
yeah,
But if you
yeah. I mean,
if you want to do a
I mean,
little
yeah. Go ahead and grab
coverage,
your laptop. Yeah, go ahead and grab your
yeah.
laptop. You know, I'm just
Yeah.
you know just keeping the people engaged. If I have to read, I'll
No.
read. You know.
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I mean, dude, it's weird. Like I brought that whole clip of Andrew and Spencer and Poole, and I'm so and I appreciate you really bringing that up and getting and you guys reacting to that, because I wasn't able to participate, so I appreciate it even that much more. But I'm glad that you covered that, because man, what an interesting, that whole show was interesting. I got like almost halfway through now, catching up, and man, that I missed out on a lot of shit that night. And but no, I really appreciate you looking into that, because it was very it's just good to see everybody's take on, like, everyone has like their own opinion of what's going on, but it's like I see so much stuff and I don't even know how to, like, I thought I was good at communicating, and you sometimes we play back what I said, and I'm like, man, I suck at like conveying what I'm trying to convey. Like it's actually very difficult to convey, you know, like perception accurately, you know. I don't know how to put it sometimes, you know.
Yeah, I mean, perception is one part of the game. You know, me and London Man were talking about that a lot, and one of the points he brought up is I don't know if you happen to see this, where he's playing the video of a guy talking about St. Paul, and the whole focus of what he's talking about is he's saying that Paul is saying that transformation happens through a change of perception. So one is able to see things clearly. So the sight, you know, the sight being cleared, you know, that's one of the main points that he makes. And it's interesting because, you know, people ask me what's my favorite line, you know, in Paul, and usually I answer that, you know, we see now in a mirror darkly, which will then become clear face to face, vis-a-vis. You know what I mean? It's such a badass line, you know, right? That it's like, oh, y'all gonna see what's gonna happen. the vision will be cleared. There's going to be a complete, this is why Peter was crucified upside down. You know what I mean? To show you the shit that people regard as true is actually falsehood. Right? The shit that we know as, you know what I mean? There's something to that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and and I think one of the biggest messages I'm trying to get across that I don't know how to convey very well is the fact that truth in and of itself is not quote unquote good. And I know that sounds confusing to people because it's like, oh, you're against the truth, and it's not really what I'm trying to say. It's more of like just knowing quote unquote the truth. Like it's kind of weird because like when people say, oh, you're a Gnostic or this that, it's like I actually don't.
Yeah, I know
value,
exactly what you mean. Like knowledge is inert. You know what I mean? Like truth is equal to itself, and it doesn't need you for its own assurance. So it's like truth is on its own, in a way. People who know the truth, well, that knowledge is totally inert. Knowledge is inert. Knowledge is its own limitation in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's and I think a lot of people, and I think that's the whole psyop in a way. I mean, it's not even the right word for it, but
yeah. People think people think knowledge and information are inherently good.
Yeah, and it's actually like it's definitely not inherently. And the thing is, like, okay, when people say, like, I already know how people are going to spend this if they replay it. So let me get ahead of it and say, okay, if you consider Jesus the truth, I'm not saying Jesus isn't true and Jesus isn't good. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is like material truth or transcendental truth or whatever outside of that. Okay, if we're talking about God, that's okay. Yes, that's truth, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like material, non-God truth, essentially. Yeah, it's definitely something that can and is being weaponized. Okay, and it's something that you possessing knowledge or truth in and of itself doesn't really matter. I mean, let me put it this way: if it was so valuable in and of itself, it wouldn't be so freely available. Like, I mean, I don't know how else to put that, but it's like, it's just people are just getting this kind of thing thrown out in front of them, and they don't understand that it's like the whole game is to just give you all this quote unquote truth, and then you feel as if you've accomplished or you have access to something. And yeah, again, it's just strange how people call you a Gnostic or me a Gnostic, and they say that we worship truth or even wisdom, for example. Like, I mean, I was thinking yesterday as I was driving around, it's like when Fauci says, I am the science, it's like, okay, I can say I am the philosophy, right? But it's like, really, it's beyond that. It's like I love, do I love wisdom? Sure, I guess, but wisdom is wisdom and truth and all these different things are, I mean, I'm trying to think of the right way to put it, but I'll just say something that my gangster friend told me a long time ago. He's like, he said, game is not supposed to be given to you. It's supposed to be like sold to you. It's something you have to earn. It's not something that people are supposed to tell you. So like, sometimes people give you wisdom, you don't appreciate it, And I think that that's also the other side of it is like, doesn't matter what you know or what wisdom is imparted to you. It only matters what you gained through kind of like bitter experience in a lot of ways. And a lot of that you're never going to be able to like give to other people. And I think that's almost a burden that people don't appreciate in a way. It's like wisdom and these things like this are very painful because you're kind of stuck with it. And you can't, no matter how hard you try, you're not going to be able to really give that to other people fully, And I think that that's one of these things that for everything that you gain, you're kind of I mean, at least for me, I can't speak for other people, but that's just something I experienced where all this wisdom that I've gained, it's very painful because I can't really impart it to other people. I really just can't, you know. So
right, like wisdom, like really, it's got to hit you a certain way. Truth, you can only function with if it agrees with you. You know, now knowledge is dangerous because knowledge can succumb to beauty, and also there's knowledge of false things. You know, knowledge can also succumb to falsehood. There's knowledge that's extraneous, you know, that we'll call information, right? You know, and then there's a welcome, Brother Richard.
Peace and respect to everybody.
Hey, flow state. Is that what it is? or no, it's just two of them. I guess it's devil horns. Is it? It's even more devilish. Yeah, but yeah, live is evil spelled backwards. You know, but yeah, what I was in the middle of explaining was that, you know, information is like bad knowledge. It's like extraneous. You know, to quote you know, T.S. Eliot, he says, "Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where's the knowledge we have lost in information?" You know, so knowledge is essentially inert. You know, knowledge is a possession. You know, sure, it's a possession that nobody can take from you, but it's still a possession. And it can be used for corruption, right? Knowledge is neutral in a sense. This is what people blame on technology. They say technology is neutral. No, technology is designed for a purpose or end, right? That's a different thing. You know, knowledge doesn't function that way. Knowledge is personal, right? Truth is participatory, right? Truth has to be participated in, right? It requires a subject, if you will, right? Now, knowledge and, you know, the mediation between knowledge and wisdom is really truth in action. You know, truth doesn't need a possessor. You know, truth is without possession. Knowledge needs possession. You know, so all of these things people don't really get, you know, that falsehood is just part of knowledge. You know, it's just, you know, the bad part of information. So if you were to draw a hierarchy of these things, you would put falsehood at the bottom, information above falsehood, then we can equate that with facts, put knowledge above information, put truth above knowledge, and then put wisdom on top of truth. You know, as I say, wisdom seeks a beauty without relation. Today, our truth is mired in beauty. It's gone down to the level of pleasure. You know, so we are, because we've been ensconced in empiricism, reductionism. We've moved to equate knowledge with experience and beauty, which is way less. You know, wisdom seeks a beauty without relation. You know, there's no relation because truth is not owned by anyone, right? But anyways,
Yeah, if truth is what we observe in the actuality, then wisdom is applied truths, so that this is why I like the terms information and misinformation, to clarify between those two things, because there's no, philosophically speaking, there's no untrue knowledge. That can't exist. It's just a lie. And now a person might believe a lie, I'll grant that, but I could barely call it knowledge.
yeah, I mean, but you know, it's you know, it's falsehood that requires truth. It's not truth that requires falsehood. You know, I guess that's a good way to, you know, example, because people think, well, it's like, you know, good and evil. Now, our age is an age that is full of eros and logos, you know, science and art.
Right.
You know, it's just, those are the two main projects. Okay, it is knowledge and pleasure, pleasure and art, art and technology. You know, technology and information. You know what I mean? Right.
Right.
So, so you know, we're on this ship already. You know, and many people say we're polishing the, you know, Titanic that's going to go down you know, and you know, and that's basically what's going on, you know. So how long can this state of mind achieve, you know, or come to fruition, or when will it come to fruition? Let's just put it that way, right? Because knowledge for the sake of knowledge is garbage, right? And beauty, I mean, art for the sake of art, you know, beauty for the sake of beauty is actually, that has some honor in it, but art for the sake of art, well, you know,
Well,
why, you know?
no, that's one of the things, like, I have to, like, I was trying to give you and Pillier and a few other people credit, is like, I always wanted to be a quote unquote artist, but I never wanted to do art just for the hell of it. And it's like, and so like I rejected art for most of my life, really. And it's something that thing that you wrote earlier about you know, kill a million, kill a million, influence a million. I mean, reminds me a lot about Kurt Cobain's earlier songs he wrote and stuff like that. And it's weird because after I wrote a comment on that thing that you wrote, I watched this video popped up of a voicemails that Kurt Cobain was leaving to journalists not long before he died. And basically he was getting gang stalked by journalists, and they were like literally fabricating, you know, an entire personality and history of him and his band and his writing and everything else about him. And so he was basically like, you know, saying essentially he wanted to go a legal route, etc. Anyways, it's just kind of interesting if you kind of see what he went through. And I think that it's kind of funny how people never talk about that side of being an artist, or trying to expose certain things about the way the world works, because, you know, again, it's like if you try to impart wisdom on the world, a lot of the times the world will, you know, destroy you and your legacy. And I think that that's kind of the story of Jesus in a lot of ways. It's like, you know, Jesus came to do a certain mission, and I think everything we've seen since then is basically the world trying to destroy everything that he came to do. And I think I mean, not everything. I don't think everyone has tried to do that, but what I'm saying is, like, I think that if you understand that a lot of what we see is trying to destroy that message, the world makes a lot more sense than, you know, that everything is just business as usual from there forward, you know. So I don't know, that's kind of a convoluted thought, but, you know,
You know,
it goes back to art, you know.
I'm kind of surprised at Kurt Cobain that he would not have seen that coming. I mean, I'm a zealot for what I believe in, and I make myself a public personality on YouTube, and to not expect that people would come at me for that, I just think is unrealistic. I totally expect it.
Well, sure,
Yeah.
but I mean, if somebody's lying about you and your message and trying to destroy everything that you care about and use what you see as good for evil, I mean, I'm sure that you're going to have a violent reaction to such a thing. I mean, I would assume, right? I mean, it's not. I mean, you know, turn the other cheek to a certain degree, but I think that has limitations, and I don't even think that that's always what Jesus was trying to say. Is like, well, I mean, I think that you could take it to the extreme, perhaps, but I think that it's, even if you were to do that, like you have to have a kind of longer term comprehension of that. You know, like, what is your actual situation like? And I don't know. I'm just saying, like, you can expect it, but it doesn't mean that it's okay, and you just accept it.
Well, if I could get my manager to roll that clip from Brojo's from day before yesterday, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to try to do that. Machine Lies, you mind if I restream this?
No.
Thank you, sir.
On my end, the stream will be gone.
Hello.
So consider that.
I don't understand. You mean you're erasing it afterward?
No, I'm just privating it and then playing it at a different time. You know.
So that's okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, I'm recording this. But,
okay.
Yeah. But yeah, this is like extra panel footage. But yeah.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, friend? And what's going on, Browns boy? How you doing?
Hey, I'm streaming this right now.
Oh yeah,
as we're going.
yeah. I figured. Yeah. You do that. That's a good move. You know, go on other panels live on your own channel, so that then there's accountability. You could tell your own audience what happened afterwards, because you know, I feel like doing that every time I hop on a panel, just to have full accountability and just talk about what happened on the panel, because otherwise you're just part of a show that you're not necessarily making. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah. I don't hide anything. I'm accountable for everything. They all see it and hear it as it's going on wherever
real
I
shit.
go. So,
that's real shit. Yeah,
so
to put it frankly,
somebody can't say, "Hey, you said this
shit.
or didn't say that." Exactly,
right.
real shit. And I am the devil, which is lived backwards. So, devil is lived backwards. So I do fit in here.
Yeah, we also
today.
got this guy. He was putting up devil earlier, so we got two devils for sure. Yeah, we got the devils in the house. Yeah, peace to the devils. Yeah.
You were saying about polishing the Titanic, and it made me think of playing musical chairs on the Titanic as it's going down. Who's going to sit down last? Who's going to? I mean,
yeah, I never saw that. Yeah, I never saw that movie. I don't know much about the tale. You know, so
I didn't see the movie either, but I could picture them playing musical chairs as it's going down, and you know, it doesn't matter in the end who's got a seat. You're still going into that cold water, whether you're standing up or you're one of the ones sitting down. You're rearranging the furniture, but you're going into the icy water. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, thank you. Thank you for. It's kind of interesting, yeah, because that I am one of the people that thinks that most people are polishing the brass and playing musical chairs as the Titanic sinks, and maybe that's always been the case to some degree in different ways. But it's kind of funny because I'm trying to remember the name of this guy, but there was this famous writer that wrote about the Lusitania that I think crashed a few years before, and then he ended up being on the Titanic as it sunk. So he wrote a famous story about the sinking of the Lusitania. Then he just so happened that he was on the on the Titanic as it sunk, and his story was essentially like, as it was going down, he just grabbed his wife and jumped into a room because they thought maybe they should at least just drown together rather than just get separated as the ship goes down. So kind of a weird story. And you know, also when you look at the weird stuff that, you know, there was a lot of very rich people that happened to be on that boat, and some of them made it off and some of them didn't. And also that, you know, I don't know. I think the fact that James Cameron, who wrote Terminator and a lot of other interesting stuff, just so happened to write that movie and direct that movie. And I don't know. I think that there's a lot more to that story than.
Did you hear about the Olympic? There is a lot more. Did you hear the Olympic ship was a twin ship of the Titanic, and it was damaged? The Titanic wasn't one of a kind. There were multiple ships that were basically identical. Did you hear about that? Built at the same time?
Yeah, I did.
And
hear about that, yeah.
It was being repaired. There was massive damage to it. It almost could have gone down before the Titanic. Some people say the Titanic was the Olympic, or it was one of the other ships. There were 3 that were built, but I think maybe the story of the Lusitania it never caught on in lore and became as famous because the name is too hard to pronounce, and Titanic goes so well with Titanic titties and stuff like that. You know,
well, also the Titans, like I think that there's this whole thing about the Titans, and if you look at Gnostic belief about Christianity, for example, you know, the Titans were really a part of Christian comprehension.
And then they always say that one line where they're like, "Not even God can sink this boat." Right?
Olympic Titans. There's a lot. I mean, look at Apollo with NASA. It all goes back to the Greeks and Romans to this day with esoterica and the way that things are named. Famous ships, the biggest ships, the space, quote unquote, space program. But I knew a girl in school called Titanic Titties. That was her nickname. So she did have the biggest titties in school and named after the Titanic. So Titanic Titties, you know, she didn't like the nickname, but I didn't nickname her.
That's
by the way.
Kind of girls that I like. Titanic
I
titties.
Yeah, she had the biggest, nicest titties in school. I
That's what
didn't.
it
I
is.
can't take credit for nicknaming her. I nicknamed YouTubers, but I did not tag her
Hey,
with that nickname. Somebody else came up with it.
You gotta thank God or nature or whatever you believe in for that, because that's real. You know? But yeah,
She came to me complaining about it, saying that she didn't like it and gave me a hug. And I
we
felt
got
those
the
big old titties.
homie Cecil Drake. Yo, what's up,
Cecil?
dude?
What?
Yo,
Yeah,
Oh,
who doesn't
damn.
love some Titanic ones?
So,
Oh, hey, Cecil. Grocery store.
grocery store, yeah.
What do you have in your cart today? Like they ask famous people at a record store. They ask them, what do you have in your grocery cart?
Orange
Can we see
chicken,
it?
Greek salad.
Can you film it? Oh, here we go. Oh,
Sub.
you got a sandwich, a sub in there?
Orange chicken,
Can
Greek
you hold up the
salad.
sub? Can you hold up the salad? I like Greek salad.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's gonna have Greek dressing on it, and then I'm gonna grab some milk before
I like olives. Do you like olives, Cecil? Do you like Greek salad?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of olives, not just because of the taste, but also because of their nutritional health value.
Yeah, they're superfood. They're
Yeah,
healthy.
they are. Yeah, they are. Yeah, let's be real. Olives are a vital superfood, and yeah, they pretty much have lots of. They even have probiotic health things. So yeah, man, you know, olive. Yeah, shout out to the olives. All of us.
Absolutely.
Shout out to
I
all of us.
all of
Yeah.
us. I had a chick with olive skin one time from the Mediterranean. She's pretty hot. I remember. The
Oh
old
yeah,
days.
yeah. The
Did
olive.
she
skin
believe
girl-
in knowledge?
Yeah. Did she believe in
In,
knowledge?
in knowledge? Gnosis? Yeah, she did. Absolutely. She was
I
very
guess a lot
intelligent.
of olives come from Turkey or something.
Really? I wasn't aware of that.
I mean,
Yeah, I'd assume they come from like the Mediterranean, like Italy or something. I don't know. I don't know why.
Turkey, Greece. There's a lot of Greece. There's a lot of olives from Greece. Even the Jews in Israel
Yeah,
have
there's
olives.
a lot. There's also a
They-
lot of
they
greasy
grow some.
olives.
Greasy
That's
olives.
true.
They put them in the grease, you know. So yeah,
You know what scares me,
quite a few.
TML?
yeah.
Since we're just shooting the breeze, what scares me is, in order to get olive oil, they press olives, right?
Yeah.
In order to get safflower oil, they press safflower. Where the hell does baby oil come from?
Yeah, I think they banned that shit, didn't they? Baby oil. Wasn't it giving people
It
cancer?
comes from America.
Was it
It's a product.
baby
of Planned
powder. No, that
Parenthood.
was baby powder. It was giving people cancer, wasn't it?
It's a product of Planned Parenthood, I think, in America.
Oh Lord, yeah.
I think so. I don't want to upset Cecil, but I think that might be true. Greasy olives. I've never had a greasy olive, but I've seen some greasy Italians. Greasy meatballs, you know?
Oh man, we got to get our friend Mikey in here. Let's get him in here.
Is he a greasy meatball?
Oh yeah.
Shout out
He's
to
a
Cecil.
meatball.
I'd never been on a panel with Cecil before. This is the first time El Diablo's been on a panel with Cecil.
Belgian meatballs are pretty damn good.
How about the
What
Swedish?
state are you in, Cecil? Where are you? Are you traveling?
I'm currently located in Idaho.
Oh, you're in Idaho. Idaho? Idaho of Idaho?
I'm
You said
actually one of the few
Idaho
panelverse members that's actually living in a conservative state. Most of the people that come around, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but most people here are in liberal states.
Did you just move to Idaho? You're not from there, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm from California.
California used to be the home of Reagan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reagan. Reagan was the first. He was the first person elected to the office chair that was a complete Hollywood actor. Now we have another one. So that's interesting chain of events, isn't it? But yeah,
You Americans, you love the Hollywood actors. What's
yeah,
the
yeah. I
love
think
for What is
that? I think it used to be like doctors and lawyers or something like that, but now it's mainly Hollywood actors or something like that. But
well,
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
why? Like, what?
let's be honest though.
I don't know.
Trudeau,
I think
Trudeau is probably a male hoe.
What if it's like they got enough actors on TV to get people to start acting like them as like actors that don't even know they're acting? That's what I'm thinking.
Cosplay for politics.
Or maybe actors that the American people don't realize are just acting.
Or Americans that don't realize they're actors.
Or maybe YouTubers that don't realize that they're cosplaying.
So I'm wondering, Cecil, that you're in Idaho. So you're in Idaho. You are not the hoe. But if you're in Idaho, is that a knowledge claim?
Sorry, what was the last part of that?
Is your being in Idaho a knowledge claim? Are you claiming knowledge of that?
Of Idaho, I actually am pretty novice in Idaho knowledge.
it's a justified true belief, is what he means.
Did you know that Reagan was the 33rd governor of California? He's got the 33 in there. I don't know if you people knew that, but
I didn't know that, but that does make sense, and because it actually goes with my next question. I was going to ask: Did anyone? What's you guys' favorite sacred geometry?
Goimatria, out of all the systems, Goimatria.
Also, Reagan is Nancy and Ronnie. They had a residence in California on 666 Cloud Road. 666 Cloud Road.
What are the odds?
Number of the beast. Yeah, what are the like? What a coincidence.
Why would you move there?
Cloud
like,
Road.
do you want to be conflated?
That
with
was
evil?
the house that the last house they had. I mean, I don't know. I guess they didn't mind. I don't know, but
yeah, maybe they didn't.
The post office frowns on changing your house address.
Yeah, I'd probably ring on that. I'd probably ring on that doorbell and run clear away before they open that fucking door and just see who the fuck lives there.
667, the neighbor of the beast.